Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes hands and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.
Parties being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Let me get YouTube up and running so I can see all of your shining usernames. There we go. There we go. Let's turn on the live chat so I can see all y'all. Let's go. Yeah, we're finally starting at the usual time. This is when I should be starting my stream every day. Hello, Transfemme Princess. Hello, Renegade020500. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Paige Larson, 1989. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Abyssal Nath. Hello, Irish Witch Hazel. On my way home from protesting in downtown Denver. Yeah. Hello, that one American. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, how we doing, B. Parker? Hello, Tyrion, the Himalayan Salt Dragon. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Rasby. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Jay. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Javier Valenzuela. Hello. How we doing, Josie Wozy? Wait, I feel like I need to say it. Josie Wozy. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Not Smirt. Can't believe I'll actually be able to watch a portion of a stream. I know, isn't it exciting when I start on time? This is how it's gonna be all the time in the near future after I finish my move. Hello, Shakespeare. Finally had a social security meeting. Can finally get a new ID to go with your new name. Hell yeah. Hello, Nethercat. That is the correct pronunciation. Excellent. Hello, the Cheese Wizard. Hello, Meow. Hello, how we doing, Liliana Young? I was interviewed by local news at my city's Good Trouble March. Fun experience. Hell yeah! If you make it on the local news, share the clip. It's been fun listening to VODs at work, though. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll still have plenty of segments that get to VODs for you during work. Hello, Kiwi Deepy. Hello, Travis T. Hello. How we doing, Nine-Tailed Witch? Hello, Snuggle Kitten. You saw the Iron Giant at a local theater today? Oh, that's wonderful. What an experience. Hello, Penny and T. The eye makeup today is killer. The reason it took me a couple minutes to get to stream is because I looked at the preview of myself on the stream window, and I realized that like one eye had a lot more liner on than the other, so I had to go fix it. So I'm glad the fix turned out. Hello, how we doing, Hrundo? Um, Hello, Tech Priest Corey. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, how we doing, Salty Turtle Cupcake? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. How we all doing? Hey, Punky Gal. Hello, how we doing, Paladin Lost? Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Uneyelined, as it were. Get me a little tipsy on my Doritos alcohol and have me say that 5 times fast. Excellent timing. I just made myself a snack. Hell yeah, Jess Talks Books. We have so many things to talk about today. Today is just genuinely really funny overall. There are going to be some deeply frustrating and sad components, but I want you all to know that today I signed up for a Truth Social account, and I did that for all of you. I did it for you guys. My stepbrother is interested in DSA because of Zoran. Hell yeah. Did you add more liner to one eye or take some away? I took some away from both eyes and then I added more to one eye. Get me tipsy on my Doritos alcohol is the ultimate dating red flag. I'm this is why I'm happy to be taken. You can delete it for all of us. Truth Social is gross. The issue is, and I don't know if this is a new thing. Usually, I've been able to access Donald Trump's Truth Social account without a Truth Social account by just Googling Donald Trump Truth Social and then clicking on the link, and I can see his feed, right? Ever since the Jeffrey Epstein stuff started happening, and I again, not to be super conspiratorial or anything, but I've been hit with the you need to create an account in order to see this feed message. So I finally caved and made an account so we could take a look at his unhinged posting. It was like changed like a couple days ago. I tried it then too, and then I was just like, fuck it, I'll just do screenshots. Is this segment about... We aren't even in the segment yet. Okay. First, I need to try a beverage that I bought. I found out that there is a brand of drink called Liquid Death. I knew that already, but they have a tea/lemonade situation titled Dead Billionaire. And maybe I can make that into my signature drink for the show. Because, you know, it's tasty. Hopefully. It's pretty alright. It's got some tea, lemonade. The agave. Wasn't expecting that. The agave is kind of nice, though. Might have to try that one just for the lulz. Yeah, I'm not mad at this. Also, this is why graphic design is important. Look at just how good this can looks. Again, not a sponsored post or anything, but like, look at how good that looks. Just dead billionaire, and you have like the rotting corpse of presumably a billionaire. And you know, I like that. That's something that makes me like a product. But also, this tastes pretty good. Not gonna lie. They made Dead Billionaire because the Arnold Palmer estate was attempting to sue them over rights over Arnold Palmer's as a drink in general. Oh, fuck right off. I've never had one. Hell yeah. Let's go, Van Briggs. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. I had no choice but to unleash the Grim War Casium Infinitum at its full power. In a brilliant flash of light and odor, all the lactomancers but me were gone, banished to the Gruyere grasslands for all eternity. I really enjoy the lore of the Cheese Wizard. Watching a protest shave heads imitating ice, this is nuts. Default X, tell me more. Hello, Naomi Faithless. Whew. Making a one-page tabletop RPG for my friend, and I start writing letters back and forth. Oh, that's fun, Fingy Swan. TikTok, mito te migrante.
Officer, escort immigration. Line one. Line
Well,
two.
wait a minute.
Let's go, immigrant.
Esto es muy doloroso, ¿eh? Las rodillas y la espalda, el pescuezo, todo.
Line four. Line five.
You know, I like this. I like this a lot. As far as like, the necessity for protests to adapt and like create new and different kinds of spectacle in order to put pressure onto our government and organizations like ICE. That's good. That's some good shit. What is that? It's a bunch of protesters emulating ICE to show, like, you know, how deeply fucked up it is. What is this a video of? It's a live stream of a protest in California against ICE. I think it might be outside of one of the ICE headquarters in California. That's what it looks like. Also, I would just throw this out there because I've been seeing rumblings about it on social media. There have been people talking about how today is the beginning of like a mass farm worker strike in California. I don't know to what degree that's true. I know that there is one prominent social media influencer who talks about undocumented immigrants doing field labor in California, and she called for a strike of field workers. And as far as I know, that isn't being backed up by any like cohesive union. I'm not like opposed to it by any means, but like I do think it's worth noting that the United Farm Workers Union put out a statement saying they were not associated with it, and while they support people taking action in the fields as they see fit. That it's also potentially dangerous for immigrants to participate in actions like that without the backing of a union, which is true. The other thing I would throw out there is that there is, in fact, another strike that is happening officially with union backing, I believe next week, by the SEIU workers. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, or not next week. SEIU backs August 12th immigrant strike. While the United Farm Workers have not backed the farm workers strike, SEIU California has backed a strike of immigrant workers on August 12th. We need to send a strong message that this country runs on immigrants, said SEIU 721 organizing director Martin Manteca at an event this week announcing support for the strike. And LA bus drivers are also not going to participate and aid or assist ICE in any capacity. So that's great. Like the bus drivers are saying, nah, fuck off with that shit. And also, basically, service employees across California are going to go on strike in solidarity with immigrants and immigrant labor. So, August 12th, mark that on your calendars in California. Okay, folks? Also, this is some genuinely great news, Bastion. We stopped. Wait, when you say we stopped, what does that mean? Were you involved in this? Heck yeah. Avelo Airlines announced end to West Coast operations. Avelo Airlines announced it's ending service from Burbank, California. The move means the carrier is shutting down its entire West Coast operations. Avelo said it will move planes from Burbank to the East Coast. So how will this affect people flying out of Tweed, New Haven? Yeah. The closure to the West Coast operations comes as the budget airline faces backlash after entering an agreement with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency to fly deportation flights for ICE from Arizona. A spokesperson for Tweed New Haven Airport said they began their expansion efforts back in 2021 and maintained they are one of the fastest growing airports in the country, etc. So basically, not our chapter, but as a district, we discussed it. It was DSA teaming up with some other orgs. Hell yeah. Well done, folks. Well done. Yeah, Avelo basically is a failing airline. And the only thing propping it up is this government like agreement that they have to work with deportation flights and provide like the logistical transportation services for essentially the police state. And that has generated enough backlash, and enough people have organized against it in the local community to put a stop to what they're doing. So hell yeah. Let's go. Good job. Good job, people on the ground. In other words, the Avelo boycott because they fly for ICE is working. Yeah, also just like I don't know, no one is going to want to fly on the airline that is associated with the fucking Gestapo, you know? There are a lot of different ways we can apply pressure, folks. Yesterday I went to the I went to the training for Indivisible, the 1 million strong training session that they put out there, and it talks about needing to pressure the different pillars of society, you know, and that includes business, labor, it includes faith leaders and orgs, it includes needing to pressure like local government, police, military, etc. figuring out different ways to do that is going to take a wide range of tactics. It's going to take a wide and diverse group of people. And this is one of the reasons why we can't get precious about who we're working with if they're willing to fight against this fascist regime alongside us. Okay? Because we need to be able to bring the pressure to bear to do shit like this. Because none of us alone, no one org can do this kind of shit. Okay? So, good job, Bastion, and to all the members of the DSA and the orgs that they worked with to make this happen. Hey, Vaughn400. I like my hair down. It's just, it's getting long and unwieldy, and it really needs a cut. And I'm going in next Tuesday for one, so really excited. Imagine being an ICE agent getting tossed off a bus. I do like imagining ICE agents tossed off of moving vehicles. Oh, wait, the bus is probably standing still. I do like the idea of ICE agents being tossed off of stationary vehicles. If you want to continue the labor train, I have a small local picket that'd be really cool if you would shout out. I wrote about it in your Discord in the Minnesota Twin Cities chat. Ooh, let me take a look. I do like shouting out labor movements. Let's talk about that. Let's give them the what they're due. Let's see. Also, hey, LG Thesian. Yahtzee Local 13 is having an informational picket outside the Minnesota Yacht Club. Let's see. The festival ended up contracting with a new company that has merged 9 of the largest anti-union companies called Rockforce Labor. That sucks. They severely undercut the area standard rate, have worse overtime protections, and offer low to no benefits. Cool. Yeah, folks, you can sign the petition against this awful shit over here. And you know what? I'm just gonna throw this out there. If you guys all signed this petition right now, we would basically almost get enough signatures to make it to their goal. And honestly, if we keep shouting this out, and I'll try and remember to do that throughout the rest of stream, I think we can actually make that happen as a community. Okay? So, yeah, this sucks and is super not cool. Yeah, Rockforce Labor is offering wages, benefits, and working conditions that are below the area standards for the Twin Cities. Why is this important? Because of the workers staffing this event should be getting paid a fair wage and fair benefits. When employers come into our cities offering lower wages, benefits, and working conditions, it can create an unsafe working environment and undercuts the local workers who make their living in this community. Please sign the petition if you agree that folks should get paid fair working wages, benefits, and conditions. Let's go, folks! Turn out to support your local workers. Do you have to be from Minnesota to sign? Nope. You do not. So get over there and sign that petition. Let's go. Anyone in the USA can sign it? True. Yes, you do have to be in the United States of America. But other than that, you Gucci. Wait, you don't even have to be from the United States? I mean, it does require a zip / Oh wait, no, there's a little thing you can click that says not in the US. Hell yeah. Yahtzee 13, Stagehand Union. I've been part of many of their strikes, lots of friends in that union. Yeah, they're good peeps. Is this stream earlier than usual? It should be the normal start time of the stream. I have just been very, very busy. Also, hello, Birdie Blake. Hello. How we doing, Tired and Trans? Hello, Dying Well. Hello. How we doing, Underground Uncle? Hello, Morrow Cat. Hello, Ancom Jane. Hello, ACAB Includes Tone Please. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Cliff. Hell yeah. How am I doing? Arg. Okay. Hello, Miss Evelyn. You seem energized. I I didn't drink my caffeine this morning, so I drank it in the afternoon and then I had another caffeine. So I'm actually properly caffeinated for once and it feels nice. Um I don't know about you guys, but like, and I've been told this is a possible symptom of ADHD. When I drink caffeine, it just kind of brings me to like, a normal brain speed. It's nice. Petition signed and button hit. Hello, Corpus Queen, and thank you very much, folks. We only need 294 more people to sign this, and I'm just going to link it one more time. Share it around, get other people to sign it, because fuck undercutting labor conditions and screwing over workers. I drink mothers to go to sleep. Come again? You drink some mommies? Hell yeah, Cliff, let's go. LG Thesian, I will always stand in solidarity with working folks, especially when they're in my backyard.
Faster than the speed of brain.
Faster than the speed of Brian. Okay, so let's start with just like a weird little thing, okay? Let's just start with like, here's a weird thing that happened today. The milkman cometh. All right. Oh god. God, this Jeffrey Epstein thing is never going to die. It's never going to die ever. And I think that's really fucking funny. God damn it, CNBC. Why are you like this? Okay. All right. There we go. So, folks, Donald Trump is not doing so hot. He's not doing so hot lately, okay?
Have we covered the Trumpium's uncle teaching the Unabomber yet?
No, we haven't. But we're getting there. We're getting there because genuinely that was one of the funniest fucking things I've read today. And I needed to share it with you guys. It's genuinely hilarious. Let me pull that up real quick. Boop, boop, boo. Yeah, here we go. Got it. Cool. All right, let's start this from the top. So, folks, there's this guy named Donald J. Trump. You might have heard of him before.
As a woodworker, I am tired of hearing about Epstein's files. When will we hear about his rasps?
I don't know what that means. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Oh God. Woodworking puns. I'm too. My hands are too soft to understand. I'm sorry. All right, one more time. So, folks, there's this guy named Donald J. Trump, right? And I remember like a month or so ago, people were being like, "What the hell is up with his hands? What's going on? with his legs. Dude is not, like, physically not okay, because there were pictures coming out of him with, like, huge bruises on his hands that seemed consistent with, like IV drips. His legs were swelling up out of his shoes. It was genuinely concerning, and I mean, like, somewhat symptomatic of the rest of his administration, of course. And today, the White House released what may possibly be going on. Trump diagnosed with common vein condition after ankle swelling raises concerns. And just to, like, it's a little bit of an understatement to say raising concerns. Like, like that those ankles are literally buckling the shoe. Like, it's not, he's not doing okay. You could, like, compare to, like, who's the man next to him? Jeff Bezos with an even bigger skull, I guess. Anyway, those are not healthy looking ankles, okay? You can compare with other normal sized ankles, okay? And so people were like, what is happening? So he was diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, which is basically just the blood valves in his legs are damaged, and it's causing blood to pool in various parts of his body. And it's it's a problem that affects a lot of people. Something like 20% of the US population is going to deal with this at some point in their lives. And it's not great. Now, one of the things to note is that, well, it's relatively normal. I know it's exciting to get your hopes up that Mother Nature might finally be coming to grant him a sweet rest, but that's, you know, it's not, this is not something where he's in imminent danger. I will note, however, that there are about 6 stages of this chronic illness, and to be diagnosed, you have to be at least stage 3, and the fact that we're all noticing it indicates that it's, you know, more progressed than that. So, you know, I it's interesting, but, like, not all that important overall. However, there are some additional really concerning signs about this man's health. And I'm going to start with one that I mentioned yesterday, because we didn't look at the actual clip, right? And this is where Donald Trump just completely forgot that he appointed Jerome Powell to be head of the Federal Reserve. Like not even, like, kind of forgot, like, just completely obliterated that recent memory from his mind. And you'll see it here. This is actually kind of incredible.
Mr. President Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell? And what's your justification if you're thinking about this to do this?
Too late. He's always been too late. Hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have.
Also, you can tell his brain isn't doing too hot, because his nickname game has gotten really bad. Like, that's why his nickname is Too Late. Like, no one calls him that, and it really just sounds like you said that because that was the literal last phrase that left your mouth. He's always too late. That's why they call him Too Late. Okay. All right. The brain is rotting.
Cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew.
I mean, when we went to the polls to vote, we definitely knew who was in the race, and that it wasn't Joe Biden. But okay, he seems to be kind of a little uncertain now about even who was running against him.
Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut him for the Democrats, Kamala. And how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money. And we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact. But
also, did he call the country a company?
Impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. The country's become so successful. We fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so
No, he did. I just misheard.
Successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him. But
dude's literally talking about how surprised he is that the guy he appointed was appointed. His brain is not fully functional, chat.
They did. So, no, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed. Building.
Also, keep in mind, like, Trump is doing this while world leaders just come to talk with Trump, and then he has like a normal ass press conference in front of them while they just sit there awkwardly off camera. It's really, really weird. Also, the room looks more and more piss colored every time we see it. It's gross.
A renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun, and it's a shame. But the biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest rates, because we should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case.
It's really, really weird to see a man who like it wasn't that long ago. He's only been president again for like, I don't know, 6 months. And dude can't remember that he appointed Jerome Powell to be head of the Fed. Like he can't remember. I was so surprised that they appointed him. I can't believe he's in that position that I appointed him to. Like he can't remember. But it gets a bit worse. It gets a bit worse. Let's take a look here. I am not going to subject you to this entire speech, right? But basically the other day Donald Trump talked about, like, gave a talk in Pittsburgh, right? And here are just a couple of the claims from that speech. Trump falsely asserted that his late uncle, Dr. John Trump, taught Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber, at MIT, despite Kaczynski never attending MIT. Also, despite the fact that his uncle, Dr. John Trump, died in 1985 and the Unabomber wasn't caught until 1996. So, we're talking like not some like small level discrepancies. We're talking like some next level, like, oh shit, you don't even know what decade you're talking about. You don't even know like what the hell is happening. Okay? This isn't like there's no reason to tell this lie unless your brain is just utterly gone. Like this isn't no one's asking him about his uncle teaching the Unabomber. Like it's just he's gone. He's going. Right? Here's another one. He also claimed to have discussed Kaczynski with his uncle. Again, in his uncle didn't know who the Unabomber was because he died in 1985. We're talking like he's making multiple claims about this, and it's just not true. He forgot the names during the speech. He forgot the names of some of his closest aides that he works with on a daily basis. So, like, it's not just like his propensity to lie. That's not new. But, like, this is a level of, like, bad lying and a level of complete forgetfulness that is just not even in the norm for him, we'll say. Okay. He also claimed that he had gotten a $16 trillion investment for the United States based on nothing, you know? So like he's not okay, chat. The other day he said that he had gotten like cane sugar added back to Coca-Cola in the United States. And Coca-Cola is saying that didn't happen. He literally put out a statement thanking the executive board at Coca-Cola for agreeing to his terms, and Coca-Cola's like, yeah, we didn't agree to that. Like, what are you talking about? So it's look, I'm saying this guy's brain is absolutely cooked. Can we take a look here? Yeah. Literally, this is the response from Coca-Cola. But Coca-Cola, which has not confirmed a move to cane sugar, replied to a comment on Trump's post saying, all Coca-Cola brand products are wholesome beverages manufactured in compliance with the federal law, which is just their way of saying, the fuck we did. So, yeah, this was in response to his post saying, I've been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar in Coke in the United States, and they've agreed to do so. I'd like to thank all of those in authority at Coca-Cola. This will be a very good move by them. You'll see, it's just better. Like, his brain is gone, guys. And, like, this is a trend that is just kind of infecting his entire administration. Like, the dysfunction is real. One of the things that they've been trying to do is they've been trying to make Emile Bovee. I forget how you were supposed to pronounce his last name. I think I heard people calling it Beauvais, but I think that turned out not to be correct. Anyway, Emile Bovee is currently going through the process of being nominated to be a federal judge. And keep in mind, this is the guy that bungled the attempt to blackmail New York Mayor Eric Adams. Well, it's going about as you would expect, except that I lied. It's not going as you would expect because literally 900 former DOJ lawyers signed a letter opposing his nomination. 900 former DOJ lawyers. That's nuts. That's not just lawyers in general. That's former lawyers at the DOJ. Like, the dysfunction is running through the entirety of this. I mean, look at this is Kristi Noem from today, guys. Kristi Noem went out and gave a talk here, and it's maybe one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life.
State and those local officials should. We come in and support them. What you saw happen in Texas was much more how FEMA will look in the future. We won't look like the response to Katrina or the response to even Helene and what happened in North Carolina, where people waited weeks and weeks and months for help or for people to show up, or help was promised and it never came. You look at claims from Katrina, some of them still haven't been paid today. State and those local officials.
She's trying to say, like, Oh, yeah. In the future, all of our natural disaster responses will look like how FEMA responded to Texas. And just I'm gonna throw this up here. This is an article from um just like several hours ago today. Let's take a look here. Oop. FEMA's quick Texas response was the exception as backlog grows under Trump. 2 days after torrential rains set off fatal flash flooding in a Texas hill country, President Donald Trump authorized staff at FEMA to travel to the flood zone to help state and local officials begin the rebuilding process. With that quick response, following widespread media coverage of a disaster that claimed at least 134 lives and left 100 people missing, marked a sharp shift in approach since Trump took office in February. And let's just take a look here. Currently, 5 states, including Indiana, Oregon, Maryland, and Maryland, are awaiting a federal response more than a month after they requested a federal disaster declaration to unlock funds and other critical resources. Quote, "You're waiting weeks, sometimes months, to have your disasters declared," said Sarah Labowitz, a senior fellow at the nonprofit Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Texas is the exception, not the rule. And I want to point out something here. Like they're still waiting for a response from FEMA in those states. They are still waiting for it. Okay? Mississippi, I think Mississippi is still waiting on a response to flooding that happened like a month and a half ago. It's genuinely bizarre to try and say, oh yeah, Texas will be the model, especially after Kristi Noem personally dropped the ball when it came to the Texas response. Because Kristi Noem implemented a policy where any funds over $100,000 that needed to be allocated had to be personally signed off by her, which meant that a bunch of call centers that take calls during disasters, their contracts lapsed right during the flooding, and she didn't renew them for days, meaning that people were just calling empty lines. They were like people in the disaster zone experiencing the flooding, displaced from their homes, who in some cases lost like everything, just kept calling and calling and calling and didn't get anyone who was willing to pick up at the agency that's responsible for responding to natural disasters. It's genuinely insane to talk about how this is a model for how we're going to react. It's one of the worst, like, mass death flooding disasters in US history, and they're just like, yeah, this was a model response. No, it wasn't. Not even a little. One of the things that should be done in cases like this is that we need to invest in our, weather reading capabilities so that we can be prepared for these disasters before they hit and prevent them from happening in the first place if we can. Disaster preparedness saves lives. But instead, the Trump administration is slashing budgets for things like weather balloons. One of the things that got cut in a rescissions package that Republicans just approved, like at 2 o'clock in the morning last night, is a massive $9 billion cut to public broadcasting. And part of those public broadcasting capabilities are early alert warnings for natural disasters, for things like flooding in rural areas, for things like hurricanes and tornadoes. Because guess what, folks? Sometimes people need other ways to alert them, and they don't have all of the safety mechanisms in large cities. These cuts are gonna, like, destroy not just, like, Elmo, not just, like, Sesame Street. It's gonna, like, destroy the ability to report the news. And Republicans are all, like, claiming victory over, like, some biased left-wing agenda in public broadcasting. But, like, what it's gonna do, first and foremost, is it's gonna kill Republicans. If you're a conservative in a rural area of the country, this is an attack on you and your livelihood. Like, they want to kill they want to kill their base. It's genuinely wild. God. Also, worth pointing out here that, like, Pete Hegseth just continues to get involved in, like, wild horse shit over things like Doge. This is a story from earlier this week that I don't think a lot of people talked about, but two people in the Doge department, which I guess is still running around causing chaos, got into a fight outside of the Pentagon and called the police because of this fight, and Pete Hegseth had to intervene. Like, this is just chaos. None of this makes any sense. But he was the Doge employee, the boss in the Doge administration, was trying to evict another employee of Doge from the Pentagon. It, like, holy shit. But Jack, it's also an attack on other people, and their base cares more about fucking over other people than saving their own lives. I genuinely don't think that they know. They don't know. Like, if you're a rurally based Republican, you don't know that they're trying to kill you. You don't know that they're weakening the systems that keep you and your property safe. You don't know this shit. What you hear is, oh yes, finally they're gonna get those evildoers over at NPR. Like, they don't fucking know. So much of what is happening is due directly downstream to being downstream of Fox News ignorance. They are kept deliberately in a bubble that keeps them from being exposed to additional information that would be inconvenient. So, like, what is happening right now is that there is a massive cascade of bullshit that is going to absolutely destroy entire rural communities. Well, yes, they purposely keep their base mad and ignorant. Yes, of course they do. But I'm trying to say, if you are a conservative and you're watching my show, if you happen to stumble across this because you want to own the libs, they are trying to kill you. I'm not talking about conservative politicians. We all know they're full of shit. And it's so frustrating. It's so constantly frustrating. One of the things, by the way, that has been going on, and I haven't had enough time to talk about it, is that deportations to third countries have resumed. And it's getting weirder because the federal government is trying to claim, oh, we can't possibly deport them to their countries of origin because their countries of origin just won't take them. Except that that's a load of horse shit. So one of the countries that the Trump administration is trying to deport people to now is called Eswatini, which is a kingdom, I guess. I don't know much about it at all. But the reason they were being deported to Eswatini was allegedly because the countries that these people were from didn't want to take them back, except that was revealed to be a complete and utter load of horseshit by Eswatini itself, who issued a statement saying that they're going to send these people back to their countries of origin because none of them have any ties to Eswatini. So that's interesting. Just again, it's some wild shit. And you know, I don't know how to really parse this, but you know how a lot of people think, like, oh, you know, if you're conservative, a lot of people think, oh, my tax dollars are going to keeping me and my own safe. Fun fact about that. Your tax dollars are going to, like, collect the DNA of children. So look, if you're someone who's been one of those think of the children types. I don't understand this. If you're someone who's like deep in like the QAnon movement or something, where like you guys believe that like the elites of the world are harvesting adrenochrome and shit, how are you supporting this? That I oppose it because I think the government collecting the DNA of people is really fucking weird. But and like an invasion of privacy and like a violation in a whole host of different ways. But you all are like in the camp of the elites are trying to like harvest children for their own sadistic purposes. But y'all are okay with the US government taking the DNA of, and I'm quoting this article from Wired here, approximately 133,000 children. And keep in mind, that DNA information is then being added to a criminal database. So now they are going to have these children that DHS is claiming are potential terrorists based on no evidence whatsoever. They're just going to have a permanent mark on their record in the United States as being potential terrorists because they were brought into the country as children. So, yeah. This is, I mean, this is some real horse shit. These people are abusing children, violating children's privacy, to brand them as criminals for the rest of their lives. And it's just... I mean, the dysfunction runs from the top with a guy who just lies constantly, can't remember the names of people he's worked with for years, doesn't even remember the people he's appointed to some of the most powerful positions on the planet, who has put out statements talking about how, like, Coca-Cola's... I played hardball with Coca-Cola, now they're going to change their products. And even they're like, no. And meanwhile, you have, like, heads of these departments, these powerful people he's appointed, trying to say, like, they have great responses to the challenges in front of them, and, like, Pete Hegseth can't even get, like, 2 dipshits to cooperate in the Pentagon.
Fun fact, but when I migrated to Australia they took my DNA and fingerprints before giving me my residency visa. They also asked to look at my bits.
That is
Australian
gross.
government is full pervert.
Yeah, that sounds gross as fuck. I'm sorry that happened to you. But, like, I just... the dysfunction is piling on top of itself, you know? The dysfunction on top of dysfunction on top of dysfunction on top of dysfunction, and it's all just kind of teetering. And this is not sustainable. I'm gonna keep talking about how, like, this type of structure, this type of leadership, this type of policy, none of it is sustainable. When we talk about fascism being a death cult, being anti-intellectual, etc., it leads to this type of instability and this type of overreach and this type of abuse. And this is why we must oppose it. Because we actually have more strength to oppose it than we might give ourselves credit for. So, that being said, you know, make sure you continue to organize. Organize. Get with your local Dems, get with your local DSA, get with your local Working Families Party, get with your, like, local sewing group, get with your local rugby club, whatever it is you do, whatever it is you're interested in, whatever people you come into contact with on a daily basis who are at least somewhat sympathetic to what is happening right now. Start talking with them about this shit. Start talking with them. Okay? We talked a little bit at the beginning of stream today that DSA members in California have been able to work together with other local orgs in order to stop Avelo Airlines from transporting prisoners on the West Coast for ICE. Okay? Continue to organize because we can stop this. We can prevent this from getting worse. We have the ability to do that. And we can do all of that while pointing at these absolute losers that are currently in charge of us, these cowards. And we can bring them down. Okay? Yeah, Progressive Victory's been doing great work. DSA, great work. Working Families Party, great work. Even local Democrat groups have been doing great work. Your local wine moms who are turning out from like their knitting groups, from their book clubs, they're doing great work. So it's time for each and every one of us to try and step up in the ways we can, because as this regime tries to intensify its grip on power, so too must we intensify our organizing efforts. So, that being said, let's move on. Whew. Hell yeah! All right, we did it. We did an actual honest to God full segment, and we're only an hour and 15 minutes into the show. Hell yeah! Let's go, folks. And remember, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the goddamn buttons, and share the stream around, folks, because we need to grow this channel. We need to be bigger than Hassan, baby. Okay? We need to get up there. And the bigger we get, the more we can do. And yeah. Also, Comrade Girl 100%. Folks, if you need help joining DSA, join our Discord. Oh, get in on our Discord and reach out to GamerG. GamerG can help you to launch a new DSA branch in your local area, and she can also help you to join your local DSA or be more effective in your DSA branch. We have somewhere around almost like 30 DSA members from this community so far, many of whom are becoming delegates or leading different parts of their local DSA branches. We're all trying to come together here as best we can to make DSA more and more effective, because one of the things that is imperative as we go forward is to, like, say fuck off with a lot of the nonsense that DSA has traditionally been known for and actually make it into an effective organizing branch in your area. Okay? We have the vision, we have the will. All we need to do is step up and go to some goddamn meetings, okay? We're going to get huge. Some might say we're even going to get as big as anyone's ever been. Bigger than NPR. I'm bigger than NPR is going to be a very small bar soon. Powered by ethanol. Thank you very much for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Also, click the goddamn button, folks. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn Jack, who is the first musician you get for a Tiny Desk concert. Obviously, it's going to be Jazz Dog and Sweet Myth's music because in Tiny Desk concerts you get like split. You get two at your Tiny Desk concert. I'm disabled and very sick, so I talk to disabled people and doctors and nurses. I see too many doctors and nurses. Honestly, prime individuals for organizing with. Hello! Let me see them guns. You can't... Here. Oh. Just got here. What did I miss? Just talking about government dysfunction. Oof. Click the button, folks. Okay. What is this?
A border. You
Oh,
can.
yeah,
It just can't be.
I forgot about this. I forgot that I planned some good old fashioned Bill Maher dunking. Let's get back into it, because man, I'm excited to dump all over this old man. Whew. All right. Also, folks, remember, drop those subs
Speaking
and
as a
donos.
woodworker, I am tired of hearing about Epstein's plane. I want to hear about his spoke shave. You thought I only had one of these. You were wrong.
Everyone that is into woodworking understood that. Which button? The follow button, the subscribe button, the like button. Do the buttons. And also consider supporting stream with your subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Because folks, this show is not large enough to make money off of ads. So consider dropping all that support. Would very much appreciate it. Making enough money off of ads for me to live. Let me put it that way. Okay. Let's see. Everyone who hits the like button gets to reward themselves with a sweet treat. It's true, you do. That is one of the rules of stream. Organized in memory of Oliver. Always. What a good little guy. Rest in peace, Oliver. Baby. Oh. Just a really well-loved baby. Just so sleepy. Oh, he's such a little guy. Oh. Oh. My heart. We all love Oliver, don't we, folks? More images, yes. So salty about that sweater. Baby. Oh. Happy in that mud. Sleepy. Such a cutie. Rest in peace, King. Whew. All right. Let's continue on here. So I wanted to talk about this. Here we go. Here, let's do this.
That was some weird shit.
I wanted to make sure the soundboard was working. All right, cool. Here we go. So, folks, there's this guy who's awful, and his name is Bill Maher. He's made a career out of having incorrect political opinions for a long time. And I do mean incorrect political opinions, not politically incorrect opinions, because I don't care about political correctness, but I do care whether or not someone has a correct stance on things like civil rights, you know? And he's just kind of a dick about it. He's just kind of a dick about being a dick. And anyway, he had John Leguizamo on his show. And I like John Leguizamo. You know, we're all fans of Luigi here. And he was the original Luigi. And I thought, you know, it'd be fun to take a look at this. Apparently, this portion of their podcast together has been going a little bit viral. So I thought we'd take a look at it. In this, they're talking about like Donald Trump, right? And I figured we'd get like a little bit of a background here.
Virulent racism.
Oh yeah,
and
because of course Bill Maher can't not talk about how like a month or two ago he went to go have dinner with Donald Trump and then wrote about how great an experience it was because Donald Trump was so nice behind the scenes.
He marched with the KKK. His father was arrested
his
for
father
marching.
was definitely a racist,
and his grandfather
You
was
know,
a pimp.
Like of the times, like the people are a product of their times.
I just can't. I just, like, right off the bat, right? Like, John Leguizamo's like, yeah, Trump's dad was marching with the KKK. And Bill Maher's response to that is, people are the product of their times. Like, bullshit. People knew the KKK was a pile of garbage at the time. There was an entire Superman radio show about Superman beating up the KKK. Everyone knew the KKK were pieces of shit.
He is a product of his
but some
time.
of us overcome our times.
Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely
he
true.
Hasn't overcome that.
That is true and fair to say. But he's not on the level of racism that
Stephen Miller
say.
is. No, nobody's at the level of Stephen Miller's racism, and who's the architect of all this mass deportation. Grew up here in Santa Monica.
I mean, I disagree with John Leguizamo only slightly insofar as that I think Donald Trump is maybe not quite on the level of active racism that Stephen Miller is on. But I will say that he is at the very least, and I mean very least, totally fine with the level of racism Stephen Miller is at. And I kind of think that, like, if you're okay with the level of racism that, like, a guy who's literally has the same types of racial views as Hitler would have, I think that kind of puts you in the same boat.
With Latinos, and I guess they bullied him, and he's got a chip on his shoulder over that.
But, I mean, part of this is a backlash to how badly Biden handled the immigration situation. It can't just be like come one, come all, which
Dude,
it was.
There's plenty of room here, and we need
room.
There's plenty of room in America. Come on, there's no lack of room in America.
But it's never about room; it's about resources. And
yeah, we have plenty of those too. Like, what do we lack? Genuine question here. Genuine question for the audience. What here in America do we lack for people to build lives? What do we lack? Well, we don't lack space. We don't lack water. We don't lack food. I mean, hell, we're just throwing away millions of gallons of water on like AI data centers for like machines that don't work so good and literally destroy your brain. Like we have the water to throw away on that. We certainly have the water for like more families, you know? We lack empathy and humanity. We lack the money. We don't lack the money. They actively build up our economy. The more immigrants that come in, the better our economy does. A little working government. We do lack a little bit of working government, but like even so, like it's not difficult. We have the room, we have the resources. We have the ability to accept all of these people, to document them, to like give them pathways to citizenship. We have the ability to do that. And like Bill Maher over here is like, well, it's about resources. Which ones? Which ones?
About like having countries have to have a border. You can it just can't be.
I love that. Like he's like, well, it's about resources, but then he realizes that he can't name resources that America, the richest country to ever exist on the face of the earth, lacks. And so he's then like, well, you have to have a border. It's like, sure, a nation state needs a border, but like you can just document the people who are here and make it easier to come here and easier to get documentation once you're here. That doesn't need to be like policed by an authoritarian Gestapo like agency. You don't need that, actually.
I mean, they've done surveys and something like 200 million people around the world, when asked, would you come to America if you could? Yes, I would. Why wouldn't they? Lots of countries.
Yeah, that's great. 200 million people want to come here? Awesome. That's 200 million people like bettering our communities. 200 million people like creating great food, bringing their culture to share and mix with other people here. Like that is the very thing that has made America great in any kind of sense of that word. Like the thing that makes America great is the limitless possibility of so many different kinds of people coming together and figuring out how to live with each other and figuring out how not just to live with each other, but how to like thrive and build something better than what came before. That's a strength. And Bill Maher thinks that's a weakness. It's crazy to me.
Excuse me, are shitholes,
right?
And they would love to be here. You can't.
I mean,
just let
I'm not right. No, right. The places aren't shitholes, but
well, they are.
I
And
mean,
that's why they want to come.
And it's usually because of America. What America's done, especially in Latin America, has beat up every democracy that was burgeoning in Latin America. They destroyed it to keep their oil or their resources or bauxite or.
Hell yeah, go off, King. John Leguizamo. I'm begging you, bring up the origin of banana republics. Bring it up. I'm begging you.
Bananas.
Like if you don't really have right.
I didn't pre-watch, but he fucking did it. Nailed it.
It's like as far as like women's rights in most majority Muslim countries, women just don't have close to the rights we have here. If you
So we should let them come here, right? I did not pre-watch this. You take that back. You take that back. I got really excited because I didn't pre-watch. But like, okay, so Bill Maher's like, okay, well, we need the resources, but then he realizes that's a stupid point. So he backtracks on that and he's like, well, we need to enforce our borders because so many people want to come here. And he's like, and they want to come here from shithole countries. And John Leguizamo like points out American imperialism made a lot of these places materially worse for the people who live there. And he's like, well, yeah, but in the Middle East, women have less rights. And it's like, well, then aren't you making the argument to allow them to come here? Does that not just say we should let people come here and live better lives with freedom and more civil rights and liberties? That seems like you're making the argument to bring them here, which I agree with. People should be able to come here if they want to.
You can dress the way you want. If you are in a country.
Also, Bill, it wasn't until like 60 years ago that like people could begin to dress the way they wanted in America. And like, I don't know, some cities and some states still have laws on the books just like telling police to arrest people for wearing the wrong kind of clothes.
There's just extreme poverty, which a lot of countries have. Or if there's like the kind of corruption and we.
Yeah. So they should be able to come here. What, like, there should be no problem here with people coming. I'm a pro coming individual.
Have corruption
Oh,
here,
yeah.
of course, but on a level.
Well, we have extra
Well,
new corruption with the meme coin.
But it is on a level in some countries that's
Yeah.
way more.
Well, we're catching up. We're catching up.
We're catching up, but we still.
No, it's still.
But there's a reason why people want to come here, because it's
Right.
still better.
But I got to tell you, I mean,
if you live in
immigrants.
a country where you can take.
I love that Bill Maher's argument is essentially that, yeah, America's really good, and you know, it's getting worse, but it's still pretty good. Then let more people come here. Like
a chicken on a bus. That was always my standard. Okay, I think I have the right to
I
call
love
that a
chickens on a bus.
shithole country, and I see why you want to come here. It's not your fault you live in a shithole. It doesn't mean you're a shithole person.
But
you had the misfortune of being born there, and I get it why you would want to move here.
Right,
And
but the thing is that the immigrants that are coming here are building the country. They're the essential workers.
They are.
They're the first
Yes.
responders. They're doing all your
No.
construction, painting, plumbing.
Yes.
Raising all your food, cooking all your food, serving all your food.
get his
kids,
ass.
taking care of your kids.
Taking care of your kids. We do all the work that nobody wants to do and keeps the country going. I mean, immigrants are the life source of this country.
Yes, they are, absolutely, because
Bill Maher is such a fucking spineless hack. He's such a spineless, principleless ghoul. Where he spends like 5 minutes talking about how these people are net negatives, you know, they're taking resources away from America, they're coming from shithole countries to take our resources that we have limited amounts of, in his view. And you know, they come from all these corrupt countries with no rights. And then John Leguizamo's like, you know, those immigrants that are coming here, though, they're doing all of the shit you don't want to do. They are the lifeblood of the country. And he's like, and even Bill Maher's like, well, yeah. And one would imagine you would want more lifeblood of the country in the country. You know, one would imagine that draining the country's lifeblood, if we're going to continue with this analogy, would in fact be bad and kill the country.
Again, we're both products of them.
Yes, yes, we are both.
We need, but what most
Do it, Cliff.
Americans, I think sensible, middle of the road people would say is, yes, of course, we are an immigrant welcoming country, but there has to be some order to it. It just can't be.
Yeah, so the argument here is just hire more bureaucrats. Hire more like officials that are paid to document these people, not, oh, they can't come in. It's just document them then. Like, why adopt the virulently racist positions of Stephen Miller to do this when you can just be like, yeah, okay, so we'll hire like, I don't know, 1,000 more people to process, you know, document claims. We'll tweak our, you know, declaration policies to make it easier for people to do that. We'll give you a pathway to citizenship. We'll hire like 5,000 new bureaucrats to like process your claims and like streamline the process. It does not have to be the painful process that it currently is. You know, language in the budget that was passed include provisions to make it like even more expensive to try and come here to America, something to the order of like $5,000 to like come in the right way. It's nuts.
Come one, come all. No, you know, I mean, there was like video people would see of people, just the border guards just looking as people are just like giant trains of people. And, you know, that's why, and then where do they go?
Where do they go? I don't know. They go and they find housing somewhere. They go live with relatives. You know, they bunk up with each other, and then they find jobs in local communities. They go to where the work is needed and like build houses and like cook food and do the labor. Bill, do you think they're doing the labor for free? No, they're doing the labor and then they're getting paid and then that money circulates in the local economy. God damn it. This guy is so full of shit.
Went to cities on the borders who then were like, you know what? If you people in New York think that it's such a great idea to let anybody in, we're going to bust them to you. And then what did the people in New York say? I mean, even
I love that Bill is like, oh, and then you can see from this you can see from this example of governors deliberately busing people to places that have no infrastructure to support people that this is bad. Except there are some critical differences here. Number one, places that exist on the border are aware of the phenomenon of people coming into their communities, so they have cheap, affordable housing for those people to stay at. They build up the capacity to house those people because they benefit from the labor those people provide. When you then take those people and you send them to a place that hasn't had the time to build up that capacity, that makes it difficult. But if those places know that they need to build up that capacity, they will. It's not as thought-provoking as conservatives like Bill Maher like to make it appear.
the governor of New York was like, we can't take all these people. Mayor
mayor
Adams was like, and he's right. It's like, you know, these people live here, and now this is their burden to this degree. But I mean, those people,
I agree.
those cities on the border called the bluff.
Like, again, Bill Maher's argument is just, yeah, and you can't deal with that. There's just no way. Yeah, we could put human beings on the fucking moon, but we can't figure out how to house a couple thousand more people. Are you fucking kidding me? Here, just out of curiosity. Let's just take a look here. Here is from yeah, here we go. Just an interesting little fact for you from this is a report from last year. Tens of thousands of rent-stabilized apartments remain off the market during record housing shortage. Landlords kept an estimated 26,000 regulated units offline last year, rekindling a debate about the role of New York's strict rent laws. Basically, instead of renting out units that are rent-stabilized, landlords just said, we're going to keep them empty. If we're talking about like, oh man, the capacity to house these people is just impossible. There's literally almost 30,000 units just sitting there, not being used because landlords have a stick up their ass. And that's just like the landlords of rent-stabilized apartments, but there are more empty apartments in New York City that are not rent-stabilized. There are so many other ways to like accommodate this. So I don't know. Again, throwing your hands up in the air like Bill Maher and pretending like, oh, there's no possible way to deal with this problem when there are absolutely tons of ways to deal with this problem is ridiculous to me.
Of the sanctuary city. It's very easy to sit there from far away and go, we're a sanctuary city. Okay, well, here's all the people sanctuary, and then they didn't like it.
Let's fix the immigration problem.
That's the kind of hypocrisy.
Also, the idea that New York City didn't have undocumented immigrants before a massive influx from red states that were deliberately timed and intended as a political stunt. To pretend that like undocumented immigrants just aren't in New York City, a city that is historically where a lot of immigrants go. Like, come on, man. That's stupid even for Bill Maher.
Let's fix the legal immigration because it's a broken system. That people who've been here for 30 years can't be naturalized. That's insane. Who've been working here and giving their lives. And just fix the legal immigration. Stop creating these quotas and this blockage.
He did finally have to go back on that and say, you know, the people who work
farms
because like who does he think cleans the rooms in his hotel?
Right.
Who do you think does, Bill? Because you seem to think that like it's impossible for these people to live and work here, but then you simultaneously believe that they're vital. They can't be both, man. It can't be both. You got to pick one. You got to pick a lane.
Exactly.
Who do you think mows the
was his
lawn
in all his
at your golf club around your first
who
wife's
polishes
grave?
your golf balls for you?
You know? So, you know, he has a way of like always going too far and just doing...
And then tacoing. Yes. He just tacos.
Tacoing. Everything is Latin.
I forgot
Even
the
our
whole world
words
is Latino.
coming from taco. That's right.
Come on.
Well, the Iranians found out it's not always taco.
Oh my God,
They found out it was not always tacoing.
Yeah. That's
See, it's kind of good to have that reputation of like, oh, he never follows through. Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're
And
like
then boom,
a
it comes out of nowhere. Sucker punches you.
$30,000 bomb up your ass.
I'm sorry, I just noticed that Bill Maher has a poster for Chick Camp. What the fuck is that? Man, when you Google it, it doesn't even come up. I genuinely have no idea what this movie is. What? There's nothing about it online. What is this? Is it his first movie? No. I mean, as far as I know. Bill Maher, Sean Young. Chick Camp. The movie that comes up is the movie that I can find on IMDb. This is the one movie that comes up, and it's titled Cannibal Women in the Avocado Jungle of Death. And I don't think that's correct. So, all right. Oh, it got renamed Girl Camp. Why does the poster say Chick Camp? Okay, well, when I Google Girl Camp movie, the #1 result is Girl Camp 2004 lesbian flesh pots. And I don't think that's what that is. So, I think that might not be it. It's an Alan Smithy production. Imagine having a movie poster for a movie that bad on your podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then
like
boom,
a
it comes out of nowhere. Sucker punches you.
$30,000 bomb up your ass.
It's so crazy.
So, well.
Well, here we are.
So what are you doing out here? Are we
hustling? Selling.
What do you?
I'm hawking wares.
Like for what?
Smoke.
Oh, that's your series?
Yeah.
Apple.
True.
All right. Yeah. John Leguizamo has a new series out on Apple TV. Apparently, it's pretty good. Anyway, Bill Maher continues to be a dumbass. So that says a lot. It says nothing about my search history. But also, it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that's my search history. Let's see here. Are we sure this is the right one? I mean, okay, you're sending me the plot to something called Girl Camp, but it does not look like it's a professional production. Here's the summary from Chubby Camp Productions. Financially struggling Girl Camp is bought by Yamamoto Enterprises. Forced to turn a profit, Heidi, Joe, and Betsy create weekly theme camps to run simultaneously with the standard summer camps. Despite the duo's best intentions to save their beloved home, the result is often ruins, charred ruins. And no, there are no There are no actors or anything associated with that on IMDb. Okay. God. I don't know how to close this segment out, so I'm just going to say it's done. It is finished. Sounds like softcore porno. It does. So, anyway, also Archangel the Cobb. Hello. I hope you're doing okay. I know you're going through a rough time. Now, folks, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, share the stream with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, your work associates, your enemies. Share it around. And also, folks, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats because I spend a lot of time making this show, and without your support, I would just perish from the face of the earth. My memory, but dust in the wind. Share it with your local dildog. I love the dildog emote, by the way. It's a 10 out of 10. And folks, click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Hell yeah. Chick Camp is a 2006 comedy film. When I Google Chick Camp 2006, all I get are results for Jesus Camp. And that's not a comedy film. Jazz Dog does make absolute bangers, it's true. What they do? You know, mods tend to not take it well when people are jackasses to them. Folks, I'm just gonna throw out there that we currently have around 300 people watching on the YouTube and only 118 likes, and I can't help but notice I played the Click the Button song. What more do you guys want from me? Do you guys want like a Dono Ghost song? You're gonna have to make some donos for that. The Dono Ghost song must be earned. And god damn it, do I hope it gets earned, because I need to keep some bones. I was number 107? Hell yeah, Jess. I already clicked don't look at me. Bones? Yeah, the Dono Ghost will steal my bones if I don't get enough donos. We want to watch Manticore? Unfortunately, events keep happening. Oh geez, you need bones? I know, I keep telling chat, but my bones are slowly vanishing, and it's no good. It's kind of like a Marty McFly situation from Back to the Future. They begin to phase in and out of existence. He is a surprised farmer / cowboy. What in dog nation? Save her bones. The movie posters behind Bill are fake. Why would he do? He's been in actual movies. Why would, if you've been in actual movies, why would you fake have movie posters? Why would you do? I'm genuinely upset about this. He's been in actual, like, well-received films. Why would you make fake movie posters when you're in the movie business? God damn it. I hate Bill Maher. It's okay, Hammock. Whew. Oh my god. We have photo evidence. Just some like this is what he's going with. This is nuts. Why though? God, I don't understand. I hate Bill Maher so much. It's nuts. I say it's nuts way too much. Those posters look like shit.
You better not be anywhere but the goddamn robot, Shinji.
And there's Andy Norup. Thank you for the 100 DKK coins. Donkey Kong! Also, Shinji better be in that goddamn robot, for all of our sakes. All right. Okay. Time for us. Yeah, it's time. Cheers. So, folks.
Question: who is more insufferable, Gavin Newsom or Bill Maher?
Gavin Newsom, because unfortunately he's going to run for president. Okay, folks. Also, Jazzdog, thank you for the $5 dono, buying me precious minutes to beat back the Dono Ghost. There goes that subtle Brita product placement. Oh yeah, I'm raking in that big Brita money. Okay. Here we go. So y'all remember how the other day we talked with Suris about the former chair of the DNC launching a new Joe Rogan of the Left podcast? Well, the first episode dropped today, and I figured, hey, let's check out. Let's check out how it goes. Let's see the Joe Rogan of the Left in action for the very first time. And you know, it is an episode with Tim Walz, so it might not be as insufferable as it initially appeared, because I like Tim Walz. But that being said, don't hold your breath. Let's take a look.
Welcome to our very first episode of At Our Table with me, Jamie Harrison. The conversation you are about to hear.
Okay, also, I do want to say right off the bat, this man would have a really good future reading bedtime stories on a YouTube channel, because I think he has a really nice voice to fall asleep to.
With Governor Tim Walz was recorded before the brutal murders of Minnesota Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and the attack on Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Our sympathies go out to the victims, their families, and everyone in Minnesota affected by this terrible act of violence.
Hello, Jack. Jim Water, CEO of Water here. Your residual check is attached. Thanks for your continued endorsement of our product.
Jim Water, thank you very much for the $25 dono. Much appreciated. Also, everyone, have you ever realized how good water is? Water. Delicious. And is water technically considered nutritious? I don't know. We'll get our scientists on it right away.
It's family talk. It's street talk.
Yep.
There's no frills, no fancy words. You know,
Good.
Feel free.
If you say a fancy word, you gotta put a $5 bill in the fancy word jar. That's the rule for the podcast.
To drop F-bombs or whatever you got to do whenever you got to do it.
Okay, I hope both of these men drop an F-bomb in the first minute. I hope in the first minute here they say fuck, because that would be great. Tim Walz should just immediately drop one.
So welcome to At Our Table with Jamie Harrison.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a spin transition? Oh my God, it was.
Welcome to At Our Table with Jamie Harrison. And folks, this is a treat because I am here with a dear friend, someone who I have known since 2006 elections, when he came in with that big wave of Democrats that took back the House of Representatives in that election. I'm here with a guy who was the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee in 2024. But he is also the amazing governor of the great state of Minnesota. Folks, please welcome to our table.
Do you think Jamie Harrison has ever said the word
It's me,
fuck?
the fucking CEO of Sand. They call me Doug Sand. Eat sand a day keeps the Doug away. Otherwise, forget your kneecaps. I mean, Doug Sand signing off.
I really love the recurring bit of different characters financially backing the stream. I love Doug Sand, CEO of Sand.
Governor Tim Walz.
Not even Sand Enterprises or anything like that. It's just Sand.
Well, good to be with you, Jamie. Good to be at this table. Back in South Carolina a little bit.
Yes,
feels good.
It's good to have you in the Palmetto State.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
But Governor, I want to first start off by just as my friend, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for putting your all into the 2024 election. And I know you, with Vice President Kamala Harris, put everything that you had into it.
I miss Peter Niet Russian.
I just want to say thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. That means a lot too. I think
Yeah.
for all of us, when you get out there, the human side of it, both for Kamala too, her family, and the goal is to win. That's what you need to do, and we understand the implications of not doing that. But I appreciate on the human side of saying that families kind of along for that ride, whether they want to or not,
whether they want to.
And
or
I'm
not.
proud of the work we did. And I said I think just that. That vision of a positive
it was Grigor
America,
Niet
where
Russian.
there was hopefulness, joy. There was the idea that everybody mattered. That it wasn't about tearing people down. It was about lifting people up. You can say what you want. You need to win. But I
So
also
what's the
think
deal? Does he take a table around the country to do these episodes? Why aren't they addressing the table in the room?
Yeah, that is a good question, because the shot reverse shot isn't over the table. They're both sitting on the same couch. It's a weird setup for a podcast not like titled after a couch and instead a table.
message matters.
To be honest, I am not a huge fan of Doug Sand. He's coarse and rough and irritating, and he gets everywhere.
The knife is stuck. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Vision matters.
It's really, really important. And right now, I know that a lot of our folks in our party.
I mean, there is a table right here, but also both of them don't look very. This couch looks very uncomfortable, and also I don't know, if you're gonna have a podcast on a couch, like I feel like you should take your shoes off and get comfy.
In our political family are hurting right now. They're disappointed that we weren't able to win. They're disappointed that you're not in the vice presidential residence, that Kamala Harris isn't in the White House. And they're hurting now because
honestly, if you're gonna call it at our table, you should have just a comedically large table where you talk at each other from like opposite ends of it. I think that would be fun. Just like a comically long table, and they're both at the head of the table on either side.
they see all of the chaos that Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are unleashing on the nation.
Yeah.
What do you say to those people right now?
Yeah, well, it's I see it. People are hurting, and you're right, and they poured their heart into it. It wasn't for the lack of folks not working and not having a vision. As we said, Vice President Harris had poured her heart into it, and I think we know you don't win these elections so that you win an election. You win them so you can improve lives.
Amen
and I
to
think
that.
we were all pretty clear, and I think all the folks tuning in, they knew kind of what was coming, but just the cruelty of this administration right now, just the cruelty. And we've been talking about cruelty and corruption. It's either one or the other every day with these folks. And I think the cruelty is usually aimed at folks who are least able to push back.
Yeah.
And so I think those folks hurting, no, you're not in it alone. I am, hard to ask people to pick themselves up and come back out into this fight, but nobody's going to ride in and save us.
No.
And it's not going to get better. And I think for those of us who are in a privileged position or in elected office right now, or are engaged or want to know how they get engaged, there's something very therapeutic. And I also think there's something very noble about this. There's folks that they don't pay attention to politics are getting.
You can tell Tim is connected with people to the point it scares the right. Fox News mocks him / cuts him down nearly every day. It's disgusting. Yeah, but also and someone noted in one of the chats that he looks a little bit leaner. I think he is genuinely preparing for a 2028 run. I know a lot of people kind of counted him out after 2024, but he's not going to be very old in 2028, and I can very much see him running on a ticket with an exciting vice presidential candidate.
Just slammed by
Yes.
this. There's single moms that are going to have a hard time with snap cuts. There's my mom on.
Yeah, I assumed this was going to be like a kitchen table situation, Theli, but nope.
Security, wondering what's going to happen. You get it that they're there. So I think the response to that is what you're feeling. It is scary, and I don't think we do any favors by telling people it's not.
Yep.
But I do think there's a responsibility for us to tell us, all right, what's the plan to get out of this?
Yeah.
what's the plan to do something?
Well, and I think that goes to where do you think the Democratic Party is right now? And, Governor,
Tim Walz is like 61 years old, but like in politics, that's crazy young. Like Donald Trump is almost 80. Like he's like months away, not about a year away from being 80 years old.
I was talking with folks on my team the other day, and I said, I got 2 young kids at home, 10 and 6, and we watch a lot of Winnie the Pooh. And
who are these doofuses? This is Jamie Harrison. He was the former head of the DNC. So, very prominent Democratic figure.
In Winnie the Pooh, Democrats are a donkey, but we are sure as hell are Eeyore most of the time. It is a woe is me party, and everything is dark and dim. And the Republicans remind me of Tigger. Tigger will fuck everything up. I mean, he will just mess it all up.
Oh my God, he did it. He dropped a fuck in the first episode. I didn't think he had it in him. Genuinely thought we would never hear the word fuck uttered on this program. But also, it's really weird to choose to drop it when you're talking about Winnie the Pooh. Like, that's such a... That's when you're dropping your fuck? You had a fuck to give, and that's where you gave it?
Up, but never take any ownership of it. Like, still hopeful and joyful and bouncing around and messing other things up. Like, how do we get out of being Eeyore, right?
I never thought of that analogy, but it is pretty apt.
It's only apt for like the leaders of like the establishment Democrats, right? Like, if you're like a
Did they make sure that couch hadn't been defiled by J.D. Vance? Did they ask the cuck chair if it saw anything?
First of all, thank you so goddamn much for the $100 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
I think I hear a dono ghost. Hell yeah. Nindreen, thank you for the $100 dono. Very much appreciated. And thank you for protecting my precious, precious bones. Also, I like the idea that any couch in Washington, D.C. is just not safe. No couch is safe. No love seat unsoiled. Also, people asking, is this the Jamie Harrison, the former chair of the DNC that led the Democrats to utter and complete ruin? The answer is yes. That one.
I've been saying, I use this.
And yeah, it is an inappropriate like comparison to compare like Republicans to Tigger when like what they're doing is just like hyping up a hysteria and like a panic. It's just McCarthyism. That's not Tigger. Like I don't know. Like the equivalent would be like if there was a hunter in Winnie the Pooh that was systematically slaughtering the woodland creatures and coming after Christopher Robin next.
Analogy, we heard a woman in Georgia say, we're like deer in the headlights, cars coming at us, and we just stand there till we get run over. Look, I know you, your family, you poured your heart and soul into this, and the most difficult job is trying to build party, because one of the things that we value so much is we value that big tent. We value those individuals.
It's the hunter who kills Bambi's mom.
Voices. We value that individuality. I'll say this about Republicans. They'll put on the same uniforms, spout the same stuff, and walk in the same line a little bit. That doesn't get us anywhere. But I think getting back to what you're saying is I think it starts with having a candid, conversation like we're doing right here.
I hope Tim Walz tells him he really fucked up. You really fucked up the party, Jamie. That's the candid conversation right there.
Acknowledging this isn't the woe is me, we're terrible or whatever, but we have to acknowledge. Somebody asked me, they said, well, what would you have done different in the campaign? One, for starters, we would have won. That would have been a good start. And
yeah, they still make Winnie the Poohs. They made like a Winnie the Pooh movie like 3 years ago.
And then backing back from that, look, you've got to understand the things that you can control. And I do think there's a sense of that we're open and we're able to critique, but sometimes it ends there. Rather than saying, look, we're doing good things. We can do good things. We're the party of Social Security. We're the party of civil rights. We're the party of addressing climate change as a real threat. And
we're the party of the working class.
And we're in this business to lift folks up. And I think when we get these wins, when we know we're moving, there's got to be a little of that. I think the way you get people involved with that, I always said this as a football coach. One of the hardest things was when you see when teams aren't very good or there's a tradition in schools, you probably witnessed this. There's nobody on the team. Well, nobody wants to be with folks who aren't winning and aren't doing something. You've got to show wins to people so they get on board. And that's a big believer that I talk a little bit about this in Minnesota. Look, we've got our problems, as you well know. We just, memorialized the 5th year of George Floyd's murder. So I don't want to make it like, we know our glass house. But the one thing we did in 23 was we got a 1-vote majority in our Senate, and we ran with that. We gave people free school lunches. We cut taxes. We did a child tax credit. We did 2040, full renewable energy. We moved fast, we moved quickly, and we moved on things that people could feel. So now all of a sudden, people are like, well, this is pretty good. Things are working better. There's jobs here. We're seeing this happen. I think too often, and I look, it's because we believe in governing. If I had to do it again, being part of it, I took a vote that I was willing to go home. They, remember the Tea Party thing with the ACA. I said, well, I'm voting for healthcare, and I don't care if I go home. I'll go back and teach school because people need healthcare. Well, in that process to get the ACA, we kept compromising with Republicans, and they gave us nothing. They gave us no.
I'm really glad at least someone is admitting that, yeah, it is bullshit to work with Republicans. You cannot trust them, and they have stabbed Democrats in the back on bipartisan legislation time and time again. And what I want to hear next is like the next level of that, which is that it is bullshit to try and play patty cake with people who are on the verge of leaving the party. Like, if you're a John Fetterman type, if you're a Kirsten Sinema type, if you're a Joe Manchin type, like, the Democratic Party needs to play hardball with you. They need to get like nasty. They need to like actually keep you in line, because like that is unacceptable bullshit. You know, so the Build Back Better bill under Biden would have been exponentially better if not for Manchin and Sinema. You know, it would have raised the minimum wage. Remember, we all remember when Kyrsten Sinema killed the minimum wage increase. That should never have been allowed to happen.
Votes, they gave us nothing. And we made a decision, well, let's do healthcare and then we'll do the Employee Free Choice Act. And we weakened our labor union.
Yep.
Now, look, this is hindsight. There's people smarter than me thinking. But the lessons I learned from that was, if you get the chance to be in power and there's things you can do to improve people's lives, you better do it.
Because you remember, we had 60 votes in the Senate and the control of the House.
And Barack Obama had a 70% approval rating.
That's exactly right. And
I do appreciate here that Tim Walz is basically saying, yeah, Barack Obama fucked up. Because that's pretty rare in terms of like Democratic Party politics.
Not 2 and not a 38% approval rating and not 34 felony convictions. You know this, and we didn't have. You know what they had in resistance? They had Mitch McConnell and John Boehner.
Yes.
So it wasn't like they had a charismatic person there.
Not at
and
all.
They stopped all that.
They stopped all of it.
They stopped all of that. Yeah. Why can't Chuck Schumer get his shit together, huh? Hey, Jamie Harrison, as former head of the DNC, you got any insight on why Chuck Schumer isn't pulling a Mitch McConnell right now?
And I think we stopped all of that because
I would agree with you.
We get so, as Democrats, and this is my biggest frustration, is that what's that saying about the perfect and the good,
Yes,
right?
yes.
But we will fight like
We'll
hell
eat our
against
own.
yeah,
We'll eat our
we'll
own
fight
over
like
it.
hell against each other, and I wish we could have that same type of fight against the other side when they are literally trying to tear apart our democracy.
This is a pretty.
I wonder if anyone's gonna bring up like the financial, like the lobbyist money, because the reason Democrats often don't fight is because they're compromised by corporate money. So I hope that gets brought up here.
Profound point I'm not certain. Look, if I knew how to get there, I'd have been part of the team that won, but we didn't. But I do think what I'm feeling out there amongst people now is that sentiment. Look, and I think this is me. I don't think you can let Trump off the hook on one thing.
No.
Where people say, well, he's just trying to distract you. Well, it's civil rights, so I think we better pay attention to that. But we can also pay attention that he hasn't done a damn thing about prices. He hasn't done a damn thing about, the economy. He hasn't done any of that. We have to figure out how to simultaneously hold him accountable, flood the zone with that, but then come up with policies like this. I said, when we come back again, we better fix healthcare where people don't have to deal with insurance companies and fight with them. Because look,
I am a sucker for potential presidential run in 2028 on Medicare for all. I am a sucker for that idea, and I want it really badly.
I'm proud that we have protections for pre-existing conditions, but what good's it do you if you can't get in or your hospital's closed?
Amen to that.
Doesn't do anything.
And that's so important. As we reflect back, part of my reflection is I've been looking at 2024 and particularly right around the time of what I call the switch, right? That event that we had in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
When you were just announced, you got on a plane from Minnesota to fly to Philly to be for the first time with the vice president on that stage. And I
100% agree with you, Ienzo. Like when anyone's talking about letting Donald Trump off the hook, like Donald Trump and every single evil fascist in this administration needs to be prosecuted. And like they need to be held to account in more than just like a finger wavy bullshit kind of way. Like people need to go to jail. Like there needs to be an accounting here, because the groundswell of organizing power I'm seeing on the ground from each and every one of you, from all of the people who turn out to, Good Trouble Lives On, from all of the people who turned out to No Kings, from all the people who are working together with Indivisible. I went to an organizing event for people who want to organize in their local communities the other day, and like over 130,000 people were trying to get into the Zoom call. That does not happen when people aren't angry as fuck. And there needs to be, for like to maintain like the fabric of our country, there needs to be a reckoning with what they have done and the harm they have inflicted and the people who are going to die. There needs to be a reckoning for all of that damage.
Walked into that arena. I came up from DC, took the train up, and walked into that arena. And it was so loud that my watch, the Apple has a decibel thing.
Yeah.
It was so loud because there was so much energy in there. There's so much joy. And when you got up there, you brought this this humor and strength and energy. And I was like, I know we are going to win because it felt like 2008. It actually felt even more than 2008.
I think so too.
And we had all of that, and then we went to Michigan, and we had. You remember that Michigan was like that. The airplane.
Yeah, genuinely, I don't care about the circumstances of like if Trump and Vance try and pardon everyone. I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. There needs to be like a special tribunal assembled to hold these people accountable. They're like, we tried to like let a bunch of these people off the hook, and it literally just doubled down and worsened the situation for all of us.
Hanger and
obviously I'd never been along on these, but I had been in politics long enough, and I think you too. Like, look, if you're in this business long enough, you don't get to pretend like things are okay if they're not.
Yeah,
you're seeing data, you're feeling it, and there's something about the vibe that's there that's real. And I've been through races that I've won by 35, and I've been through races I won by 1.5.
Yeah,
you know how this goes. This had a different feel. Like there was an energy and a positive.
The convention. I mean, Jim Clyburn called me up
I've never seen anything
the
like
week after the convention. He said, Jamie, I've been to every convention since the late 1960s. He said, I don't want you to get a big head. I was like, boss, I already got one. He said, but that was the best convention I've ever been to.
Yeah, it was the best convention because it was about what our politics could be.
Felt like a family reunion.
It felt like a family reunion. And the people who came out, and it wasn't just about us celebrities here, celebrities there. It was about people feeling like they had a say in this, like they could be different, like we can chart our own future.
Well, my question, Governor, is though we had all of that unique energy, and I felt like you were loose. I felt the VP was loose in a way.
Just as an FYI, if you guys don't know Jamie Harrison's history, he got his start basically working for Jim Clyburn, right? One of the major power brokers in South Carolina. And then he went on to become a lobbyist for the Podesta Group, essentially like lobbying on behalf of companies like Berkshire Hathaway and Wells Fargo and like Walmart and casinos and the pharmaceutical companies. Like, this guy I find him particularly grotesque. But what's interesting to me about this is that he was also the DNC chair from, I believe, 2017 until 2024. Yeah. Wait. No, he was DNC chair from 2020. He tried to become DNC chair in 2017. So from 2020 to 2024, he was the DNC chair. And like, he has only been in charge of the Democratic Party under Biden. And I feel like he fucked up. He fucked up so hard. But also bear in mind that because he's the former chair of the DNC, he has a lot of pull and power within the existing party. So Tim Walz being on his show, that's interesting to me.
That she normally isn't, right? Like, because she's she's very regimented, but she's very sharp. Like she's straight to the point. But there was that joy was so. What happened?
So I mean, there's people got to tell the story.
Yeah, I mean, when people talk about like, oh, they told Tim Walz to stop saying things are weird. We're talking like the consultants around Kamala Harris, and we're talking about people like Jamie Harrison.
And they're going to tell it from different angles, but you're right about this. Speaking of the vice president, I knew the vice president. She was the vice president. It was a privilege to be with her, but I got to know her a little bit. And I tell the story one of the first times I was with her and her husband. It was my wife and I, and we went into a school in Savannah, Georgia, and we were driving down the little roads to get to Savannah. It's kind of out there,
Yeah.
you know. You're not just in Atlanta, and little kids on the side of the road with signs or whatever, and you could feel it. And she didn't, and she was very careful not to embrace the cultural moment of what she was in. But I remember speaking about how loose she was and how good she was. We went in there and the band was playing, the cheerleaders were there, and the football team was in the back. And then we were going to do some, you know, kind of take some questions from the kids or whatever. And just out of the blue, the vice president says, "Oh, yeah, I was a band kid." I'm like, "What? You got to tell people you're band. When you're a band kid, you're a band kid."
You're a band
and I
kid.
said, as a teacher,
well, you
I know
can tell when she was down here in the drum line. Yeah,
you
knew
could
she
see
was
the band
a
kids. The band kids were, you know, relating to her, and it was that very personal thing. And I just think we're going to have to try and understand. And this is, you know, I don't have the answer, and I may be on the wrong thing. What Donald Trump does so well is identify issues with people. He doesn't do a damn thing to fix them, and then he exploits them, and then he turns it into fear, and he takes up a massive amount of bandwidth. And I think one of the things is when we had the bandwidth focused on us, the first announcement, you know, because there was nothing else, they were reeling. They didn't know how to get in the news. They were,
and honestly, you should have kept calling him weird, Tim. Keep calling him weird. Keep making little jokes about how JD Vance fucks couches. You would have sailed in.
you know, they felt like we were picking on him, calling him weird.
Y'all remember? Do you all remember when he like made a joke about that on stage and got like a roar of applause and cheers and laughter? That's the kind of energy you need to fight someone like Trump.
Call them strange. They were kind of spiraling a little bit. And then we went into the convention, which I will say has never been better organized, never been more energy. You know, the roll call states is legendary, legendary. So all that happened, and it was us, wall to wall, every podcast, every TV station, whatever. And then they came back again and started to fill the space. And, you know, look, I'm not a critique of modern media or whatever, but this desire to create a horse race.
Yeah.
Because I kind of felt coming out of Chicago, this might be Secretariat's win. She hit full stride and it was going and it came back. So I don't know if we have quite figured out the modern media tempo mode. I don't know.
Well, my question is, was that the mark in which the consultants took over? And because I almost feel
I'm a little upset. It's you were the chair of the DNC, Jamie. You know whether or not the consultants stepped in at that point in the camp. You know that.
Feel like what we saw originally, even the behind the scenes of you and her chatting for the first time and all that, was so natural, was so human, and it was so the two of you. And then I almost felt like we came out of the convention and like the consultants and the campaign staff and all took over, because the joy that you were bringing, I didn't see that Tim Walz as much.
Well, you know what, you know, folks who are in communication.
The joy, i.e. the smackdowns.
Communication and media, they want to control the message. And there's a reason for that. And I said, look, I'm on this. I'm glad this is a podcast. We can do whatever. I'll drop.
One thing that I appreciate, if Tim Walz does run again in 2028, I know that he's kind of saying stuff along the lines of like, I wasn't quite used to the media tempo or whatever. I think this guy knows exactly what happened. You know, like he's not stupid. But I think that it was his first time being in a national political spotlight, and he listened to consultants, and I don't think he's going to make that mistake again if he runs.
The F-bomb, or I'll speak out, and then after I say something, I'm like, you know, maybe I'm not right about that, and correct it. Well, you do that now, they're so worried, and you see this with the Republicans. Oh my God. I mean, I can't imagine what they would do if Jesus tried to run for office here. They would just destroy him.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a chance. And look, the campaign needs to be run by people who were higher up. My job was to help win this thing. I didn't get that part done. I do think if there's a lesson to be learned for Democrats, and I've always believed this, that the authenticity and the true passion you have, if people know, do you really care whether my kids eat or not? Because you say it, but do you really care?
Do you really care?
Do you really care that I can form a union, or do you know that the unions help finance your campaign type of thing? And I think you know, watching that and watching, like I said, that
one thing that I think he is aware of is that is who he's talking to. So like he didn't say Medicare for all earlier. He's not talking about the working class in clear terms, but he's talking about, yeah, you need healthcare where you don't have to deal with an insurance company. You know, you need, you know, to get people to believe you actually want them to form unions. You know, like I can appreciate the way he's adapted his presentation on these ideas to talk with someone like Jamie Harrison, who is, I'm going to go out on a pretty sturdy limb here and say Jamie Harrison is probably not a big fan of those ideas, you know, considering his history with lobbying.
The vice president, or one that was never on camera or anything. Because look, I'm still freaking out. I'm on the bus with my picture on the side and the vice president of the United States, and it's her husband and me and just a couple people, and we're getting ready to get out. I think this was somewhere up in Pennsylvania, and there was a big crowd of folks waiting for us across the street. A big crowd of folks that weren't with us, red hats and everything. And no one's in there. No one's got a camera or anything. And I'm looking over there and, you know, me being probably saying something smart ass, you know, and she turned around and she said, Tim, never forget, we're in this to work just as hard for them as on that side of the street as this side of the street, and turned around and walked out. Those are.
Oh, so Rat Negative, I'm not interpreting this as Jamie Harrison coming at Tim Walz. I'm interpreting this because not many people, I'm gonna guess not many people are gonna watch or listen to this podcast. But the people who do are going to be, you know, the folks who act as kingmakers for the Democratic Party, you know? And my guess here is that this is essentially a trial for a handful of people to essentially like test the waters to see if they can consolidate the political power behind themselves to run for president. I'm guessing that is what some of these appearances are going to be, and that's how I kind of read Tim Walz being on this. I think he's continuing to test the water a bit more seriously here. Oh, the proximity to Jamie Harrison is tarnishing his image. That is fair. But also, I think it's a savvy move if you're trying to angle to be president. Like he's the governor of Minnesota. He can't pretend at being an outsider to politics.
The stuff that people make up or try and say, she really felt it. And I don't know if we are always hamstrung to a certain degree because we believe in the institutions. We believe in democracy. We do believe that the other side is not our enemies, you know, that Donald Trump has painted that into. And I don't know how difficult that is because I think out of this, and if it's consultants making it, whatever, when it's too formulaic, it doesn't feel like your passion's in it to fight.
Exactly right.
And I keep using this line. People tell, I don't even like Trump. And I don't know if he's right, but I do believe he's fighting to get this. And I'm like, what in the world? You know, and that I'm not sure they think that about us.
No.
So you've seen this. You know how these big.
Yeah. I also agree that like Republican politicians are our enemies. But I think if you're someone who is trying to run to be president of the United States, you generally can't say that about the electorate.
Campaigns work. And you know, somebody's got to be in charge. Somebody's got to structure it. And I said my job was to do nothing to hurt the vice president and to try and do the ticket. And that's the way. And I think somebody's got to be in there to put guardrails on. But I think we've gotten to the point where we think we can look at the numbers and that there's a binder you pull open. These are people and emotions. And in this mode, people were scared. And look, that playbook of destruction on the other side, they will tear you down for whatever you do. They will make fake videos. They will do whatever. And I'm not sure we know the way to respond to that is just, I mean, head on. And we don't do it as much.
No, we don't do it as much. And I think because we are so buttoned up and because we are so cautious, and sometimes because we don't want to make mistakes, but you know, we're human. Humans
well,
make
it's the
mistakes.
football analogy of this was, and this was what I said. You just, in any race, I've said this, you can't play to not lose. It's the prevent defenses. Everybody uses it. It's
always
not
loses.
It's not a cliche. It changes your hunger. It changes your attitude. It changes how you're punched. I even find it with me. When I start getting into it or I start feeling defensive, I'm back on my heels.
Yeah.
My speech is not as powerful. And then all of a sudden the thing that starts to fade away there is you look like you're indecisive a little bit. And more importantly, you look like you're not in it for folks.
Well, and I agree wholeheartedly on that. The prevent defense mindset that some folks in our party have, which is we just got to
name names.
Run out the clock. Like just run out the clock. We're gonna win this. We just got to.
Don't you think that you
name names? Say Chuck Schumer's name. I know you're talking about him. Say it.
Did this because I know you believed in this because there's no place I'd go in the country where you weren't at. I think Ken Martin follows in the way you see this. And I say it that, the first person I heard really articulate it, and I wasn't even in politics at the time, was Howard Dean, that we got to play everywhere. We got to be in 50 states. And I think what happens is you start buttoning it down. You start saying, look, I know every damn road in 7 states.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I'm now in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was in Texas. I'm glad I was in Nebraska. And I think as a party to get broader on this, I understand with the Electoral College the strategy around the blue wall. But when you start doing that, and again, I mean, the whole discussion, and it's better, maybe 90 days is not time to do it. But
I mean, the blue wall is what cost so many states their legislatures. Like it was such an obscene failure of the Democratic Party under Obama. It's genuinely shocking. Everyone involved with that should have been excommunicated.
500 days that we have before the next midterms is plenty of time to start thinking about winning congressional seats in South Carolina.
There you go.
And in Indiana.
We have to stop shrinking the battlefield.
We shrink the battlefield. We have no other options. And then you're basically...
What's the blue wall? It's the prioritization of certain states for democratic operations. So basically saying, oh, that's a solidly red state. We're not going to invest any of the party's funds in trying to win over local or state level seats in the government. Instead, we're just going to focus on, shoring up support within already solidly blue states and, focus on the swing states. It's basically what cost so many seats. It's why Obama lost like a record number of state legislature seats while he was in power,
A 1 or 2 point lead, and you play prevent to hold on to it. And we didn't want to say anything. And once it starts slipping away, how do you come back?
Yeah. And it seems like we're Democrats. We're the ones that always shrink the field. Republicans don't. I mean, think about it.
They do not.
They were running a Senate campaign in Maryland, and they picked a good candidate that they thought was good, and they were running a competitive race. Blue man.
I mean, I think here's what I think is going to happen with Tim Walz if he manages to make it to the primary and he does actually throw his hat into the race. I think what's going to happen is he's going to play the good cop to a vice president who is going to be like the bad cop. Kind of like he's going to be the level-headed, kind, reasonable one, who comes across as like, he's got a plan. He's going to do X, Y, Z. You kind of know what you're going to get, right? And he's going to have an attack dog VP candidate, and who that might be, I don't know, but I've been thinking a Walz AOC ticket would be incredibly strong. And I don't know if that's what it's going to be, but like I honestly, if Bernie has given us so much, and if it was a Bernie Walz ticket, that could also work, or a Bernie AOC ticket, I think that could also work. But like, dude's too old to run again. He barely had it in him to run last time. We need to let him rest and pick up his standard.
Maryland. But then people say, well, go to Nebraska and run a Democrat. Well, no need to spend any money there. Don't need to. No.
4 points.
Yes.
Yeah.
You go into Nebraska.
I don't think Mamdani can run for office, guys. Sadly, Mamdani, since he's born in Uganda, like can't be vice president because the vice president has the same conditions as the president in order to run. He's also just too. I mean, I guess by the time it's 2028, he wouldn't be too young. But that being said,
Adam Presley, governor down in Mississippi,
Exactly
2 points.
right.
2
Exactly
points to a
right.
Democratic governor, a progressive Democratic governor in Mississippi.
And just think if over the years we were building a strong infrastructure in Mississippi, then we could compete.
Well, I know
It's
this is
just-
you preach this for
Yeah.
years, and I believe. Well, look, I'm sitting on the edge in 06, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty good year. But I'm in a district that had one Democrat since 1892.
Yes.
Incumbent with 12 years, millions of dollars in the bank. I'm a school teacher, doesn't even know anything about politics, didn't know anybody, and I'm running, but we're starting to get some energy.
Yeah.
Well, the conventional wisdom at the time says we can't invest in that or whatever. Well, as that map started to broaden, there were some people that said, start investing. So in October, a little bit of investment. We've been working our butt off for 2 years. All of a sudden, we take a district that is strong Republican,
Yeah, if it's a ticket like Walz, Pete Buttigieg, I will lose my shit, and it won't be pretty. And if that happens, I am going to like disavow that ticket because like holy shit, that would be a disappointment.
And that is, and Governor, that is why
I don't think that's going to happen because I think Pete Buttigieg is just going to straight up try and run again. Like I'm not too worried about a Gavin Newsom attempt to like at the primary because I don't think he's got the juice. But I am worried about a Pete Buttigieg because the libs fucking love Pete.
I have told people about 26 in many ways, and you ran in 06. 06, those of us who were around in 06 and ran those races, 26 is starting to look more and more like the environment we had in 06 because you had a unified Democratic caucus.
Yeah, I would say the fuck word if that happened.
In the House.
Midterm of an unpopular president.
Midterm unpopular president.
What do they see in him? They see someone who's competent. They think he's, the liberal wine moms think he's handsome. They think he's got enough experience. He grew a little bit of stubble, so that makes a difference for some people. Pete Buttigieg sucks though. Like he's just, I can't. He's not the guy who can rebuild this country.
Overreached. Yep. Remember George W. Bush, even though he won in 2004, decided.
Would Walz even let that happen? I would hope not, but I don't know. Like you have to remember, Tim Walz is also a liberal. He's not a socialist. He has some very liberal liberal mistakes from being governor of Minnesota, and it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he could like cave into some kind of pressure to pick like Mayor Pete. I would hope he wouldn't. I think he recognizes the need for like actual commitment to like policy in our current times. But yeah. That being said, I need to take a quick break to go use the bathroom, so be right back. While I'm gone, consider dropping those subs, donos, membership, super chats, and hitting the like, comment, and subscribe button. Do the things. BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Americans, including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Y'all should listen to more Sweet Myths. Excellent band. That song is a banger. Oh, 10,000%. People need to be blasting this on speakers at protests. Oh, hell yeah. Do it. Do it. Bring a fucking boombox. Sub to Sweet Myth's YouTube channel a few days ago. Hell yeah. They make bangers. All right. I'm back. Thank you for being patient. And let's finish this. Actually, right before I get back to that, I'm noticing we have a couple hundred people here, you know, a solid like 400-ish people. And I'm just going to say, hey, folks, do you like workers having rights? Well, here in my local area of the Twin Cities, the IATSE local 13, the Stagehands Union, is putting together this petition to improve working conditions that were imposed by a company that is directly working to try and undercut the working conditions of union members. And so please sign this petition. We are 260 signatures away from the goal, and I can't help but notice that we have, let me see here, how many people? How many we got? There are about 290 people watching on YouTube, and an additional 76 over on Twitch. So genuinely, y'all who haven't signed this yet, we can make this petition hit its goal. Okay? Super easy. Just sign this petition. That's it. You can sign it from anywhere in the world. Got options. Fill it out. Sign it. Support your worker rights. Let's go, folks. Talked about it earlier in stream. Go sign that petition. Doing it now? Fuck yeah. All right. Before I forget, I need to add something. Deny depose. Need to add this, and then we'll resume our adventure here. Yeah, we'll throw that right there.
There was a story.
Patrick Bet David jump scare. Okay. And guys, you are going to want to stay for the Jeffrey Epstein segment we're going to do tonight, because it's genuinely insane. So, here we go. We're not doing that segment yet. We're doing this segment first.
Against Kerry, Republicans, they were already writing the epitaph for the Democratic Party. We were done
for a generation.
We were done. People were saying the Democratic Party is buried after 2004, and yet
2 years later, a no-name school teacher won, plus 51 others of us. 2 years after that, we have a junior senator from Illinois as president of the United States with a 70% approval rating, 60 U.S. senators, and the House by 60 votes. That's how fast this can change if it gets organized.
Pendulum.
But you've got to be there.
You got to be there, and that's why I'm proud of Ken. I think Ken's going to build on what we started 4 years ago. But what you are doing, going all around the country, doing these town halls in Republican districts, I think that is so key.
Oh, they hate that
because you get you're giving people in those districts hope.
Yeah.
You're
and what we
seeing
forget,
them.
I've said this, Jamie, and I think I probably talked to you about this. You know that I'm a geographer.
Yes.
That's my training and at heart. I am convinced that 2000 election and the red-blue map has done more to destroy this country than whatever. Because what I'll tell you is, somebody looks at a map, it's just bright red here in South Carolina. Well, I'm going to find out there's an awful lot of progressive Democrats around South Carolina. Same thing is true in all these other places, but it also holds true with us. Minnesota's a purple state, and
people need to get these preconceived notions out of their head about where the Democratic Party, where leftists can find success. We need to abandon these old ideas. This idea that red states deserve what's coming. Now, there are people who live and work and fight for better conditions in those states.
Can't take those for granted. But once you do win, then you're able to expand it and do more. And I'm hoping that as we see this, we don't wait until, August of 2026. That's why the work right now. And you go to these districts, you see people rise up, and they're tired of this. They want to speak out. And I'm telling you, there's a reason that their leadership told them not to do these town halls, because I did the town halls on the ACA.
Yep.
They're hard.
I don't like Jamie Harrison, but honestly, I'm surprised he's not being a bigger piece of shit on this. To be completely frank with you guys, I'm actually a little surprised at him making the kind of electoral connections that he is. And it's a weird feeling.
The difference between them and me was I was proud of the ACA, and I was proud of what President Obama was doing, and I was glad to stand in front of them whether they agreed or not.
Yeah.
These folks are not proud of what they're doing. If they are, they know they're in big trouble. I watched a United States senator in Iowa say, you're kicking people off supplemental nutrition and Medicare, and people are going to die. And the response from a Republican United States senator is, well, we all die. I would just note, you will not hear the last of that.
And we have to be ruthless in repeating that over and over.
We're not on this. Yes. Senator Ernst, you will be hearing about this.
Yes.
And the doubling down of saying that, President Trump's doing something about it isn't going to get there. Because I'm telling you, Iowa will elect someone else.
Oh, they
Iowa
will.
has.
They will. They will. And there's, you saw glimmers of hope in Iowa just in this last election, 2024, competitive House races in 2 of their districts.
The special elections that have come since then.
Yeah.
That we've won Senate seats down there that went for Donald Trump by 26 points.
I sincerely hope that Joni Ernst's comments haunt her until the day she dies. I genuinely hope. She doesn't deserve a moment's peace for saying something like that.
The Democrats won. Even in a place like Minnesota, we had a special election. I think this is instructive of this energy you're feeling, comparing it to 2006. We had a special election for an open Senate seat in Minneapolis, probably one of the bluest districts in the country, state Senate seat. And it was a midterm, whatever. Well, Minnesota has very high first or second voter turnout always. But special elections in off years tend to be down.
Yeah.
That special election, which the Democrat was going to win by 40 points, even if they were dead, they were going to win by 40 points. It was a given, had the highest turnout for a special election in our state's history. People, the outcome was already determined, but people needed to channel their energy. This is where the Democratic Party needs to be bold, needs to go to these places, needs to invite them in. You were mentioning that the Republicans know this. I remember in last fall, people scoffing at Donald Trump going to California and going to New York.
Yeah.
He was running up the rate on the popular vote, knowing that it had a huge psychological impact if he could win the popular vote. We could have been running up the score in Texas, in Houston, Texas.
There you go.
And in Dallas and in other places.
In Florida.
In Florida.
I begged the campaign. I literally begged the campaign. Because I went down to Florida my team will say about 4 or 5 times in the last few months that we need to go to Florida. Why do we need to go to Florida? Yes, it's going to be
local candidates too.
To help local candidates. It's a hard state, but you also have to understand that there's certain states that are influence states.
Yeah.
Florida and Texas, particularly in the Latino community.
Yes.
Right? Similar to the reason why South Carolina is important as a first in the South. There's a statistic that says 90% of African Americans in this country that were born in this country can trace at least one ancestor to South Carolina. Why is that? It's because 40% of enslaved people came to this country through the port of Charleston. Yeah. And many folks in New York and in Ohio and in Chicago all have relatives. Many of them spent their summers here with their grandmama and their grandpa, right here in South Carolina. Yeah. And so, yes, it may be a red state now, but the influence that it has on the community, those communities, the Black community. Well, Texas and Florida has that same type of influence over the Latino community, right? Because they are the gateways for the Latinos coming into this country. Yeah. And those folks come into Florida, come into Texas, they have many of their relatives there, and then they go to other parts of the country. Yeah. And so when you don't compete there,
I think he's making a valid point insofar as the traditional thought over the last 20-ish years in the Democratic Party is, don't waste your time going to a solid red state or a solid red district because you're wasting your time. Focus on the swing states, focus on that, except that what has become more apparent is that these people are essentially abandoning a base of support that is important. There are workers in these states. There are workers in every state. Working folks are everywhere, and those folks have different connections, right? They have different connections in different areas of the country. I think it's worth pointing that out, that a lot of Black people have connections back to South Carolina. I think that's worth keeping in mind, but I think it is also worth pointing out that we need a shift fundamentally in Democratic strategy so that people and candidates and influencers actually show up to those states rather than going, fuck Florida, fuck South Carolina. They voted for this. This is what they get. There needs to be a bit of a shift in perspective as well as a shift in actual deployment of political resources. And I think that's what he's talking about here. And I agree with that, What's necessary is what they are talking about, a 50-state strategy where the Democratic Party no longer is just holing up behind their traditional bases of support and doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on that, but is instead blitzing in every single state with a message that can appeal to all people. And I think that is actually really important and the path forward for politics in general. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm all right. Just stressed. I got a lot of things to do. Moving's hard.
Votes. We may not win.
Yes.
We may not do it, but we will close the gap.
You close the gap.
And I would make the case that the most.
I don't know. I think about Anna Eskamani, or Dr. Anna Eskamani in Florida, and how great a local candidate she is, and how much people like her and the organizers that helped her campaign to flourish, how much they could do if the Democratic Party actually gave a shit about Florida, I think there could be some real movement there. Similar to Texas. I think there could be some real movement in Texas if, the proper messaging, the proper policies were actually like turned into actions, actionable policy.
Important elections we see are the school board elections
Yeah,
in many of these
crucial.
cases of what they're trying. Crucial. And if there's no infrastructure there to help them, look, like with me, I saw it. Minnesota has that strong party.
Yeah.
Ken was there.
Ken
doing
was
it.
there,
They
yeah.
they were doing it. So what that means is if you're an unknown in a congressional district, there are party people who know. So I call up somebody like Deb Hoganson, a woman who works as a social worker in a town 3 hours from where I live, who I don't know anybody. She set up a little meet and greet, brought folks in, let me talk to them. Pretty soon those folks are now my volunteers to help out there. Without the party, you just don't have the infrastructure. People are like, oh, the party. No, the party is a supportive mechanism to get there. If we invest, we being Democrats across the country.
Vaughn 400, if Republicans lose bigly in the midterms, it depends on how bigly they lose in the midterms. That will determine how Trump reacts, right? Like if we take, and some of the numbers kind of indicate we might take the House and Senate, then there's some real there's some real blockage that we could do with Congress, right? If Democrats just retake the House, then there's not a ton they can do, and a more authoritarian overreach is likely. But we should be working on organizing for our mutual defense right now in every state in the country, and then that will aid in our attempts to retake the entirety of Congress in the midterms. And in the event that we don't do that, will help protect us from the worst of the authoritarian overreach.
Invest in these state parties. The work that was done out there, and that Brandon Presley, at DGA with the Democratic governors, ran a hell of a race, got to within 3 points against an incumbent.
Yep.
You've got 40% black voters, in
Yeah.
the highest in the country.
Yep.
And we can win in those places, but you can't win without infrastructure.
No. And I know that you all at the DGA put some money in that. We put some money in the DNC, but it's almost a little too. It takes time to build that infrastructure.
Dan from the internet, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. We're taking a look at Jamie Harrison's new show, and I'm honestly weirdly surprised that he seems to be in favor of shifting tactics, which is nice. I still don't consider him an ally by any stretch of the imagination, but it's interesting at the very least. I know a lot of people are finding this boring, but like genuinely, the bar I came into this expecting, like what I was expecting when I came into this was my expectations were so fucking low. They were basically in hell. So the fact that we're like, I don't know, in some kind of limbo dimension is a pleasant surprise. Also, for the raiders who are just joining, here is a link to a petition. There's a local company here in Minnesota is trying to undercut IATSE union workers and impose worse pay conditions, etc. We need more people to fill out this petition. There's I think we need 100, maybe 200 more signatures. And if everyone in this watching right now filled it out, we'd have all the signatures we need. Just saying. So with that being said, here we go.
On the ground, the Deb Hogansons.
That's exactly
that
right.
need to be out there.
That's
and
exactly
they're out there. Those people are out
They're
there.
totally out
but
there.
They are on their own in a lot of cases.
Let me ask you a question about you're going to these town halls. One of the hot topics right now in politics is about the engagement of men, particularly in the Democratic Party.
Okay, this I'm interested in. But also, this is admittedly really boring content. I'm sorry, I can't jazz it up. Sometimes we got to eat our carrots and peas. But we will talk about Jeffrey Epstein after this.
Party, right? And you know, we saw that there was a shift in this election in terms of Democrats losing men, particularly, you know, not only white men, and we've always had, or at least in recent history, you have the issue with white men, but younger white men, younger Latino men, younger African American men, we have slipped there.
Yeah.
In some of these town halls, have you seen some of those folks come to your town halls? And tell me about some of the conversations you've had recently about that.
Yeah, they have. And I think, again, you know, I've got a young one. My son was able to vote as an 18-year-old, and I asked him about his take is, especially young white men, is he said, Dad, a lot of them aren't about the policies. They're about the thrill and the excitement, and, you know, Trump brings the circus type of thing, and that type of acknowledgement. Now, I think I would make the case there's a lot of toxicity in that. I think there's the Andrew Tates, there's some of that kind of stuff that gets in there. But there is a realization for us that I'm not talking about us being, you know, bred in circuses and entertaining, but we got to be something for them. And making the case that I think you can separate asking, as we never should shy away from equity and making sure things are there. But
Genuinely, when like young men say it's like Trump brings like the sauce, you know, it's just a lot of young men are attracted to projections of power. That's it, right? Like if you have a Democrat up there like beating their chest, yelling, you know, making accusations that they can substantiate about conservative, like young men will gravitate towards that. Like if you can bring some heat and thunder to your presentation as a political candidate, young men, young women, people in general, they gravitate to that. You know, there's a reason why like revival preachers are so wildly successful, and it is in part because of the theatricality, you know? Makes sense to me anyway.
But also lifting up that we want people to be successful. And I would just share you with Jamie. This is one that Wes Moore is really good at and talked to me about, talking about black men and what happened. And he said, you know, you get a lot of good-hearted politicians that'll come to black men in the community and talk about we restored felon voting rights. And he said, not knowing how insulting that is for these young men to say, look, I'm just looking for capital because I'm an entrepreneur. I've got my JD from Georgetown and I'd like to kind of do this. I'm thinking about starting this. Where you're missing the point about why are we narrowing it that it's about prison reform or something, and we do that rather than saying, and he talks about this is that Donald Trump sells snake oil or whatever, but it's capturing this idea of wealth and being able to be successful, which we as Democrats, we want people to pay their fair share, but why are we against people being successful like that? We can't be. Why are we against? We should talk about businesses. Not all businesses exploit their workers, and we get ourselves stuck in that.
Oh, well,
this is what I mean when I say Tim Walz is still, at the end of the day, a lib, you know? That being said, I think there's something to recognize when we're talking about, like, you're running to be a candidate for president, you're running to be in charge of any different part of our society, that there are going to be people in the business community who are going to want, like, support. And there are going to be, like, those mom and pop businesses. They're going to be, like, the small local comic book store, you know? Like, and I think a lot of us instinctively recoil from that, but people want to know that it's going to be okay if they start a business and like they become successful. Yeah, I guess there's a limit that there, you know, we reached the Overton window limit on Tim Walz. Now, if he was a class trader kind of lib, I can get behind that. I mean, he's not even a class trader kind of lib. Dude literally worked as a teacher for like 40 years. I understand his animosity, especially as a bumfuck nowhere Midwesterner, but I think it's important not to overlook the fact that in a lot of this country, it's 60-40 split, not 90-10-1. The over Tim window. Hey.
And I think we lose that.
Listen, I've gone head to head with a bunch of folks who are so judgmental about what you do. You know, in the end of the day, if you're not breaking any laws and you're just
like Tim, understand like where Tim Walz came from. Like he's a union man. He was a union teacher for like, again, decades, and that's his background. He's very pro union. He's very pro worker, but he's also not anti like people getting wealthy. You know, I think he might be classified as like anti-billionaire. I think he's probably safe to say he's against that, but I don't think he has any problem with people being successful in life and business and being millionaires, you know? Ah.
just providing for your family.
Yeah.
You know what? You go to many of the black communities, they're proud of you. You know,
they should be.
Because you are doing
Yeah, also like understand that part of the reason he was so successful in Minnesota is because like farther left elements of Minnesota pushed him farther left. And like yeah, he's a lib who can read a room. He's a lib who's on a basic level in favor of like workers organizing for better conditions and pay, but like he's not inherently anti-capital.
well, and you're doing well for your family. You're living the American dream. But you guys,
which by the way is a damn sight better than most of the libs we have. So, you know, I'll take it.
Some folks, if you work for certain companies,
Yes.
if you don't do something, then it is judgment. You know, I get to the point and I tell some of these people, well, hell, then you pay my student loans.
Yes.
Like if you are so concerned about how I make my money,
yes.
If you are so concerned about the job that I take, then I want you to also be equally concerned about helping to take care of my grandma.
I think with young people, that is, especially young men, and especially maybe with Hispanic and Black, that's saying, look, I'm working my ass off.
Exactly.
And I want to be successful and I want to buy that car.
Yes.
And you know, you can do that and give back to your community and do this.
You can do all of those
So I don't
things.
think we lift up that model. And again, the Democratic Party makes your chance at business success so much better.
Economy
because we're
does
gonna
better
help,
when
we
Democrats
do
are in
better.
charge.
You know that.
Yes.
And it's both, you know, from the training to the investment in infrastructure to all of the things that do that. We
like ultimately I'm fine if this is the vehicle we have to build like to rebuild our society in the aftermath of the Trump administration. I'm fine with this being like the starting spot, like the starting place. But this is also a mentality I would hope we would grow beyond as we continue to improve things afterwards.
we should embrace being the party of pro-business.
Yeah, a step one situation.
I've been watching your streams for a while now, so I felt bad for not donating. Hopefully this helps you, dear.
Well,
People hugging Black Heart.
Thank you so goddamn much for the $50 dono. That is incredibly, incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much, Cassidy. Appreciate you very much. And thanks for speaking out even as a lurker. Much love to all the lurkers out there.
We're just simply talking about all businesses. What we don't want is monopolies.
No,
we don't want corruption. We don't want the folks that are, you know, that are preying on the communities or the bad actors. But we have this reputation that the business community is somewhat hands off from us. And look, business community's finding right now how bad a businessman Donald Trump is, crapping on the economy, you know, tariffs, back and forth, threatening businesses.
You know, we're going to talk about this at some point later on in the stream, but for a segment that is upcoming, I did some research into a guy named Omar Fatah. I'm probably mispronouncing his last name, sorry. But he's running to be the mayor in Minneapolis here, and part of his campaign, and he's being like attacked by all kinds of conservative media right now across the country, and he's being called the Minneapolis Mamdani, which conservatives are using as an attack, but he's genuinely really, really cool. It's what a great nickname. Also, Lawrence, thank you for being a member. Love the positivity this early in the morning. Always. Much love from Germany. Much love from America. Yeah, it's intended as an insult, depraved ambiance. But I looked into, like, I went to his website and just wanted to know, like, more about his policies, right? And his first of all, his campaign website should be like the gold standard for campaign websites, because like dude has all kinds of ideas on how to improve the city for better, right? I think people looking at small business and snubbing their noses are really sleeping on building co-ops with the resources and opportunities, and teaching about co-ops with the political power. I think that's a really good point, Nine-Tailed Witch. And I think maybe we need to get back to some of the roots of this channel, which is talking about how gay I am for worker-owned co-ops. I think democratic worker co-ops are like genuinely the best thing, and like the vehicle we can use to get us to like an actual functional socialist state. And I think we should pursue that, but that's a conversation for another day. And also, but Omar Fateh has a section on his website. He's, by the way, a self-proclaimed socialist, and he is also endorsed by the DFL here in Minnesota. He's the Democratic endorsed candidate, at least in his district historically, but now he's running for the mayor. It's a whole thing. Anyway, he has a section on his website dedicated to small business, and one of the issues that is currently hitting a part of the city called Uptown is that there have been empty storefronts ever since like the George Floyd protests, because a bunch of venture capitalists own like a ton of the building spaces, and they figured out that they can just not my bad, Omar Fateh. They figured out they can just like sit on vacant storefronts and wait to try and get like Apple Store to come back and move in, and they make money off of just letting it sit vacant. They can write it off as a tax loss. And part of the issue is that now there are just tons and tons of storefronts that have been sitting empty for years, right? No, Gamer G, I'm not talking about the Minneapolis DF. I'm talking about in his district. In his district, he's won the primary like twice now. And like last time he ran in his district, he won 90% in the general election. Let me talk about it when we actually do the segment. I just wanted to make a small aside so I could talk about the fact that this guy who identifies as a socialist has an entire section of his website dedicated to small business policy and like implementing a vacancy tax and like an incubator fund so that like small businesses and local businesses can like start up in this section of the city.
Riverboat Jack. It used to be about the gay AF co-ops, but now it's only tradwife wine boutiques. Stop watching so much Emma Vigeland. Pogo.
I also watched the Majority Report today and heard Emma Vigeland talk about how much she loves wine. Thank you for the $5 dono, Uncle Gumbald. Yeah, he talks about the need for a vacancy tax that like escalates the longer a storefront is vacant. He talks about the need for creating like a citywide, kind of bureau for small business development that can like help immigrants who might not speak English very well to build up their company and find success. He's talked about like small business loans that are basically at 0% interest so that people can start up companies and like bring business and commerce back to this area instead of having it sit all vacant. And like what I mean by this is that there is a way you can be pro-business and still be a socialist. These things aren't necessarily at odds when we start looking at like the day-to-day activities in small communities. But that being said, I would prefer that we incentivize the development of democratic worker co-ops, but that is a conversation for another day. Anyway, back to this. Hopefully that made sense.
What can you imagine threatening individual businesses, saying you're going to do this or I'm going to do this as a leader? If you're in the business community, shame on you for supporting this guy still.
Yeah. Well, listen,
business and trade and like markets are not synonymous with capitalism. That 100% correct.
My thing I often tell people is that I want workers to get as much as they can, but if a worker works at a company that isn't doing well, they ain't gonna get.
Wait, if all due respect, if you're from Germany, why care about U.S. politics? I'm not from Germany. I was talking about Minneapolis. I'm from Minnesota.
Shit.
That's right.
Right? I mean,
I've always said that about labor negotiating. I want the best
Exactly.
contract possible. A broke company doesn't do
A
any
broke
good.
company won't do it. I mean, it just won't.
I think our message has to get there, and I do think that is a lot of with these young men. And look, I'm not a the amateur social
Yeah.
psychologist here, though. Is I know this as a school teacher. Social media in our modern world has made isolated people more, and
Yeah.
there's this idea of wanting to belong. And I always knew this. I wanted to get kids involved. I didn't care.
Yeah, Das River Boot.
If they were working on the school play in the band or playing on the football team, I liked them all. What I cared about is they were involved in something. If they weren't, they would go find something to be involved in. And that thing might be on.
Oh yeah, I said much love from America because someone did a membership and they're from Germany.
On the other side of things. I think Donald Trump understands this about society. People wanting to belong to something. These rallies, he says nothing but stuff we listen to, and it's
Yeah, sadly, people from all around the world do need to pay attention to U.S. politics because we kind of export all of our bullshit elsewhere.
crazy or whatever. People aren't going to that necessarily to listen to him. They're going to be with community. They're going to be where a place they feel like they're valued. They're going to a place where they can share. And I said, Trump even gets the whole thing about, being part of a team. Give them the same hat, the same slogans and stuff like that. It's maddening to us. For a while there in August, I think we were giving them that place to go. You gave it to them in Chicago. You gave them something. And then we just kind of quit.
We did.
He didn't quit for 4 years.
No.
And we said, what's he doing out there doing that?
I am from Ohio. I follow U.S. politics because it still affects me and my family.
Hell yeah, Lawrence. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I'm not saying that rallies are going to win this thing, but it's community. That's what these town halls are doing. That's what podcasts are doing.
So
we don't
important.
have the infrastructure to keep people engaged. And we expect all of a sudden they're going to show up in November because we're telling them, look, this Project 2025 is going to screw your family.
Yeah.
It's going to screw this country. You need to get out and vote. And they're like, I don't know. You guys aren't very exciting. And so
let me ask you a question.
Okay, I know this is absolutely immaterial to anything, but this cup is so goddamn close to the edge of this table. Like it's so close to falling over. It's been making me nervous the entire time. The entire time. Also, and I do mean this, I think they should bring a cat in. Like, if you're going to be sitting on a couch, get a cat to, like, come in and fuck up the recording sometimes. Adds a level of verisimilitude.
Personal note. How did your family deal with the post-election? Like, did you go into election day thinking we're going to win this?
Yeah, I thought we were going to win. And it was kind of scary for me because I got to be honest with you. I got a great job that I love in Minnesota being the governor, and then it's going to be vice president, which, a little bit different. I thought we were going to win. And I say this of someone who I've gone into elections saying it's going to be nick and tuck. We're going to need.
Yeah, but think of how great the content would be to watch the cat fuck up the podcast, right? Think of how great the content would be if, like, while Jamie Harrison was talking about all that, like, the cat did knock over the cup, right? Like, I think it'd be great. What an excellent addition to the podcast.
This we may not win. So it's not like I always like, oh, we're going to win when you're not. It's not that. But it just felt like it. The numbers were looking that way. I don't put a ton of stock into it, but it looked like things were trending. So we expected, we thought we would. When we didn't, obviously, again, it's not the, people are said like, how are you handling whatever? And white men who run for vice president land pretty well afterwards. They'd be fine. This thing about, oh, aren't you crushed or whatever? I'm like, look, my thing for doing this is it's not about me and it's not about me being that. It's knowing that if I was vice president and Kamala Harris was the president, we would be helping expand Medicaid instead of getting rid of it. We would be working towards expanding renewable fuels. We would be expanding college opportunities. That was the sadness for me, that the lost opportunity of what we could have done. Your family, as you well know, comes along for the ride with you. But we've always been partners in it. They're all in it. They know. And, my wife's attitude is she does this after every election. It takes her about 48 hours. and then, okay, what's
She
next?
processed it
What's
and
the
then
next
move on.
fight? And
That's
she's
good.
back in the fight again. And same thing with, I think, my kids.
By the way, I do love Tim Walz and his wife. I like that Tim Walz is a wife guy, and like the few times she's like gotten up and spoken at some of these events, like she does a really good job.
Yeah.
I would say, get the opportunity, how grateful I am, how people were. You know, there were some, especially with my son Gus, who, if every father got the opportunity to see their son be proud of them, I would wish that for them.
Well, I honestly believe that you and I were probably in the same boat on the convention, because I know I saw in your eyes, and I saw just how you emote.
You can say genocide, strong gamer. That's what's happening in Gaza. It's very sad, but that is what's happening.
Sitting there on that stage to see how proud you were of your son.
It was,
and he was equally proud of you.
yeah, and it was really surreal. And that moment of humanity that you miss.
No one here is going to clap back at you for that.
All this, because look, this is the convention.
Yeah.
They're writing a speech. You know me. I said I don't like to use teleprompters.
Yeah.
I didn't know how I was going to, and you can't help it, even if you've been doing this for a while, be pretty nervous. And then there was like a staffer that was coming around and said, it looks like the numbers are like there's 25 or 30 million people watching it. And I'm like, I don't need to know. I don't need to know. Like on TV, the hall is full. And then they said, there's a guest speaker going on right before you, Oprah. I said, oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful that you would have this. So I'm all sitting backstage like, oh my God, you know, and this was funny about Philadelphia. I was standing there with the vice president first time going out, and she looks at me and she goes, don't screw this up. I'm like, okay. But I'm waiting to go out there, and I go out there, and it's Chicago. You know.
What I find, one of the things I find interesting about this, and I find a few things interesting here, but Tim Walz, when he does like these town halls in red states, he kind of has like he's developed like a stock kind of like set of things to talk about, and he's outside of that familiar territory here, and I find that interesting. I find it interesting to see him in a different setting with a different set of talking points. And I even calling them talking points isn't really what I mean, but I hope you guys understand a little bit. Like, he's in an unfamiliar setting, and like he's adapting to it, and I think it's a little bit more. It's not that he's not genuine when he's talking at like these no-show Republican town halls, but like, I don't know, he's performing for an audience in a way that I don't feel like he is here, I guess. Like, he's aware of who he's talking to, and he's talking to Jamie Harrison. And I think he's curating his message for the Jamie Harrisons of the world here.
It's the arena. It's all the stuff. And this is a very important speech to give. And I look down and I see that. And everything just kind of melted away.
Yeah.
They had surprised me. I'd never seen those football players.
Yes,
and I
saw them in the back.
So
Good night,
this was the other
Ashley.
thing about the convention. It was the human side of it. This wasn't just a fake production. That whole team put that together, brought those kids from that 25 years ago state championship football team, grown men now, came wearing their jerseys, and I had no idea they were coming. So the moment I walked on stage, that's the first thing I see, and then I look down and see Gus, and I'm like, damn, this is why we're in this. So I said, just the genius of the people who put that convention together was, it put me in the moment to give that. That wasn't a speech. That was talking about what we believe in.
You were
What we
speaking from
believe.
your.
Wait, watercolor skies, I'm not sure what you mean when you're saying that Tim Walz got rid of Medicaid for undocumented folks. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm pretty sure undocumented folks were never eligible for Medicaid. They should be, by the way. But
heart.
Yeah.
I can tell you the moment for me, the greatest moment of my life at this point was being on the stage with my boys giving the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
To open up the convention. And I mean, I walked off stage and I broke down into the ugly cry. I mean, it was just, the emotion was overwhelming.
There was so much goodwill from people. And look, these are political people too. To go, if you're going to go and spend a weekend and your money and go to Chicago and be part of this. But there was just a sense, and that's why I said of wrapping around. So you asked how the family handled all this. I said, I think just the goodness of America. Like, look, there's the ugly stuff. There's some of the commentators, that go, but the
when I think that like where Zoran Mamdani hits on like a fundamental working like folk message that rings true across all of America from every corner to the other. I think Tim Walz has learned how to communicate this. I don't know, like salt of the earth style politics. That's very different from the Mamdani brand, and it's much more subdued, maybe even passive aggressive. But like I think it resonates with a lot of people in a different way than Mamdani does. And honestly, like, yeah, they're the two types of dad, exactly.
Vast majority of people, and my favorite thing on the campaign was I would see people with signs that said, "I'm voting for Gus's dad,"
Yeah,
and they would hold
love
those
it.
up,
I
or
love it.
love like Gus, and I'm like, okay, that's good.
Well, listen, one of the things that right now is a big talk about the president and the vice president. What is your assessment? Like, if you had to write the looking at history in terms of the Biden-Harris administration,
Yeah.
what's your assessment of the Biden-Harris administration?
Yeah, the competency of doing what I think, history will be clear. Those of us who aren't biased where they're at, and I don't think I am on this, I'm just where things were at, pulling us through COVID, which was life and death.
Yeah.
The change from Trump bungling it to getting the support we needed, keeping people alive, and then bringing us all the way basically to the soft landing that every economist and every other country in the world said wasn't possible, whether it's Japan, Great Britain, Germany, didn't matter. And they did it with the grace and dignity, and did it against a backdrop.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's not Medicaid that undocumented immigrants were made ineligible for. It's Minnesota Care, which is kind of like a similar thing just in Minnesota. And about 15,000 people were kicked off of that, and it's utter and complete bullshit. And it was done because at the time there was the budget needed to be passed, and the legislature was split between evenly between Republicans and Democrats, and that was one of the concessions that got made. While undocumented children are still eligible for the program, undocumented adults aren't. And it's utter and complete bullshit. And the second Democrats have more power, they should add that back in. God.
Of a January 6th coup, the corruption of a Trump administration, and them constantly being there, and did that. So look, I know there's the books being written and all of this or whatever. You can debate all of that, but
why do Republicans hate immigrants so much? Because they're useful scapegoats. People from elsewhere who Republicans have never met can just be like, Republicans can just say, oh, those people you don't know who are from someplace else, yeah, they're bad and they're stealing from you. And because the Republican base is just like, oh, well, we've never met them, so that must be true. It's easier to fearmonger against someone you don't know,
The presidency that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran saved lives, adhered to the principles that made America great, lifted folks up, and did it with dignity.
Well, and they did it with a 50-50 Senate on a good day and a less than a 5-seat majority in the House.
That's right.
I mean, when you think
It's
about
impossible.
it
Almost
really,
impossible.
I mean, particularly those of us who were there during the Obama days, again, with the 60 vote in the U.S. Senate, and when you compare the two, I mean, it's amazing what they were able to accomplish.
And this is one I don't have this figured out yet, though. But the Republicans, they do not want us to succeed.
No,
and they were willing to bring the country down. And that, I would say, we want President Trump to be successful. He's not going to be, because he's an idiot and the things he's doing. He's not going to be. But that's not because we don't want to help. And it's not because we're not going to be there or try and make it work. Joe Biden didn't have that.
That's
that everything they did was to go against him.
Would Walz accept another run as VP? I mean, maybe with the right candidate, you know.
We as Democrats are going to have to figure out, how do we protect our institutions? How do we work for the good of the American people, but recognize these are not good actors?
No,
they are
good.
not. They are not interested.
Like, at the very least with Biden, I want them to attack and like justly point out that like Biden should not have tried to run again. You know, he shouldn't. They should point that out. There should be a little bit more criticism of the party, and not with like these little kid gloves that have been used throughout this this show. Like it needs to be more direct. Like, if you're gonna blame the consultants, call out the consulting firm. If you're gonna blame like someone for sitting on their hands right now, call them out by name. You know, there needs to be like a little bit more shit flinging, frankly.
Interested in, they're not interested in a bipartisan solution to things. They are just interested in tearing down. And I've been saying it, whether it's going after political opponents or blatant corruption, they're going to continue to do it. We have to figure out, and it's my contention is, that's by flooding the zone, by making the...
Oh, and I Tim, you don't need to give them the assist for civility reasons. I understand that for Minnesotans, the civility shit, it goes a long way here, sadly. Like, a lot of Minnesotans are real big on civility, so like it doesn't surprise me that Tim Walz would be.
Counter arguments, and by showing the public, especially with governors like Wes Moore, governors that are out there, showing that we can do things differently.
Last two quick questions. First question that people would kill me if I didn't ask. You thinking about running in 2028?
I am not. I am not. And my job, and I say that, I am doing all I can to help build.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't fucking believe you.
The party and make sure whoever that person is wins.
Well, we appreciate
And I
that.
think we need to flood the zone with people.
What are the qualities that you think we need in the 2028? Our nominee needs to have in 2028.
We need someone who can clearly articulate as simply as possible in the moment a vision that is the true part of what America is. And don't listen to other people. Have it come from the heart.
Like, I do think that a decent tactic for a guy like Tim Walz is being like, well, I didn't intend to run, but you know what? People started telling me there was a need for someone like me to run in this race. Like, I think there is a possibility of something like that happening.
We've got them. We see them. You know who they are. They can do that. And then
if they put forward Gavin Newsom, I'm gonna go ballistic. I'm gonna lose it. Like, if Gavin Newsom wins the primary, I'm gonna fucking scream for an hour on stream. Not even an hour, 10 hours of me screaming.
An absolutely relentless motor to getting it done.
Yeah.
And I'm not encouraging people to start running for president right now. I'm encouraging the party and all of us to start running the campaign. We'll find the candidate when they're all out there. But the infrastructure and the excitement and the flooding the zone, all of us need to do that. I compared it to the old school mountain climbing expeditions.
Oh, yeah, to be clear, Gavin Newsom is going to try and get that nomination, but we need to, in part, like, organize to prevent fascism from, killing us all. But also we need to organize specifically to stop Gavin Newsom. Like, I saw like a flurry of like, we must now step up to oppose Gavin Newsom today on Blue Sky. And honestly, yeah. Now is the time to start like posting like every day, fuck Gavin Newsom. We aren't going to vote for him. Fuck Gavin Newsom. We're not going to vote for him. It just needs to be like a constant barrage of that. Like, it needs to be utterly and completely clear. There's no wiggle room for that guy. Might be a snake, but there's no wiggle room here.
You work for weeks to get there. And on summit day, whoever was in the best shape or the best person ready to go, the rest of the team would push them to the top, and the whole team got credit for summiting the mountain.
Yeah.
We're in that mode right now. I don't know who they're pushing to the top, but we need to be there, and all of us need to push.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Last question I have. This is a question that we're going to ask all of our guests every week. If you had a sit your ass down.
Wait, is Gavin Newsom the guy who crowed about changing the name of the bill? No.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That was Chuck Schumer. Gavin Newsom is the governor of California who keeps agreeing with Republicans every single time he has them on his show and talking about how good and right and smart they are, and like how all of his children love Charlie Kirk content and is generally just a gigantic piece of shit on trans issues. He also looks like a reject from like he got rejected from for the main role in American Psycho. Like dude's gross. I don't like him. I despise him, and I have found him to be my enemy.
Award. Who would you give it to? Any politician that you just believe, or anybody figure out there that you would just award the sit your ass down award? Because
can I get in trouble and go viral on all this?
Oh, let's do it.
Kristi Noem.
Oh, Kristi Noem.
Yep.
Kristi Noem, you are the recipient of the Tim Walz Sit Your Ass Down Award. Why?
The cruelty goes beyond even Donald Trump and unnecessariness on this. And this is someone that I knew and worked with, shares my geography of out there, South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota. And this is just unnecessary pain being put on to people for no reason. And it's the least fortunate. I hope it goes down in history, posing in front of prisoners in a gulag type El Salvadorian camp. You should never come back from that. No. You should never come back from shooting your dog.
From shooting your dog.
Never come back from
right.
that. So yeah, that's mine.
Well,
I'll take that fight.
The senators that confirmed her after shooting her dog, you have to look a little side eye at them. Well, Governor, thank you again for being at our table. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for all that you do for this party, not only in your state, but across the country.
The same goes.
You're a patriot, and I love you, my friend, so thank you.
I'm glad you're out there. You inspire us. Keep up the fight.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
I can't help but note that this is absolutely not the setup for the podcast.
If you enjoyed today's show, please be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Follow us on Apple Podcasts, Pixel Plus, YouTube, Spotify, or anywhere you find your podcasts. To be the first to know who will be at our table next, be sure to subscribe.
I know it's not what it says, but it does look like he has a sign that says "come" behind him, and that does please me.
To our Substack on atourtablepodcast.com. At Our Table with Jamie Harrison is a production of Vision Blue Media. Our founding executive producers are Jason Hayter and Jamie Harrison. Our producers are Kyle Kelly and Emily Harrell. Our content consultants are Ernie Grigg and Clay Middleton. Our digital communication...
I have to say, I wasn't expecting him to personally read off the credits of the podcast.
...are led by Celie Riccio. Neil Rossini of FWRV LLP provides production legal. Wade Sellers, Kyle Kelly, Jay Matheson, Jeremy Dickerson, and Adrian Williams are our field production team. Alana Davis is our intern. Title sequence by Tom Hunt. Our theme song, Blonde Gone, is written by Dewey and published by Alibi Music Library. Special thanks to Crystal Spain, Jay Parmalee, and the South Carolina Democratic Party. Very special thanks to Governor Tim Walz and his team. Tune in next week for our second episode, where I sit down with Hunter Biden.
And I say fuck about another children's property.
I'm Jamie Harrison, and I look forward to another conversation at our table.
I look forward to not thinking about this again until someone obscene goes on this show. Well, that was interesting, at least. I feel like a lot of the Democratic establishment is still trying to feel out what the next moves are. And it's interesting to see some of the thought processes and conversations taking place in public on that. made so much sense that a DNC head made it, right? It does feel like that. It has the feel. Hunter Biden is a wild choice for episode 2. Is he going to take his dick out? You know, Jamie Harrison did say anything is on the table. Like, you know, they can say fuck now. Maybe there's going to be full frontal nudity. Who knows? You know, maybe we're going to see some real boundary breaking here. I don't know. All right, folks. We did it. We did it. And if you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, that's what allows me to live and prepare this show. Like, I spent hours prepping this show beforehand, and we've now been going for 4 hours, and we're going to keep going because we still got to talk about that Jeffrey Epstein stuff because it's genuinely insane. You know how insane you thought it was? It's gotten more so over the span of 24 hours. So we're going to be talking about that next. But first, remember to click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Butt click, bop witnessed. Hell yeah, that bop brought to you by Jazz Dog, by the way, the jazziest dog I know. And also, folks, we got any subs or donos out there? All very much appreciated, especially because I'm going to be having to take some time off to finish my move. As you can tell, fewer and fewer things are behind me. And your support allows me to do that. Lick the butter, lick the goddamn butter. Jesus. Let's see. Oh, 5 arm curls. I forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jazz Dog, much better than Till Dog. 4, 5. Also, we have officially hit 14,000 subs. Is this true? Let me give that a little checkaroo. Damn, folks, it's true. We did it. We have hit 14,000 subscribers on the channel, folks. Next stop, 15K. Let's fucking go. One of these days, I'll do my 10K Q&A call-in stream. One day we'll do it. Oh, God. Hell yeah! 4,000 subscribers later. Hey, you know what? It's fine. Paige Larson. Oh, mommy. Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. Milestoned. Boop, 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 boop. Ask me anything within reason. don't know. I feel like people can just ask me anything. You're not obligated to get an answer about like everything, but like if it's within a reasonable amount of power of my power to do so. Wooga. Yeah. Let's see. Archangel DeKalb added permitted term. Dildog. Yeah, original character Dildog, by the way. Character original to the Riverboat Jack stream. Not original to the Scott Adams comic strip Dilbert. Not original to that. It's ours now. We own the Dildog. There are no other Dildogs. Only this one. Oh, wooga. All right. You guys ready to talk about Epstein? You guys ready? Because, holy shit. The revelations from today, folks. The revelations from today. Before we jump into it, I do want to say completely, just completely out of the blue, special hats off, a tip of the cap, as it were, to whoever runs the Whitest Kids You Know YouTube channel. Okay? So, for those of you who don't know, the Whitest Kids You Know was like a comedy troupe. They did sketch comedy, and they were quite good at it. But one of them renamed a video that went up a day ago, got re-uploaded a day ago, and it was titled Epstein Attention Deficit Disorder. And I figure we'll take a look at it. We'll take a little look at it.
So for my birthday, my mom got me this big jar of honey.
Oh God. Sorry.
And this big jar of jelly. I'm gonna have the best sandwiches now, you guys.
Wow, that's really interesting, Timmy. Zach, when's your birthday?
Guess.
I don't know, March 10th.
Close.
Yeah.
Keep going, yeah, guess.
I don't know, just March 11th.
No.
Zach, just tell me when your birthday is.
No, just keep going. You're almost there. Go.
Oh,
guess.
look at me. I'm Zach. It's not enough that you're asking when my birthday is. I gotta make a game out of it, because I need attention.
Trevor, what the Come here.
What?
Trevor, you know I have an attention problem, man.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? I have an attention problem. I need it. I crave it all the time, okay? I'm working on it, but don't bring that up in front of people, man.
That is
Trevor, I have attention deficit disorder, okay?
It's not even what that means.
That is what that means.
You're just being a drama queen.
Shut the up. I have attention deficit disorder. I'm working on it. I'm trying to better myself. Don't bring it up in front of people, man. Let's go back, but shut it. Shut it.
Hey, we couldn't hear you guys because you guys were over there and we were over here.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Zach, isn't your birthday on March 1st, right?
Timmy is correct. Timmy wins the prize. Way to go, Timmy. Yeah, that's the same day as Candace's birthday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Candace, how is she? I haven't seen her in years.
She's good. She's good. That guy stopped stalking her.
Oh! What? Shh! Oh, God, boys, no, my toe. No, guys, help.
What is this? It's a sketch comedy show
Guys,
from like
he
20
didn't
years
really
ago.
hurt his foot, all right? He just wants attention.
Trevor, you did it again.
Trevor, not cool. He's hurt and he's our friend.
No, he's not. And no, he's not. Look, he just wants attention. He told me over there. You guys started talking about Candace, so he needed to make it about him again. Tell him, Zach.
Is that true, Zach?
Yeah, it is true, Timmy. You see, guys, I have attention deficit disorder.
That's so sad, Zach. I never knew.
I know, not many people do, Darren. But I wrote a song about it that helps explain my condition. If you guys would care to hear it, I'd sing it for you gladly. Yeah, sure, take a seat. I'll stand up on the stage.
He's doing
Trevor,
it again.
shut the up. Here we go. Zach, all alone, baby Zach. No attention is shown to baby Zach. Zach,
All right, you know what? Turn around, turn around, ignore him. Look ahead. Because he's addicted to attention, and we're playing into his addiction. This is the only way we can help him. Just look straight ahead and ignore him.
Zach. Guys, I'm like bearing my heart here. Hello, it's rude to turn your back on me, guys. My foot still really, really hurts because I think I might have cracked or something sprained. Guys, I need to go to a doctor. We got to get this checked out. Guys! Guys, look! Guys, look at me! I am fat! I am so fat! And I don't think I'm gonna eat anything for a while, or maybe I'll eat something, and then I'll just throw it up!
No, Zach, you look fine!
I do?
Be strong, look forward!
Whoever re-edited and uploaded this video, holy fucking shit. It's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible.
Fun fact. Zach Kreger, who is the attention-starved guy in the sketch we are watching, wrote and directed the horror film
what?
Barbarian, which is a good film.
I didn't know that he made Barbarian. He's coming out with a new movie soon that I'm pretty excited about.
Zach, do you need attention anymore? All right. See? Now that he's calmed down, we can go back and hang out with him. See? Oh,
he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen to people like that.
Oh my god.
I mean, he really was just doing it for attention, but sometimes those people will die if you ignore them. I don't really know what we learned here today. No. Yeah. Let's just not hang out for a little while.
Yes. Yeah. Good idea.
Jesus Christ. Whoever recut and re-uploaded this as Epstein attention deficit disorder, well fucking done. Well fucking done. Holy shit. I hadn't seen this sketch before, and I was just like, man, we gotta have this before the Epstein segment. The recontextualization is crazy, right? So happy that one of the edgiest YouTube sketch channels happens to be lefty, right? God. Okay. Anyway, it's time to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, everybody. Are you guys ready to talk about Jeffrey? Are you guys ready? Yeah, I have to reload some tabs here.
In a notable break.
So many tabs to reload. Okay. I'm gonna move this here. We're gonna move that there. Move this here. We're going to do this. Alrighty then. Reordering some of these. There we go. We're all good. Here we go. So, folks, there is this guy named Jeffrey Epstein who, despite the fact that he is dead, is causing the Trump administration a lot of trouble. Specifically, he killed himself a few years ago, right? But there's a lot of controversy around it. And, to put this controversy to bed, the Trump administration decided that they were going to release footage of his death, and that death took place inside of one of the most secure prison facilities in the United States. And it has 24/7 security cameras running. And so, like, it's really secure. And they were like, we've got footage of him doing it. Let's put this all to bed. And, well, they kind of messed that up. There are 3 minutes missing from the FBI's Jeffrey Epstein prison video. From the raw, unedited video that they put out to put all this to bed. So that's weird. And this is also after Donald Trump and his cronies basically ran in the eyes of the conservative populace who voted for him and to put them into power on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files and client lists so that we would know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And if you don't know somehow what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, he's one of the most prolific child sex traffickers in U.S. history. He would sex traffic children to be sexually assaulted at a private island by his wealthy and well-connected and powerful friends from all over the world and from elite society in the United States and abroad. And Donald Trump, the current president of the United States, once talked about how he and Jeffrey had been friends for 15 years. And Jeffrey Epstein is on tape calling Donald Trump his best friend. So, Donald Trump, despite the fact that everyone in his orbit has run on releasing these files, despite the fact that he himself said he would release the files, despite the fact that his entire base expects him to release these files, well, he's been very unwilling to release the files. Let's take a look here at this particular Q&A from yesterday. Let's take a look at that.
Okay, Mr. President, will you ask Attorney General Mamdani to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook, and no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans. In this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
But have you talked about it?
He's basically calling everyone who voted for him stupid morons for thinking that he was going to release those files when he was asked, and he said yes. The people he appointed to positions of power were people who talked about this nonstop. Dan Bongino has like 100+ videos talking about Jeffrey Epstein and his client list. Okay? Like, and he made Dan Bongino the deputy director of the FBI. Like, this isn't, oh, they fell for a Democrat plot. Like, no, you guys have been running on this for like 10 years. When he ran in 2016 on draining the swamp, people thought of the swamp as synonymous with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the guy who knew all the rich, powerful people and was hooking them up with children to abuse. Oh, and that's right. He was president of the United States of America when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and killed himself. So that's that's kind of interesting. Hey, isn't his attorney general the person who was the attorney general of Florida at the time? Where Jeffrey Epstein was put on trial? Huh. Well, hey, wait a minute. Wasn't his Secretary of Labor the guy who got Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal? Huh. That's weird.
Have you talked about it? Have you talked about it with her the last witness?
President, first of all, remember your high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past. You've had.
Yeah, also, your attorney general talked about having the client list on her desk. She's talked about having tens of thousands of videos. Seems like there's an awful lot of evidence that they've claimed to have, and you're just calling everyone who believes them idiots. That's a interesting contradiction.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came.
Like, he's trying so desperately to deflect and understand he's being asked in front of everyone. Like, no one yet in the mainstream press is pointing fingers at him or even mentioning the fact that he and Epstein were best friends for like over a decade. But I think that might change after today, and we'll get to that.
Came in here and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But I think she's doing a great job, President.
Oh, that's so interesting. Let's take a look here real quick. Oh, here's a statement from Trump. All right, I'll read it in his Trump voice. He posted it to Truth Social. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself. A totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. Which, like, what? No, you Democrats weren't hiding that Hillary Clinton lost. You were the president of the United States. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Everybody's calling it that, folks. Everyone's calling it the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Why, you can't go down the street without hearing somebody talk about how Jeffrey Epstein, that's all drummed up in a hoax. You can't go 5 minutes without hearing about the hoax. Everyone's calling it the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Like, no, he's trying so hard to discredit this. And it's so funny that he keeps making it he keeps comparing it to stuff that was about him, like the Steele dossier, the like the Russia stuff. If you do that, then everyone will probably correctly assume that, hey, maybe this Jeffrey Epstein stuff also implicates the current president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Strange. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our history.
This is bad. We have got to definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids.
There's no faster way to convince people that you diddle kids than writing a song about it, Matt Yahoo. I love that clip, by the way. I've had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history, and all these people want to talk about, with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems, is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Dude is literally telling his own supporters to fuck off and kick rocks. Like, the implosion is incredible. Okay? Now, I want to introduce you guys to this article from 2017. Now, this is interesting. It's just from a New York Times article. A Manhattan skyline sketch by Trump sells at auction for $29,000. Look at his great artistic talents. What an incredible thing to put out into the world. $29,000. Wow. Oh, this article is from 2017, but he drew this in 2005. Huh. So interesting.
Well, Jack, there's nothing on earth like a genuine totally faux, Democrat Epstein hoax. What did I say? Epstein hoax. What's it called? Epstein hoax. That's right.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. A genuine, bona fide Epstein hoax. So Trump is a failure of an artist too. Yeah, except it's kind of, I would say, important to understand that he has a predilection for terrible doodles, right? I think it's an important fact to point out, because, well, let's take a look here. The Wall Street Journal just published an article. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. That's so interesting. Let's take a look here. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. Huh. You don't say. Interesting. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." And I'm just gonna go full screen here. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. This is a fake Wall Street Journal story, he said. Now let's read this. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald. Enigmas never age, have you noticed that? Jeffrey. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. That's how the letter goes. It's Donald Trump writing a love letter to Jeffrey Epstein and talking about how they have certain things in common and that they are enigmas that never age. And again, it's signed Happy Birthday and May Every Day Be Another Wonderful Secret. This is maybe one of the most sus things I've ever read. Like, if you told me, oh, this is Jeffrey Epstein and his best friend, I'd be like, oh, that best friend definitely also fucks children. So that's some bombshell reporting there from the Wall Street Journal. And well, let's take a quick look here. Yeah, apparently he threatened to sue Rupert Murdoch over that article going up. Let's read his statement he put out on Truth Social right after he the article went up, because he's spitting mad, guys. He is absolutely fucking livid. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump. He's so mad he's gone into third person. That the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake. But Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they are going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. The press has to learn to be truthful and not rely on sources that probably don't even exist. Holy fuck. He actually says probably don't even exist. Oh, holy shit, the amount of work that probably is doing. Holy shit. Just fucking Atlas holding up the world there. Oh god. DB Wolf, appreciated sound clip. The press has to President Trump has already beaten George Stephanopoulos /ABC, 60 Minutes /CBS, and others, and looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal. It has truly turned out to be a a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. If there were any truth at all to the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for Trump to have won 3 elections. This is yet another example of fake news. Is talking in third person normal? Riverboat Jack doesn't know Super Jet Guy. Riverboat Jack hasn't really made up her mind about whether or not it's normal to talk in the third person. Riverboat Jack has some ideas, and maybe it comes across as deeply weird and off-putting, but maybe Riverboat Jack needs to try it a little bit more, you know? No, it's super weird. It's super fucking weird. And dude, like, he's focusing on the lawsuit, right? But like, he's trying to say it would have been revealed by like previous Democrats years ago, except that like Democrats are also implicated. Like, the Clintons famously are implicated by by their ties to Epstein. You know, they do not like talking about it. And so like, there were reasons for the left not to release it, just as there are reasons for Donald Trump to not want to release it. But unfortunately, he built an entire movement and cultivated an entire base that their number one priority is like getting the client list, a list of names who are associated with this. And like this, he is fucking gone, guys. Like, he's been continuing to post about this. Like, that was just 4 hours ago that he posted that, right? Ever since then, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam, perpetuated by the Democrats, should end right now. And then some propaganda photos, and then the Wall Street Journal printed a fake letter supposedly to Epstein. These are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures, which yeah, he does. Poorly. So I don't know what he's on about there. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam and that he shouldn't print this fake story. But he did, and now I'm gonna sue his ass off and that of his third-rate newspaper. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJT. Oh, God. Dude's fucking losing it. His latest post is trying to, in all caps, talk about how great it is that he defunded like Elmo, that he defunded like Sesame Street and like public broadcasting, you know, the services that keep rural Americans alive in natural disasters. But sure, okay, yeah, we're all gonna forget about that because you defunded Elmo. Okay, yeah, also, you know, I don't understand why would Donald Trump be feeling hot under the collar about all this? I mean, sure, he was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, but that doesn't mean like he participated in these activities. It's not like, I don't know, he's interested in children, right? Oh. 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 Well, that's huh. That was published in 2016. Wait, guys, do you think that, like, a guy who tries to catch glimpses of children while they're changing and in various states of undress might be a kind of guy who would abuse children with Jeffrey Epstein? Because I'm kind of thinking maybe he would. I'm kind of thinking, but no, that's impossible. That's impossible. I mean, let's take a look at one of Donald Trump's longtime friends. What does his former colleague, Mike Pence, have to say about this?
Former Vice President Mike Pence sat down with us for a wide-ranging interview, and I asked him about this ongoing conversation and pressure on the Trump administration to do more, to be more transparent in the space around Jeffrey Epstein. Here's part of that conversation. President Trump said that Jeffrey Epstein matter is a hoax. Last week, his Justice Department said there were more than 1,000 victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Last summer, Trump said he was open to declassifying all the relevant files and the Epstein client list, and that his suicide looks suspicious. How can all those things be true and it be a hoax? I don't understand where things stand with all this.
I think the time has come for the administration to release all of the files regarding Jeffrey Epstein's investigation and prosecution. It's important that we protect the names of the victims. They should.
Protest sign idea I'm thinking of using myself. A picture of Elmo saying something like, Elmo needs saving.
I think that'd be a great idea, One-Eyed Heathen. But this, understand, this is basically like Mike Pence being like, yeah, I think Donald Trump should, like, absolutely get fucked by this.
Be excluded from any disclosure, but whether or not the facts justify charges, I think that anyone who participated or was associated with this despicable man ought to be held up to public scrutiny.
One of the most aggressive investigative reporters in our country, Julie K. Brown, was on my show last night, and she said when the Justice Department last week said 1,000 victims, she said that was a higher number than she was familiar with and indicated to her that there have to be accomplices. Accomplices that some of the victims have named that worked with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And she said, shouldn't there be some inquiry into whether or not those people should be exposed to criminal prosecution?
Totally unrelated. Why is there just a tie rack in the middle of the room?
Do you agree with that?
Especially when the host isn't even wearing a tie? I don't care. I'm just confused.
I just think we ought to get the facts to the American people. I mean, I've always believed in transparency.
And when the president says it's all a hoax,
he just likes looking at them.
What is he talking about?
Well, Jeffrey Epstein's prosecution began during the Bush administration. Continued.
He's blaming it on Democrats.
The Obama years.
It's not a.
His Secretary of Labor literally gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart deal. Like, so many of the people around Donald Trump are comedically associated with Jeffrey Epstein and like getting him off the hook. It's nuts.
Hoax.
I know of no reason why this administration, once the victims' names are protected, should not release all the files on Jeffrey Epstein.
More of my interview with the former vice president.
I mean, we don't need more of the interview there. That was hella interesting because Mike Pence is trying to hang Donald Trump out to dry. Like, I hate Mike Pence, and like Mike Pence is objectively like an evil son of a bitch, but I do like that his hatred of Donald Trump overrides everything else, and I think that's great. Also, thank you for the raid, Roomba, and hello, Alex Rivas. Let's let's take a look at something else. This happened 2 days ago.
Break from President Trump. House Speaker Mike Johnson is calling for the Department of Justice to release all of its information on Jeffrey Epstein. Speaker Johnson made those comments during an interview with conservative influencer Benny Johnson.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide it. I mean, the White House and the White House team are privy to facts that I don't know. I mean, this isn't my lane. I haven't been involved in that. But I agree with the sentiment that we need to put it out there. And you know, Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents. As I understood it, they were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities. So let's get this thing resolved so that they can deal with violent crime and public safety and election integrity and going after Act Blue.
Let's get this thing resolved. All right, I want to bring in CBS News Chief Washington.
No, we're good. Basically, and this article that I put up on screen is from 3 hours ago. The amount of backlash from Republican voters on this issue is so overwhelming that, like, Mike Johnson is calling for them to be released. The Republican members of Congress are contemplating, like, bringing this to a vote so that Congress actually acts in order to try and release these files. Like, it's genuinely, like, things are happening in a way that I'm finding very out of the norm. And so, like, genuinely, we're kind of at a point where, like, anything can happen. Now, that being said, here's Bernie Sanders on the issue, and he does not think that Donald Trump is going to release these files, despite his calls to release them. Let's hear him out.
We wouldn't normally ask you about this, but Jeffrey Epstein's case is now front and center for this administration. It is tying up the FBI, it seems, in knots with Pam Bondi, the Justice Department, the top two leaders of the FBI who've been on podcasts spreading, you know, conspiracy theories about this for years, now in a position of authority. People are turning on the president. Where should this go?
To be very honest, you know, I don't know a whole lot about this. But all that I do know is that you're right. Trump and his friends campaigned and said, when we are elected, we're going to open up all of the files and you're going to see all these terrible things, presumably Democrats and so forth and so on. That's what he said to his people. And they say, okay, you're the president, open up the files. And now they're saying, oh, we can't open up the files. We choose not to open up the files. So I think above and beyond what may or may not be in the files, whether there are any files, who knows? I don't know. But I think people perceive that Trump has lied to them. He said one thing during the campaign, and now he is saying something very different.
Yeah. I mean, he is. That being said, guys, if you wanted to make yourself look like possibly the most guilty person on the face of the earth, what would you do if you were Donald Trump? What kind of order would you hand down that, like, you're trying to kill this story, but instead it makes you look like one guilty motherfucker? What would you do? Well, in my opinion, the thing you would do is fire the prosecutor of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, which is what they did. The Justice Department fired the daughter of James Comey, who was the one who prosecuted both of them. Maureen Comey got fired unexpectedly. No explanation given whatsoever. There was no reason given for her firing from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, according to one of the people who spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity.
The people are aroused, and the leopards are hungry.
Yep. Now, I want to read her statement because it's genuinely, like, inspiring in a way that I wasn't really expecting. I need to dig it up because I thought I had it prepped, but it is somewhere here. Pull it up. Here it is. It's over. Yesterday was unexpectedly my last day in the office. I was summarily fired via memo from Maine Justice that did not give a reason for my termination. Every person lucky enough to work in this office constantly hears 4 words that describe our ethos: without fear or favor, do the right thing the right way for the right reasons. Without fear of retribution and without favor to the powerful. For the majority of my nearly 10 years in the Southern District of New York, fear was never really conceivable. We don't fear bad press. We have the luxury of exceptional security keeping us physically safe. And so long as we did our work with integrity, we would get to keep serving the public in this office. Our focus was really on acting without favor. That is, making sure people with access to money, people with access, money, and power were not treated differently than anyone else, and making sure this office remained separate from politics and focused only on the facts and the law. But we've entered a new phase where without fear may be the challenge. If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant wielded to suppress independent thought. Instead of fear, let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heart of this place. A fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power, of commitment to seek justice for victims, of dedication to truth above all else. It has been an honor to fight for those principles by your side. Like, this is who they fired. For no reason. And it's very clearly because she prosecuted the Epstein stuff. You know, like, it's honestly insane to me. How just like bold they are being with this. Now, it should not surprise anyone if more and more articles and facts and people start coming out of the woodwork to add their knife to Donald Trump's back. This could genuinely be like a Tu Brute situation. But because guys, it gets worse. This is an article published yesterday in People magazine. Ex-casino boss claims Trump and best friend Jeffrey Epstein were once caught bringing underage girls to the casino floor. A former executive at Trump's Atlantic City casino told CNN that the duo brought 3 girls to the gambling floor who were not yet 21. The White House called this story fabricated. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Jack O'Donnell, who oversaw the Atlantic City Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino for 4 years in the 1980s, spoke with CNN's Aaron Burnett on Wednesday, July 16th, about the president's friendship with the late billionaire who became a convicted sex offender. In my mind, Epstein was his best friend, you know, throughout the time I was there for 4 years, O'Donnell said in the interview, noting that the pair frequently came to Trump's casino together. One alleged instance stood out to the former casino boss. He claimed that one night in the late 1980s, Trump and Epstein visited Trump Plaza with 3 women and brought them onto the casino floor despite them being under 21. O'Donnell said he found out about the incident the following day when state casino commission inspectors were waiting for him in his office. An inspector, it seemed, had identified one of the girls with Trump and Epstein as the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world. The inspector happened to be a tennis fan, and he said, "Jack, I know she's 19 years old," O'Donnell said. They had determined that the women they had brought with them were underage to be in the casino. In the state of New Jersey, it is illegal for anyone under 21 to gamble on a casino floor. Despite the law, O'Donnell claims the commission gave Trump a break for the incident, but told him to warn the future president about the potential consequences. I had to call them and say, they're giving you a break this time, but if this happens again, the fine is going to be substantial and it's going to be on your head, he claimed. O'Donnell also claimed to have told Trump that continuing to hang out with Epstein and underage women was not going to look good. I did tell him in that conversation, I don't think you should be hanging out with this guy, just so you know, and you certainly shouldn't be doing that in Atlantic City, he said. When asked on Thursday about O'Donnell's CNN interview, the White House passionately denied his claims. Jack O'Donnell is a stone-cold loser who's a liar and a fraud. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung told People in a statement, "This is a completely fabricated story from his warped imagination as he suffers from Trump derangement syndrome that has rotted his pea-sized brain." Which is definitely something you say when a thing definitely didn't happen. Trump has been working to distance himself from his past with Epstein. It's been a difficult sell, as he famously called him a terrific guy in a 2002 interview with New York Magazine, adding, "It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Yeah. Also, let's see. According to an itemized list from the Department of Justice, the evidence that the Justice Department has includes photos, cameras, computers, hard drives, and more, including one CD labeled Girl Pics Nude Book 4. But they're trying to claim it's a hoax. They're trying to claim they don't have anything. They have no evidence, but it's a hoax, but they have all of that, and they seized it from Jeffrey Epstein's property and estate. Yeah, what could they possibly have meant by that? You know, Girl Pics Nude Book 4 could mean anything. Maybe they were spitballing ideas for a new compact MP3 player. You don't know. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Now, the most recent development that I don't really know how this is going to play out. Trump Attorney General Bondi to seek release of Jeffrey Epstein case grand jury transcripts. Which, that's interesting, but I can't help but note that's not what people are asking to be released. Like, this is not the material that people are asking for the Trump administration to release. And I think they're hoping they can release some, like a little bit of it, but not the whole, kit and caboodle. Like, they're trying to be cute about this, and the fact that they're even considering trying to do this means, like, I gotta be honest with you. I thought that maybe there was a chance that all that was really happening here is that, like, Donald Trump was somehow financially tied with Epstein. Like, like, he was the one giving or funneling money to Jeffrey Epstein. And that accounts for, like, Epstein's rise in prominence and wealth. That no one can explain yet. But I'm going to throw out there that these are the actions I would expect if Donald Trump is definitely someone who is implicated in that list. The last couple of days have obliterated the doubt in my mind. The current sitting president of the United States definitely fucked children with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that is what I believe right now, based on the evidence here. Because, again, they're still not doing the thing. Yeah. Is anyone surprised that the guy who said, "When you're famous, they just let you do anything, grab him by the pussy"? Anyone surprised that the guy who bragged about sexual assault does sexual assault? God. Let's take a look here. Bondi replied in a social media post, writing, "President Trump, we are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts." So I guess we're going to see what happens in the next 24 hours. The letter that the Wall Street Journal obtained was among the documents examined by the Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and his convicted procurer, Ghislaine Maxwell, years ago, the newspaper reported. It's not clear that the Justice Department will be able to convince a federal judge in New York, where Epstein was investigated, to release the transcripts that indicted him in 2019 on child sex trafficking charges. Grand jury transcripts are, as a rule, kept secret under federal criminal procedure rules, which provide limited, narrow exceptions. It's also not clear that if the transcripts are released, that they will satisfy critics of Bondi's recent decision not to release any more documents or evidence related to Epstein. The transcripts would represent just a fraction of the evidence assembled by prosecutors and the FBI. Nice try, Pam Bondi. Representative Daniel Goldman of New York wrote in a tweet on Thursday night. What about videos, photographs, and other recordings? What about the FBI's 302 witness interviews? What about text and emails? Goldman wrote. That's where the evidence about Trump and others will be. Grand jury testimonies will only relate to Epstein and Maxwell, which is 100% correct, which is why I'm very skeptical that this is actually going to satisfy anybody. Like, you're only going to get the stuff that implicates the people who were indicted, not others. Well, Super Jet Guy, like, I understand, like, back in, like, the last Trump administration not being, like, super on board with this, because my assumption was just Trump's supporters don't care. Like, it was publicly known that Donald Trump would look at, like, underage children in dressing rooms. It was publicly known that he bragged about sexual assault. It was publicly known that, like, his ex-wife accused him of rape. It was publicly known. Like, all of these things were known quantities. He talked openly about having been best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, these things were known, and I didn't think that this would ever actually become a scandal for him after, like, it came and went and Republicans just didn't seem to think anything of it. But now enough time has gone by that they're like, wait a minute, you guys are in power right now and you're not releasing these files. Hey, you guys were talking about all of that evidence. And, like, something just clicked in the base and they realized that this was bullshit. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is perfectly fine with the grand jury testimony being released because it's not going to have anything to do with him. He doesn't want that evidence released because it has something to do with him. Yeah, even Mike Lee, a fucking absolutely insane Republican from Utah, said that this was huge, but I hope and expect that this will be the first of several steps to let the public know what happened. So, yeah, I don't think that this is going to, I don't think this is going to satisfy folks. But this is where we're at. It's genuinely insane. It's genuinely insane. I don't understand or know how this is going to play out from here, but I don't think people are going to be satisfied. And I think he's going to continue to spiral about this. And I think that his base is going to refuse to let this go because there's no way they can refuse to, you know, like, this is their reason for being within the Republican movement. And it's been that reason for the last 10 years. So they can't let it go. And Donald Trump can't release the files. And so that tension is going to continue to build. And honestly, I hope it does, because the best case scenario for us right now is that this authoritarian government completely and utterly implodes. That is an incredible good for us. It's an incredible boon for the entirety of this country if we can implode this administration, render it ineffective for the foreseeable future, and like continue to build up power in order to oust these motherfuckers from Congress. Or I guess in this case, these child fuckers from Congress. And the presidency. So there you have it, folks. That is the latest on Jeffrey Epstein. Won't he order destruction of the list? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's too good as dirt to order its destruction. And honestly, even if one could, like, keep in mind, there is no list. What we're talking about is a huge trove of evidence, a huge trove of witness testimony, a huge trove of like video and photo evidence. Like, we're talking about like a lot of stuff, hundreds of people. They were previously alleging thousands of victims. So like, you can't destroy all of that or kill all those people. Like, there's evidence there. There are apparently financial records in the Treasury Department too. Oh yeah, Scott Bessent has been fighting to like conceal those financial records, which is interesting. Dear God, maybe I might have misspoke. It's not thousands, but it's over 1,000 victims. Oh God. Also, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is it in poor taste to get a people are aroused? Maybe, but you know.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
God damn. I do think I need to message my editor and see if we can get the segment we just did up ASAP, because I assumed that this story was gonna like come and go. We weren't gonna talk too much about it, but like there's so much. Like every single day it keeps like more keeps coming out. It's like this is going to be outdated in like like 24 hours. Hey, Joshua Modi. So folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, I'm not going to say enjoying it because that was a horrible content. But if you've been getting anything out of today's show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. And yeah, you guys allow me to take the time to like research these segments, put them together, and like talk about them. Like that took me an hour to talk about. You know, I had to assemble like a dozen different sources. And you know what? Please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do the things. This admittedly has been a rough show. I'm sorry. Is the Epstein content doing numbers? No, the Brett Cooper content does the numbers. Like, I don't know what it is, but Brett Cooper content, like, you guys go bananas for it. But I mean, maybe this Epstein content will do numbers. I don't know. We'll see. That being said, please click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Heck yeah. Thank you for clicking that goddamn button, folks. Appreciate all y'all. I am going to have to go use the bathroom real quick, but when I get back, we're going to talk about the Minneapolis Mamdani, and it's a good segment. It's a really, really good segment, so don't you all go anywhere, all right? BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water, no more water, no more water,
Fire next time. Come gather my
my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I return. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Does anyone know the name of the song? No More Water by the New Students. Your EP, Bastion? Understandable. Let's take a look here. What do we got? Got to refresh some
The weekend, because I was fishing in the rain.
tabs. Gotta refresh some tabs. Got to refresh some tabs. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. You guys ready to learn about a cool ass politician? Let's do it. Here we go.
Of course!
So, folks, as many of you may have noticed, there's a lot of xenophobia and racism currently fueling the Republican Party and Republican movement, right? Now, why do I say that? Well, because there has been an encroaching attack on uh, an up-and-coming politician here in my neck of the woods, in Minneapolis, named Omar Fateh. Okay? And, well, the attacks on him are interesting to say the least. They range from ineffective, effectively trying to label him as the next Zoran Mamdani, which that's not a bad thing in the minds of most people, right? But well, it gets a little weird, right? Minneapolis has a new candidate for mayor. Meet Omar Fateh, a Democratic state senator who, much like New York City's Zoran Mamdani, thinks real socialism has never been tried. Fateh, the son of Somali immigrants to the United States, is also Muslim. Both detractors and supporters have focused far too much on this aspect of Fateh's identity, veiling what actually matters, that Fateh has harebrained ideas about how to govern. Now, this article references Charlie Kirk. Let's take a look at Charlie Kirk here. Oh, wait, that's not Charlie Kirk. That's Stephen Miller, the current, one of the current movers and shakers in the current Trump administration. Why? Huh, that's so strange. Here, let's take a look at Charlie Kirk. Oh, let's see. In response to Omar Fateh is running for Minneapolis mayor to raise the minimum wage by over $4 over a few years, freeze rent, and Trump-proof the city. Oh, that sounds great. Charlie Kirk says, Muslims are commanded to take over the government in the land they live. The attempted Islamic takeover of America is made possible thanks to mass migration. Like, y'all realize that's just racism, right? Like, Omar Fateh was born in Washington, D.C. Like, he's a native-born American. It doesn't matter to people like Charlie Kirk because they're racist and xenophobic and Islamophobic. They're just scared of anything that isn't, lighter than mayonnaise. Dude, like this is just an unhinged level of bigotry, and it's out in the open. Now, let's take a look at Omar Fateh's campaign ad here. Let's take a look. Here, it's on his website.
We all start our days in different ways, but we're all trying to get to the same place. A vibrant city filled with the love of family, friends, and neighbors. That's what makes Minneapolis home. We choose to live here. We raise our families here. We start our businesses here. We make our lives here. We work hard for the city we love. And we deserve a city that works as hard as we do. I'm Senator Omar Fateh, and I'm running for mayor of Minneapolis. From the streets to City Hall, Minneapolis is full of people with big ideas. But we don't have a mayor ready to invest in the long-term solutions that bring security to our communities. Imagine a city where everyone has access to the right public safety services at the right time. Imagine a city that invests in public education for every student. Imagine a city that backs all of its workers fighting for fair wages. But I don't want you to just imagine that city. I want you to live it. As a Minnesota senator, I've written and passed bills that made a real difference in the lives of working people, and I'm ready to bring that leadership to Minneapolis. When the city invests in you, you have more time to invest in the people you love. Block by block, you're already building the city you want to see. It's time you had a mayor willing to work alongside you. And I'm ready for us to build a city that works for everyone.
Like, one, that ad is cute as hell. Number one. Number two, like, I know these places. I know this gas station. You know, like, this is a guy who cares deeply about this city. I know these streets. I know these buildings. And like, dude is just genuinely a good guy. You see this footage of him being like held up by people? That's because he was the guy who wrote the bill in Minnesota to get Uber and Lyft drivers a minimum wage. People love him for that. He has actively fought for working folks in this city and in this state, right? And so he knows what he's about. And unfortunately, Tim Walz, to much chagrin, actually vetoed the minimum pay for Uber and Lyft drivers, which was a major L on his part. But like, Omar Fateh is like, he's the real deal. He's a great dude. And he's been getting some of the most virulent, hateful attacks. Here is Stephen Miller talking about him.
Well, they're championing sex slavery. They're championing child slavery. They're championing labor trafficking. They're championing foreign terrorist organizations. But also they're championing the theft of American dollars, the theft of American lives, and the theft of American dreams. Nobody has the right to invade our country, fill up our emergency rooms, take our health care, take our jobs, take our tax dollars.
You know, just want to point out here that Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are taking our tax dollars and taking away our health care to a far greater degree than any undocumented immigrant has ever done.
Live an entire life on free welfare. You know, every illegal alien family that Joe Biden and his party imported into this country that has 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids, who do you think is paying for their health care? Who do you think is paying for their education? Who do you think is paying for their food, their shelter, their housing, all of it? The working and middle class of this country.
No, they're paying for it because they're also working people, you racist goon. You forgot your clan robes, Steven.
We have communities all across this nation that 20 years ago, before the era of open borders, were completely peaceful, completely stable, thriving middle classes. Look at a place like Minneapolis. Post-mass migration, they are unsafe, they are violent. You cannot use the public parks. The education systems don't function. How often have we heard about how the education system in this country is collapsing? Maybe what brought it to the brink of collapse was importing millions upon millions of people from the developing world who are not even literate or fluent in their home languages, who can't even read or write in their home language.
This man is made out of pure hatred, and in a just society, we would yeet him off a bridge. You know? Thankfully for his well-being, we don't live in a just society, I suppose.
Languages brought here. So you have the violence, you have the social decay, you have the enormous cost. Has ever so great an abuse been heaped upon innocent people as what was done to Americans through a forced policy of mass migration?
So when I say he's talking about Omar Fateh here, he's literally trying to vilify people who come to this country, you know, quote unquote, the right way. Like, Omar Fateh is a native born American, but this man still thinks of him in the same category as a product of mass migration, right? This man has the audacity to talk about, you know, oh, what mass migration has done to Minneapolis. It hasn't done anything bad to Minneapolis. There are people that Minnesota has taken as refugees from all over the world, and you know what? They make this area great. I think it's great that I can get Hmong food. I think it's great that I can get Somali food. I think it's great that I can get Ethiopian food. I think it's great that I can go out there and get a bunch of different kinds of cuisines from all over the world, from places I've never been, and it's great that people can share their culture with me in that way. I think that's wonderful. I think it enriches my life to see different kinds of people out and about doing their own thing in my community. I think it's great that I can go to the closest park to me and see people doing all kinds of different activities. Some that I like am familiar with from growing up, but also some activities where I'm just like, oh, I never would have thought of doing that. That's so cool. When I walk around a lake here, there is all kinds of there are all kinds of references to indigenous culture. I think that enriches my life. I'm not indigenous, but I think that enriches my life. Stephen Miller over here is talking about how, like, oh, these people are barely literate. I don't think I've ever seen Stephen Miller read a single damn thing. I don't believe Stephen Miller's literate. Because I think, to some degree, to be literate, you have to have a heart. But when Charlie Kirk and Stephen Miller fearmonger about this, it's always to denigrate the places they're talking about. They view Minneapolis as fundamentally damaged because we have more black and brown people in the area. Because we have more Latino people in the area. They are the ones who think that we are damaged, that our communities are lesser because we have non-white people living in them. That is the position of people like Charlie Kirk and Stephen Miller. It enrages me. And in response to Charlie Kirk's virulent bigotry, Minneapolis is a beautifully diverse city that stands firm in our progressive values. The hate I've seen today and most days is not who we will ever be. I'm running for mayor to work with you to achieve the affordable city we know Minneapolis can be. And I mean, that is a generous as fuck statement. Just last month, my friends John and Yvette Hoffman were severely injured, and Melissa and Mark Hortman were murdered in a hateful attack targeting elected DFLers, myself included. This hateful rhetoric has no place in our politics, and we cannot let this vitriol flow unchecked. I remain committed to working with everyone who calls Minneapolis home to build a city that works for everyone, for our small businesses, to our renters and homeowners, to our transit riders. Let's build a better Minneapolis and a better nation together. And like, I mean, in response to that, like, just like, do you also marry your family? It's disgusting. The amount of vitriol. He was also targeted by the would-be assassin, or not even would-be, by the political assassin. Like, what is wrong? What are his crimes? Like, what are the issues that Republicans have with him, that Charlie Kirk has with him? That he was born to Somali parents? That he grew up in a Muslim household? This is just bigotry. Plain and simple. And it's ugly and grotesque. And I want to take a look at something here. This is from one Matthew Walsh.
Rain is one of the best times to fish, as long as the rain's not too heavy. Like a light rain is in perfect conditions. Anyway, and here's the best part. It actually zips into the bear.
Oh, God.
The summer of George Floyd, the socialists in the government of Seattle were celebrating. And here's what one member of Seattle City Council, an Indian woman by the name of Kshama Sawant, wrote on social media at the time, quote, "Our tax Amazon movement has made history. Seattle City Council just voted to pass an Amazon tax on the largest corporations to fund affordable housing and jobs to begin to end racist gentrification. This is entirely because of the thousands of working people, unions, socialists, etc." Close quote. So this was a a tax that politicians like Kashama Sawant had been pushing for quite some time. Watch this.
Right now, we have enormous momentum to pass a tax on big business, in other words, an Amazon tax in our city.
A new tax on big businesses, Councilmember Kshama Sawant says, and this time around, she's asking for a lot more.
So I would say we have to look at something like $300 to $500 million to be raised every year with no sunset clause, meaning having the construction of affordable housing every year with union jobs, with energy efficient buildings.
Something, by the way, that Seattle absolutely can achieve, by the way, given the big businesses that are in Seattle.
Promise, as you heard, was to raise hundreds of millions of dollars by taxing the most successful business in the city and then redistributing that.
Yeah, it's the most successful business in the city, Matt. It can afford to pay more in taxes. That's the premise.
Money towards union jobs, affordable housing, and energy efficient buildings. In other words, she's going to steal money from productive companies and redistribute it to various left-wing projects and handouts.
Now, the flaw in Matt Walsh's thinking here, as we know his thinking is flawed, is that all taxes redistribute wealth in some way. If the wealth isn't being redistributed from the top of society to the bottom, which is what she is suggesting, then instead what is being suggested is either doing nothing, maintaining status quo, and inequality gets bigger and bigger and bigger, or the reverse, which is you tax the bottom of society and give to the top. That is what we have called in the past trickle-down economics. It does not work. So, like, all taxes are redistributive. That's the point of taxation. It's not theft unless the entirety of human history is built on a concept you consider theft, I suppose, if you've really bent the meaning of theft.
Never mind the fact that Kashama Sawant has never created anything of value since arriving in this country in her mid-20s.
Well, that's not true. She created a base of support and a base of voters, which actually matters in a democracy, Matt.
She's a socialist, so therefore she gets to dictate how the economy of Seattle will work.
No, she's an elected official in Seattle, and therefore she gets to work with other elected officials in Seattle to establish a tax policy. I know that this is very difficult for you, Matt, but that's how local governments work.
That's the idea.
And I guarantee you, that's how your local government works, Matt.
And for several years, Seattle went along with it. They put foreign socialism into action, and how did it turn out? Well, as you'd expect, businesses began leaving Seattle. More workers stayed at home. Companies like Expedia conducted mass layoffs. The results has been less tax revenue and fewer jobs. In other words, socialism failed, as it always does. And to give you an idea of how dire things have become,
Let's take a look. I'm curious to see if there's any I don't know. There's any kind of metric we can take a look at here. Let's see. Oh, wait. Number of. There we go. Oh, well, this is interesting. Here's the 2024 Greater Seattle Tech Industry Report. Let's take a look at this. Huh. Wait a minute. This doesn't look like an implosion of businesses, Matt. Matt. Wait a minute. That actually looks like the Greater Seattle tech industry was growing year over year. That's crazy, Matt. It got bigger after she said those things, Matt. Wait a minute. Huh. Wait. Why? I never. I wonder. Here, let's take a look. Take a look at a couple of other things here. Oh, fewer people were working than Matt. Why was the population grow? Oh, this was until 2016. Clearly, the population must have imploded. Let's take a look. Take a look here. Here we go. Huh, wait a minute. The population just continued to grow. It's almost 200,000 more than it was 20 years ago, Matt. Why? That's wild, Matt.
It got bigger after she said those things. I bet it did. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. God. Here,
To be fair, he boycotted Sesame Street so he never learned how to count, or spell, or tell jokes, or be a decent human being.
Oh, huh. You know, I'm curious here. Here's from 2025. You know, clearly this would be like one of the like the epicenter where basically like the entirety of society is collapsing here. Wait a minute. Seattle tops GDP growth among large markets from a 2024 analysis from December of 2024. So this analysis was released this year. That's a greater GDP growth than Houston, Austin, Orlando, Tampa, Miami, Denver, the Bay Area, Dallas, or Phoenix. That's well, what about all of that theft though, Matt? That's so strange that the facts don't bear you out.
Here's a recent headline from one of Seattle's local news outlets. Quote, "This is catastrophic. Seattle payroll tax revenue $47 million short as jobs leave the city."
Let's see here. Let's take a look at that article. Let's see here. Let's take a look at Cairo News. Catastrophic payroll. Okay. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell released his payroll expense tax report for 2024 on Tuesday, and its projections come up nearly $50 million short. Let's see. Today's announcement that pet revenues collected in 2024 were $47 million lower than projected requires action to ensure our budget remains balanced. So shorter than projected is a bit different, but okay. Harrell said that his 2025 budget proposal was based on the projections from the Independent Office of Economic and Revenue Forecasts. But since they got it wrong, the mayor said, for the 2026 budget, my office will consider all options, including additional revenue sources and appropriate expense reductions to ensure we are making the priority investments and funding the essential services that matter to our residents. Let's take a look. All right. So KTTH host Jason Rantz is the person who is being cited here. The host of the Jason Rantz show. And I don't know what that is. Let's take a look. Oh, he's a local, like, he's a local, like, conservative radio host. So the quote of "this is catastrophic" is directly from this local radio host. Okay. Interesting to say the least. Let's all right. That's our source. So on the one hand, we have local radio guy. Now, let's take a look. What does the mayor say? This decrease in revenue is aligned with recent reports of major employers moving thousands of high-paying jobs out of Seattle to other cities in our region. Large corporations should pay their fair share, and we should be wary when they use job placements to avoid paying funding that our communities rely on. But we must also recognize that businesses make choices based on their bottom line. We need to design our tax policies with the full context of our economy and a comprehensive view that ensures we raise the revenue needed to support all of our residents in a progressive way aligned with our values. Let's see here. Yep. Oh, hey. Wow, this this news article is really dog shit. On the one hand, we have a news radio guy. On the other hand, we have a news radio guy. News radio political analyst Matt Markovich says the revenue drop is concerning, but notes that $47 million can be made up in the next budget cycle, which is absolutely true. Now, I would like to know, for example, how many jobs left? You know, the claim here is about jobs. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay, so there we go. This is maybe a bit more convincing, Matt, just as an FYI. However, this is from 2022. Maybe not correct. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find something 2025. Oh, wait, this is the issue. Wait a minute. This is the issue. So, Seattle has basically a level of employment growth that is in line with the national employment growth. And also, it's still growing. They're adding more jobs. From 2020 to 2025, they're still growing by around 2.5%, the number of jobs. And on top of that, if they projected more job growth than they actually got, like say they're off by a couple, like 1% in their projection, that could easily account for $47 million. Like this is actually not the catastrophic thing that they are talking about. See how it clarifies things when you just like seek out additional data and information, chat? Like, God.
Here's how Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell assessed the situation. Quote, today's announcement that payroll tax revenues collected in 2024 were $47 million lower than projected requires action to ensure our budget remains balanced. This decrease in revenue is aligned with recent reports of major employers moving thousands of high-paying jobs out of Seattle to other cities in our region. Well, imagine that. Kshama Sawant became a socialist in India. She brought her ideas to this country, and her ideas, in a very observable way, made this country worse, to the point that the Democrats running the city can't even deny it. And we're seeing a lot of this lately, if you haven't noticed. Of course, a few weeks ago, as we talked about, a Muslim socialist, someone who wants to eliminate the police department, establish state-run grocery stores.
Well, wait a minute. Zoran Mamdani isn't running on eliminating the police department. Matt, are you just telling lies? Like, I could forgive you for looking up one article on the situation in Seattle and getting, like, just coming to your own conclusions on that because you're a fundamentally incurious person. Like, that makes sense to me. But saying that Zoran Mamdani wants to eliminate the police department, that's just an outright lie, and you know that.
Nationalized rental properties, dominated the primary in the mayor's race in New York. He's very likely to lead New York very soon. He'll probably win the general election, and he's very, very far ahead in the lead. And now in Minneapolis, a similar election is about to unfold. A Muslim socialist named Omar Fateh, who represents the district where George Floyd overdosed, is now gaining traction in the mayor's race. And before we go any further, just think about that credential. He's a socialist who represents the district where George Floyd overdosed, which happens to be one of the most dangerous and least desirable places to live in the country.
You know, if only Omar Fateh had, I don't know, taken note of how many people were dying of, like, fentanyl overdoses and introduced some kind of legislation to, I don't know, reduce the number of people killed by fentanyl overdoses. If only he had introduced some kind of state level bill to, I don't know, say decriminalize fentanyl test strips in the state so that they could be given out for free and save people's lives to help them avoid overdosing on drugs that they didn't know were laced with fentanyl, which is something that happens quite a lot in places that, you know, that happens. Oh, wait. Wait. He did that. Minnesota decriminalized fentanyl test strips in order to save lives, and it has been overwhelmingly successful. Okay? So, that's point number one. Point number two, George Floyd was murdered, Matt. I would like to see you survive, 10 minutes of a cop's full weight on your goddamn neck, man. God. Like, I mean, either way you want to take it here, like, it's just bullshit. To attack him on fentanyl overdoses, he's like the last guy you should ever try and come at on that. And number two, y'all shouldn't be coming after, like, George Floyd like he died from an overdose when he was fucking murdered by a cop. As agreed by a goddamn jury of his peers. Absolutely disgusting. But, Matt Walsh is a virulent racist, so, it's kind of his thing.
And to give you some local color, here's what that means in practice. This is what George Floyd Square was like post BLM. Watch.
This bill of comprehensive police reform to be... just got to be careful here with some gunshots. Excuse us. It sounds like gunshots. I'll let you know what this is.
So there it is. That's...
Were those gunshots? Like, I don't know, man. You got to, like, actually demonstrate what happened there. Because generally, it's a pretty fine area to be. Also, I don't know. Pretty cool. I've been there. It's nice. And the reason it hasn't been finished, by the way, is because the city has been dragging its heels on a projected redesign of that area in order to, like, memorialize it and make it more official. So I don't know. Seems kind of like you're just saying shit without any actual information to back it up, which is interesting. Also, can we take a look at what it actually looked like in the wake? Like, I don't know, people came together in solidarity here and they were perfectly safe.
Omar Fateh's home turf, and he wants all of Minneapolis, and indeed all the United States, to look just like that. Like the Muslim socialist in New York, Omar Fateh is not subtle about his intentions. He's not hiding anything. Instead,
I love how Matt Walsh believes, and in some cases he might be correct, that his audience is dumb enough that like they're like, yeah, Omar Fateh wants every place in America to just be like full of gunshots, and like, nah, bud, that's you. You want guns everywhere. You want the guns everywhere. How do you know those gunshots weren't by law-abiding Americans using them in self-defense? That's you guys. You want that. You want like every U.S. citizen to be able to have a gun. You guys think it makes people safer. Those are the sounds of freedom ringing out to you guys. Like, what are you talking about? This is the world you are in favor of. God.
he's made it very clear that he works with other Somali politicians in Minnesota.
He works with other politicians in Minnesota. He like, guys, he's a good politician. He was put in charge of like the Minnesota like Senate's like higher education committee. Like he's been doing good work here. He introduced a bill that made college education free to anyone from a family that makes under $80,000 a year. Like, dude does good work here. And Matt Walsh is just like, oh yeah, he's conspiring with the other Somalis. And like, what the fuck, man? This is just vile racism. This is just vile racism from a guy who has dedicated himself to improving this city.
To advance the interests of Somalia.
No, he's a fucking American, you racist ass. He was born in Washington, D.C. Like, this is like saying, yes, look at Matt Walsh, here to advance the interests of Germany. Like, it's fucking gross.
Not of the United States or of his local constituents. He's also referred to Somalia.
Like, I please tell us more. What leads you to this conclusion that this native-born American man is working on behalf of Somalia? What evidence do you have? Is it literally just he's brown though? Like, damn. Matt, you're forgetting your Klan robes again.
Somalia as our home, even though he was actually born in Washington and grew up in Virginia. Watch.
Investing in increasing affordable housing and not gentrifying our neighborhoods. These are all things that are causing harm to our community because of this idea that there isn't money, when in reality, we do have this money to spend on this. It's just that we're choosing not to. It's not a value of ours. So right now, we're blessed to have 3 Somali elected officials at the Capitol. Me, Sister Holden Hassan, who's in the State House, and Brother Mahmoud Noor. And we work very closely together. And we carry each other's bills. So the way it works is, if there's a bill in the House, it needs an identical bill to be carried in the Senate for it to be negotiated and to pass in the committees, and then go on for the floor session, and then go on to the governor's signature. So we're able to pass our bills back and forth that'll help benefit our communities.
Wow. So they have a internal caucus in the Minnesota legislature? The horror. This literally happens all the time in every part of our politics, man.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support.
Yeah, our Somali communities, because there are some people who are born here And there are other people who migrated here. And people who were born here, people who came here, they have connections back to Somalia. This isn't hard to understand. They're not agents of Somalia. They just have family there, man. Holy shit. This is like me trying to accuse someone, you're an agent of Wisconsin. Like, and they're like, but I live here in Minnesota. Yeah, but you have family back there in Wisconsin. You're here to subvert Minnesota politics. Like, that's just nonsense. You're here to get the cheese over everything, aren't you? You're always talking about cheese. Like, no, like, come on, man. This is just racism.
There's always been a link between our community here, as well as back home. And I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us and represent all of us, because when we succeed here, we succeed everywhere.
Yeah. How dare he talk to this community that was built off of like refugees and immigrants? How dare he talk about bridging that gap?
And I'm hoping to do that just like Abdrazak, inshallah.
So he's really outright admitting that Somali politicians are engaged in a conspiracy against the United States.
This is maybe one of the dumbest things Matt Walsh has ever said. He should feel bad. He should vomit on these words.
They're working together to loot the treasury to serve the interests of foreign nationals.
He's literally trying to say that because this guy is brown and his parents are from Somalia, that he's trying to become the mayor of Minneapolis so that they can steal money from the Minneapolis taxpayers to fund something in Somalia? Based on no evidence whatsoever. Because that's not anything like what was just said at all. He's talking to a diaspora community. Like, he's talking to people who've been dispersed across Minnesota. He's talking about making sure that he's speaking to them and their interests. And like, that makes sense. That's something you should do when you're talking to your constituents. God damn.
They're not hiding it. And that's their goal in every case.
Man, this I don't know. Like, usually Matt Walsh is like stupid in a way that's like, I don't know, I can mock it. I'm kind of speechless at how racist this asshole is being about someone in my own backyard.
It doesn't matter that Omar was born here. It doesn't matter whether his parents were legal immigrants or not.
Yeah, because to you, all that matters is that he's brown, you racist fuck.
None of that matters. His goal remains the same. He was born in America, but he's not actually an American.
That doesn't make sense, you racist piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think Matt Walsh is an American. Because he clearly has allegiance with the devil. He owes the devil his loyalty. He's been put here on this earth to do the devil's work, and he's here taking all the money from the hard-working Daily Wire subscribers in order to use it for the devil's ends. He's not an American. He is of the devil. He's here representing the devil's interest. This goddamn piece of shit.
America is not his home. He's very proudly admitted that.
He hasn't. You're just illiterate and racist.
Omar Fateh, like the other Somali politicians in Minnesota, understands that he can take advantage of us. So they're all doing it to their great benefit.
Yeah. Yeah, he's here to take advantage of us. Let's take a look. Huh. Oh yeah, he's taking advantage of us by getting poor families free college education. Damn, that's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, he's taking advantage of his constituents so much that in the last time he was up for election, he won 90% of the vote in the general election. Let me reiterate that. In the last general election, Omar Fateh won over 90% of the vote. His first time that he was in the general election for this spot, he won over 80% of the vote. He literally gained between the two elections because he actually serves his constituents and they like him. What Matt Walsh is trying to imply here is that the people of Minnesota are saps who are being taken for a ride. He's trying to call people who live here morons. It's not just an attack on Omar Fateh, it's an attack on people in Minnesota. It is an attack on the very fabric of what is America. And I don't take very kindly to that. I don't take kindly to the racism. I don't take kindly to the implication that we are morons, because all he's providing are, well, I deliberately misread what I deliberately misconstrued what he said, and therefore he's a thief. It's genuinely infuriating. Hey, let's take a look at some of the policies that Omar Fateh is pushing for. Let's take a look. I just want to point out these are all of his policies on protecting our communities from a hostile federal government, on investing in housing, on approaching unsheltered homelessness with compassion, on reforming public safety, on protecting workers and supporting labor, on prioritizing environmental justice, on prioritizing infrastructure, public spaces, and transit, on flourishing commercial corridors through local entrepreneurship, on increasing the city's revenue, on supporting public education. And guess what? Each one of these has a list of different policy positions that he wants to work for. Each and every one of these has a thought out different policies that they want to do. Hey, guess what? Establish a city office for small business success, which will act as a clearinghouse for small business services, feedback, linguistic support, and issue resolution, a place where business owners can turn when they need support navigating city bureaucracy or if they are seeking help in hard times. Explore and implement a commercial vacancy tax to address vacant storefronts. Build on initiatives like the Vibrant Storefronts Initiative and expand the city's role as a facilitator of new business formation by partnering with owners of neglected or underutilized commercial spaces in key districts such as Uptown and Downtown. Establish dedicated loans and grants for businesses facing hardship during construction projects to prevent the displacement of existing local entrepreneurs as piloted by the City Council. Lead in accordance with the reality that the best business climate is one in which all city residents have their basic needs met. Invest ongoing resources in successful programs that stimulate local entrepreneurship. This includes programs like the city's Ownership and Opportunity Fund, which allows local business owners to purchase their storefronts, zero and low interest loans, often known as halal loans, and technical assistance grants. Dude is here running on making it easier to launch a business, revitalizing areas of the downtown that have been largely abandoned by Apple stores and whatnot. Okay? Dude actually has thought out policies. Here, let's take a look. Let's take a look at increasing the city's revenue. Lobby the state of Minnesota to allow the city of Minneapolis to institute a local option income tax to ensure the wealthy pay their fair share. Work with the Minnesota Department of Revenue and Hennepin County to ensure residents are educated on existing property tax relief programs. Explore opportunities for public development and ownership that could increase the tax base while ensuring a broadly beneficial use of space. Explore creative solutions like a commercial vacancy tax to address vacant storefronts, and a land use tax to incentivize development of underutilized parcels. Incentivize converting vacant commercial buildings into residential housing with city support for development that prioritizes affordable housing and public benefit. Take a direct hand in stewarding the revitalization of downtown by leveraging public spaces, including considering the purchase of distressed properties. Protect taxpayer dollars by avoiding unaffordable subsidies for private, for-profit facilities like stadiums, arenas, and convention centers. You know, things that lose the city money, right? But also, I really like this one because, generally speaking, when other cities around the world have bought underutilized or rundown properties and revitalized them for example, affordable housing, that has met with huge success. Okay, let's take a look at on supporting public education. Expand the Stable Homes, Stable Schools program even further than the City Council already has to ensure no child goes without a home. Use the power of the city to lobby for increased funding for Minneapolis public schools. Work with the City Council to pass a moratorium on new charter schools in Minneapolis. Work with partners at Minneapolis Public Schools and the state of Minnesota to invest in daycare and early childhood education to start our children on a path to success. When all of us have universal access to public education, we can uplift our community and support learning as a lifelong pursuit, which also, by the way, allows people to go to work. It allows people to get to work while their kids are getting childcare and expanding their brains. Increase funding for free city leisure services, and work with the Minneapolis Park Board to expand youth programming at every age. Expand the school-based clinics program that provides integrated and holistic health services to high school students. Like, it's nuts. These are all great ideas that reflect a genuine familiarity with the city, that reflect a genuine concern with improving the working people and the working conditions in this city. And all that Matt Walsh can think of to try and attack this guy is, well, he's a secret double agent for Somalia and he's brown. But, well, rather, not and he's brown, but because he's brown. Let's be real about that. Matt Walsh being a racist prick. On prioritizing infrastructure, public spaces, and transit. Work to implement nation-leading visionary policies like the city's Transportation Action Plan and Complete Streets and Vision Zero policies across the entire city. Address the backlog of neighborhood traffic calming requests and improve safety by implementing calming measures along transit stops, schools, parks, and shopping centers. Implement 24-hour bus lanes on Hennepin Avenue South, a major step forward for sustainable transportation passed by the City Council but vetoed by the mayor. A lot of these policies, by the way, were passed by the City Council, and the current mayor, Jacob Frey, vetoed them because he's an asshole, essentially. Support the community's vision for George Floyd Square, ensuring the option of a pedestrian mall while supporting the needs of surrounding residents and businesses. Work in partnership with Metro Transit to build more and better bus shelters that are maintained for all seasons, which is really important because it gets fucking cold here.
We've got issues, like police corruption, but I'll be DMD if someone talks to me like that, whose policies consistently lead to failure. I'll pick him in over any red state. MN is better on every metric.
Hell yeah. State pride, Brutus Magnuson. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Utilize the city's authority on signal prioritization to benefit public transportation options like bus and light rail. Invest in public spaces, including public seating, public bathrooms, and indoor spaces. Explore expanding public ownership of housing and commercial space. Support the municipal sidewalk shoveling effort being led by the City Council, starting with the Pedestrian Priority Network. Remove unnecessary fencing blocking residents from public spaces and walkways. Study options for reducing freeway and roadway mileage within city limits. Improve street lighting in commercial corridors and on neighborhood streets while prioritizing reducing light pollution. Establish a transit safety coordinator that will work with my administration, the City Council, and Metro Transit to increase the safety of our transit network. I just want to say, understanding that there is a need to just improve lighting on our streets indicates, like, he gets it, man. He gets it. Like there are so many places here where like the lighting is just inadequate for like nighttime walks because it's just so dark that like you're kind of like I can't tell if there's somebody like lurking in a bush or something, you know? Increasing the lighting reduces crime. It should be kind of like obvious on that one, but you know, uh current administration doesn't want to do shit about that. Let's take a look. Environmental justice. Implement the carbon fees passed by the city council. Increase investment in the city's climate legacy initiative to make desperately needed investments in building a climate resilient city. Invest in zero waste initiatives to reduce the city's waste stream and support the responsible closure of the Hennepin Energy Recovery Center incinerator, which, by the way, has been causing health problems for years for people around that. Invest in the weatherization of all homes in Minneapolis, prioritizing aging rental housing first, because when you weatherize homes, it reduces energy needs, but in all seasons. It come on, no brainer here. Work in partnership with the county and state to create permanent indoor space for public use during extreme weather events like extreme heat, extreme cold, and poor air quality. Because, hey, guess what? When you can do that, you ensure people who don't have other places to go have somewhere to go where they can be safe. Center historically marginalized communities like the North Side and South Side green zones in the city's climate resiliency decision making. Support large-scale environmental justice initiatives that will restore city cohesion and empower minority communities like the Twin Cities Boulevard Project and bring back 6th. Invest in programs that prioritize the transition of the city's vehicle fleet to electric vehicles. That needs to happen. And this is the guy who might actually be able to get it all happening, right? Let's take a look at protecting workers and supporting labor. Support the Labor Standards Board, a popular initiative the city council approved that was vetoed by the mayor. Work with the city council to pass fair scheduling policies so your boss can't just spring a new schedule on you and fuck over your entire week. Fund further co-enforcement to hold employers accountable for workplace abuse, wage theft, earned sick and safe time violations, and other illegal labor practices. You mean this guy wants to go after people who are doing wage theft, the #1 form of theft in the United States? Let's go. Support efforts to increase the Minneapolis minimum wage because he wants to increase it by $4 over the next few years. Because this guy cares about this city. Vision for City of Minneapolis employees. Institute a ratio for the highest to lowest paid employees in the city of Minneapolis, ending with the current practice of exorbitant salaries for management while the frontline employees continue to fall behind. Work collaboratively with the unions representing city employees to ensure workers get fair contracts. Establish a labor relations framework that prioritizes treating all city employees with fairness and dignity, especially throughout the bargaining process. Overhaul the human resources department so that every city employee can trust that their complaints and concerns are taken seriously and addressed quickly. It is unacceptable that the rate of HR complaints has increased significantly under Mayor Frey's tenure. This is not something to be proud of. Appropriately fund employee resource groups to recruit, retain, and support a diverse workforce. Just unambiguously banger after banger policies. Reforming public safety. Implement the reforms outlined in the state and federal consent decrees without hesitation, something that the current mayor hasn't been doing, which is ridiculous. Invest in upstream solutions to reduce crime that results from poverty and lacking access to mental health care, housing, and public spaces. Implement the Safe and Thriving Communities Plan, an existing actionable city policy that Mayor Frey has yet to implement, which, yeah, the current mayor has just been shitting himself rather than actually doing work, and it sucks. Prioritize more effective MPD recruitment strategies rather than costly and inflated recruitment bonuses. Invest in programs that ensure and the appropriate responders come when we call 911. Over 47% of calls to MPD can be diverted to non-police responders, which, if half of the calls to the police don't need the police, that's something we should probably address as a city. God. Invest in a well-functioning civil rights department and independent oversight of MPD. Our residents should trust that we are doing everything we can to build a lawful and trustworthy police force. Work with every level of government to reduce recidivism rates, particularly among young people, by investing in youth programming and targeted diversion programs for the most at-risk youth. Because it's kind of insane, but in a lot of places in this country, the focus isn't on reducing recidivism rates, or to put it another way, the focus isn't on preventing people from committing more crimes after they've committed a crime. The focus is just on punishment, punishment, punishment. And it doesn't matter if they go and do another crime again. You know? God. Expand the behavioral crisis response program, which has successfully provided alternative responses to armed officers. Increase investment in other departments under the Office of Community Safety, like the Fire Department, 911, Neighborhood Safety Department, and Emergency Management. Address the systemic mismanagement within the Neighborhood Safety Department, which has undermined unarmed public safety response. Work to eliminate the backlog of unsolved police investigations. In our city, every victim and survivor deserves to get answers. Increase interdepartment communication to ensure a more efficient public safety response. Expand the city's community safety ambassador program to the city's 7 cultural districts. These are all, in my mind, no-brainers. On approaching unsheltered homelessness with compassion. Prevent rental evictions, the largest contributor to homelessness, by establishing a just cause eviction policy. Work with the city council to pass and implement safe parking and safe outdoor spaces ordinances grounded in consent and evidence-based practices in which service and health needs to be addressed. Pivot from the practice of evicting encampments when there is nowhere for the residents to go, and instead work with other jurisdictions to ensure immediate access to safe alternative locations with increased access to essential services. Support a housing first model, very important, to approach homelessness, as has been successful in other jurisdictions like Salt Lake City in partnership with the county and state. Take a public health approach to encampments to ensure that residents have access to life-saving infrastructure like hand washing stations, portable bathrooms, running water, safe needle disposal programs, and storage for personal belongings. Work closely with Hennepin County and state of Minnesota to build and operate shelters that homeless residents want to live in, while we work to get them into housing, investing in successful low-barrier models like Avelo Villages and the Stable Homes, Stable Schools program. Establish a South Minneapolis Tiny Homes Village. Work to establish accessible navigation hubs to connect residents experiencing homelessness with the services they need, and establish low-barrier job opportunities for people experiencing homelessness. These are all such good policies.
Can confirm as a former 911 dispatcher, most of the calls we sent police to could have been handled better by other resources, but when you're only 2 less cops or ambulance.
Yep, 100% sorry you're blue. Thank you for the $10 super chat. On investing in housing, build and maintain public housing at the federally allowed maximum level, which, hey, did you know that there was a federally allowed maximum level your city can build affordable housing at? That's kind of bullshit, isn't it? But okay, I guess. And support a dedicated levy to maintain this commitment. Enact a rent stabilization policy to ensure that renters can call Minneapolis home for generations to come. Establish a tenant opportunity to purchase act to ensure that renters have an additional tool to access home ownership. Support the affordable housing right of first refusal ordinance to preserve affordable housing and keep it locally owned rather than letting it be hoarded by venture capitalists and wealthy developers. Increase the supply of affordable housing through direct investment and incentives for affordable development by growing investments in programs like Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the 4D program. Explore publicly owned social housing for residents at a variety of income levels, and support new housing development to ensure a regularly increasing supply. I'm genuinely baffled, right? They're saying that this guy is a double agent for Somalia because all of his policies are to steal from us to enrich the nation of Somalia. And I don't know about you guys, but I haven't been seeing many of these policies here have anything to do with Somalia. I don't know about you guys. Kind of indicates to me Matt Walsh is just like a disgusting racist. On protecting our communities from a hostile federal government, the city must act as the last line of defense, hand in hand with the county and state, as the federal government wages war on oppressed and vulnerable people, work with immigrant rights organizations, and support initiatives aimed at achieving full equality for immigrant residents, including right to legal counsel, support for undocumented students and families in public schools, and establishing clear consequences for Minneapolis Police Department officers who violate the city's separation ordinance. Ensure that events like the Trans Equity Summit are fully funded and prioritized. The current mayor has underfunded and mismanaged this event, resulting in the cancellation of the 2024 summit. That's right. He also cares about trans people, folks. Increase funding to services that support housing, safety, and economic justice, as LGBTQ+ and BIPOC people are some of the highest at risk for losing their housing, being over-criminalized by MPD, and being harassed by their employer. Enact a public health-centered approach to unsheltered homelessness that prioritizes the humanity of those who have the least. This approach is in opposition to the policy shared by the Frey administration and the Trump-appointed Supreme Court. Work to ensure that Minneapolis remains a safe haven for people seeking abortions and gender-affirming care. Essential healthcare services like these are under attack from the federal government. It makes a lot of sense to me why Matt Walsh would hate this man. Because this man wants what is good for the working people and the impoverished, and Matt Walsh only wants those people to fucking die.
By contrast, nobody can provide, and I've asked, nobody can provide an example of a single way that the United States has benefited from Somali immigration.
Hey, I'm just gonna throw another one out there. I've already thrown out there. He has saved thousands of lives with fentanyl test strips. As a Somali immigrant who wrote the bill that made that legal, he has saved thousands of lives here in Minnesota, and also he made it free for Minnesotans to go to college if their families make under $80,000 a year. He wrote that bill, he pushed it through, and he got it passed. And he is, well, the son of Somali parents who came here via immigration, man. So, like, I don't know. Those are two pretty big ways he has positively impacted where he lives here. Matt Walsh, how have you positively impacted the United States? Other than making, like, I don't know, hateful documentaries where you just get owned and you try and pretend you didn't.
Okay, this is like the question that people don't want to ask, even though it should be a very simple question. What is the benefit?
Why does Matt Walsh look like he's just drunk as shit?
Of importing a bunch of Somalis into this country? Now, it's easy to think of the drawbacks.
By the way, we didn't import Somalis like they're fucking slaves, Matt. What we did was accept Somali refugees. We accepted Somali refugees. And we, here in the state of Minnesota, did that. We were the ones who had a say in it. And, well, they've contributed a lot to our economy, to the cultural, like, fabric of the area. They've started businesses here. They have built friendships and families here. They've had children here. And, like, he thinks all of that is garbage. Again, because he's a racist who thinks that more brown people is a net negative for all of us. And, like, it's genuinely shocking. It's disgusting.
But I can't think of a single positive, and neither can anyone else.
Just gave you like a dozen.
By some estimates, there are more than 150,000 Somalis living in this country. In fact, I think the official estimate is 170,000, although it's probably way more than that. They've completely taken over entire neighborhoods in Minnesota and several other states.
They've completely taken over. Yeah, by like buying houses and like, I don't know, living and working here. I don't know. The framing of like the Somali population in Minnesota as like as if they like violently took over neighborhoods. Like, nah, man. They rented apartments. They bought houses. They have lived and worked and died here alongside the rest of us. And the way you denigrate them, you are denigrating the rest of the good people who live in Minnesota. And it's honestly sickening and disgusting.
What have they improved? Have they boosted the GDP, employment rates, IQ averages?
Yes. All of the above, though IQ averages, again, you're not beating the racist fuck allegations, are you, Matt?
That'd be quite a trick, since the average IQ in Somalia is something like 70.
Hey, Matt, did you know that the IQ test was originally designed to test the literacy of French fourth graders? I know this might come as a shock to the eugenicists who have their calipers out to measure skull shapes. But IQ is actually completely bullshit. Because guess what? You can like actually just learn the test. You can be taught the test and do better at the test. It's just a measure of your test-taking abilities. It's not a measure of your intelligence. It is used by racists as if it is an actual measure of your intelligence. It's not. Here, let's just take a look here. Here. Oh, God. Here. Some of these studies are from like 20 years ago. I'm trying to find a good one that is summarizing. Here, I think maybe Matt Walsh or a conservative audience might accept this article from Popular Science. Here we go. IQ is a really stupid concept. That's interesting. Too many of us use the terms IQ and intelligence as if they're interchangeable. They're not. An IQ score isn't the magical signifier of smarts. It merely quantifies your ability to take a particular kind of test. Wealthy white Westerners tend to perform among the best on these exams, but that doesn't mean they're smarter than the rest of the world. Research increasingly indicates that the advantages that group enjoys, like better education and healthcare, set them up for success on such evaluations. And it doesn't hurt that the most expensive education is generally geared towards improving one's ability to fill in the proper bubbles. Access to money, school, and medicine can all change apparent acumen, but IQ ignores inherent intellect. Race in some parts of the world, kids given IQ assessments were unfamiliar, even with the concept of standardized testing, let alone with the question format or subject matter. The established correlation between race and IQ doesn't reveal an inherent genetic advantage. It shows how closely your score is tied to health, wealth, and access to education. So, yeah, basically, this article goes through, talks about a lot of the different ideas here. Oh, look at this, the Flynn effect. Today, the average IQ in Kenya hovers around 72, slightly lower than a Brit would have scored in 1948. Marks reliably rise in developed nations, increasing access to education, healthcare, and food, improves living conditions, and fuels brain development. The so-called Flynn effect is leveling off in the West, but Kenya is still on an upward trend, notching 25 points since testing began in the 80s. Many impoverished countries here have yet to turn this corner. When they do, we should expect a great IQ equalizing, because again, it's not based on race, which is what, by the way, Matt Walsh is trying to allege here. He's trying to allege that Somali people are less intelligent because they're Somalian. Like, Matt Walsh is just doing like what a race scientist from like the 1800s would have done. Yeah, like, I don't know. Some guys, have you ever like looked at an IQ test, or maybe a good example would be like the ACT or something like that, right? Where like, if there's a question that asks about yachting, for example, that can cause students who have no idea about yachting to like do worse on the test because they're not familiar with that subject matter, because you know, they don't go to the sea for a summer holiday to sail on a yacht. You know, like, this is just, I think it is just good to understand that IQ just tests for how well are you going to do on this test. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Have you been trained in a society that trains one for tests like that? Oh, you're going to do better on that test. It's not surprising, but Matt Walsh is, again, just a racist.
Have Somalis reduced crime? Have they come up with any new technologies? Have they innovated anything? Have they done anything except marry their cousins at extremely high rates? Which is also a statistical reality about life in Somalia. These are questions that have objective answers, and in every case, the answer is just no. Leftists know they can't dispute that, so they'll call you racist for asking the question.
Well, I'm not calling you racist for asking the question. It's not racist to not know about like the origin of IQ, but I am calling you racist for a host of other reasons. You know? I don't know. Like, one could maybe take the time to Google Somalia innovation. Hey, look at that. They're investing in like technology. Look, they launch an Internet of Things based smart agriculture training to boost innovation in their country. Look at that. Wow. Huh. Wow. The link to young lack of local innovation and skills linked to youth and women unemployment in Somalia. So there's an underemployment problem. Digitizing care, redefining healthcare through innovation at Galkayo Health Center. Wow, look at that. New executive arena to bolster Somalia's innovation ecosystem. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like one might be able to find ways that Somalia is innovating. Can we also just take a look here real quick? Do. Take a look. Yeah, here we go. Also, like, Somalia isn't like, I don't know, like, I feel like Matt Walsh talks about Somalia like it's a bunch of huts in the middle of like the savannah, and that's just not what it is. It like, it's developed. They have cities. Like, they have apartment buildings. Like, people live and go to work there every day. I don't know. Here's a local news network talking about how Mogadishu is now safer than ever due to security developments. And like, oh, look at that. It looks totally nice. Matt Walsh is just incapable of imagining or understanding that people in a place he considers inherently inferior to his own might actually be doing well.
But the question needs to be asked, why are we allowing Somalis into this country if nobody can explain how allowing them into the country helps our country? Then why do we allow it?
Because they do work here. They work. They do labor, intellectual and physical labor. They live in our communities. They pay rent. They pay their taxes. They live and work and die here, the same as any other citizen of the United States. They do that. When you know, Chet down at the hardware store is, you know, going to his part-time job, and like he hangs out at the hardware store after work to like chat with his friend Marv. They're also contributing to the world that we live in, Matt. But for some reason, you don't have a problem with Chet, the weird guy with like a tinfoil hat who hangs down at the hardware store. You don't have a problem with Chet. But you have a problem with someone named Omar. And I wonder why that is.
Like, this is the basic question that should be asked about every policy at every level. Any government policy, whether it has to do with immigration or any other topic, the very first question that should be asked, the very first one, is, does this policy help the country? If the answer is no, then obviously the policy should not be enacted. Obviously, we don't need to ask any other questions. We don't need to.
Yeah, and it helps the country. Immigration unambiguously improves the country's economy, Matt. Like, in every conceivable metric. You just don't want to acknowledge that, again, because you're a racist.
Say, well, it doesn't help the country, but does it do this? Doesn't matter what it does. Nothing else matters. It doesn't help the country. Every policy in America should have the intention and the effect of helping Americans. And if it doesn't do that, we shouldn't have the policy. And while we're at it, why aren't we beginning the process of denaturalizing as many of these Somalis as possible? If you join a subversive communist party, your citizenship can be revoked on.
He's not a naturalized U.S. citizen, you dumb fuck. He's a native-born American. This guy is just a fucking racist. Let's denaturalize this guy. Let's denaturalize this guy and send him to, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. What's like a place that has like, maybe we can send him to a cave? Like a cave that's deep underground, you know, like one of those caves where like the salamanders don't grow eyes because they're just trapped down there. Like he looks like he'd be kind of at home in the place that Gollum came from. Maybe we'll send him there. He's very pale, and he looks sickly and unwell. So maybe we can send him to like the cave where the other pale and sickly creatures live. You know, they have thriving ecosystems. He'll do well there. He'll make some friends, finally.
National security grounds. Additionally, if you didn't actually abandon any foreign allegiance, then you lied on your application for citizenship, and your
Again, he's just a fucking racist.
Citizenship can and should be revoked. So if you've got Somalis in this country that are saying, oh, our home is Somalia, we're interested in helping Somalia, well, then they lied in their application. their allegiances to Somalia. So they shouldn't be allowed to be here.
Again, this is again saying, oh, you have family back in the country where you came from? Huh. You have loyalty to that country and don't belong here. So like, what are you supposed to do? If you're an immigrant and you're coming in the right way, you know, like Matt Walsh wants you to do if you're an immigrant. You're like, what? You can only come here if like all the other members of your family are dead first? It's lunacy.
And I'm not just talking about
literal moon logic.
Ilhan Omar's whole fraud with her brother. This is a systemic issue. So when do we start kicking these foreign communists out of the country? The question is becoming increasingly urgent because at the moment, Omar...
The amount I despise this man could genuinely get me in trouble. Because, like, this guy feels so emboldened to just call for other American citizens to be, like, kicked out of the country based on their political beliefs. It's genuinely disgusting to me. It's maybe one of the least American ideas he could possibly embrace. And yet, here he is, openly advocating against the very concept of America. Because he's so mad that a guy is running to be mayor of a city he doesn't give a shit about. He's never been here. He doesn't care about the city I live and work in every day. He doesn't give a shit. But for the crime of wanting to improve things for working and poor people here in this city, he's trying to talk about how, oh, not just the guy who's trying to do that needs to be like stripped of his citizenship and sent to a foreign country, but every single person from that country who is here needs to be sent back. And I mean, like, if we're going to go that route, man, like, we're going to have to send back an awful lot of people who are here in America, who are descended from people who weren't born here. We're going to have to send back an awful lot of people, Matt. And I think you should be first in line if that's the route you want to go.
Fateh stands a very real chance of winning in Minneapolis. And if he wins, he'll win because of the support of a lot of people who shouldn't be in the country to begin with.
Yeah. Not because the majority of white Minnesotans voted for him. Just real quick. Just throwing out there. The majority of Minneapolis, 60% about, is white. 18% of Minneapolis is black. Dude is like absolutely losing it. As if like, oh, well, the only reason he would have won is because of the Somali vote. And it's like, nah, that's not how Minnesota works. That's not how Minneapolis works, bruv. You racist ass.
And then we'll all suffer the consequences. In particular, one of his core agenda items will be dismantling the police department and redistributing the money to Somalis, which is something that he's wanted for a very long time. Listen.
By increasing the minimum wage to $20 by 2028 and passing rent stabilization to stop price gouging and incentivizing new construction, we can protect workers. Protecting all of our communities from Donald Trump means not letting MPD interact with ICE, whether it's for an immigration raid or not. Our residents deserve a mayor that will stand up to Donald Trump and say, no, not in our community. Did you know that the city's own data showed that 47% of calls to MPD can be diverted to...
Like, I'm sorry. How are you so dumb that you're watching a Matt Walsh video, right? And then you hit this and you're like, ah, yes, this is a dastardly double agent who is working for Somalia.
Non-police response, cops aren't social workers. Investments in programs like these ensure that the appropriate response arrives when we call 911.
It's just that we know that police officers are not required or not needed to respond to every single call. So I think that if we have a new system in which, for example, a young child with autism is having a mental breakdown, we can have a qualified professional there and not an armed officer. I think that's the right approach to take.
Well, what could go wrong? You have a...
Yeah, notice how none of that was about, like, secretly doing double dealings for Somalia and, like, stealing money from the taxpayers of Minneapolis to fund Somalian politics. Now, notice how none of that had anything to do with what Matt Walsh was talking about. Notice how Matt Walsh just went on, like, a massive racist rant that had nothing to do with what that guy just said. And he tried to present it like it was evidence.
Young autistic person having a mental breakdown. Why would you ever need to send an armed officer to that kind of a situation? It's not as if autistic, mentally ill people have ever hurt anyone in the history of this country, right? I mean,
Well, Matt, you would know this if you bothered to look at any of the data around this, but historically, the data indicates that you don't actually need to just shoot every autistic person who's having a bad day. Just as an FYI, you don't have to do that. You can instead just send a social worker who's willing to be like, hey, what's wrong? If somebody calls 911 is like, hey, I'm worried that my autistic brother might hurt himself. Why do you need to bring cops with guns into that situation when you can just have a social worker come in and, like, talk that person through, like, calming techniques in order to get them to calm down and, like, get them the additional mental health support that they need? You don't actually need to just kill someone who's having a bad day, Matt. I know this might be a foreign idea to you. Oh wait, sorry. I said a foreign idea, everyone. Maybe it's from Somalia. Maybe maybe they got me. The dastardly double agents have already indoctrinated me.
that would be absurd. That's never happened. And by the way, the statistic there was pretty...
Also, if you call the police and say, hey, my autistic brother is having a mental health breakdown and he has a gun, and he said he's going to go shoot someone, then they're probably going to send a police officer in that case, because the context fucking matters.
Incredible. He claimed that 47% of calls to the police could be diverted to non-police responses. That's a number that some left-wing academics at NYU came up with, but there's an obvious problem with it. In fact, there's a lot of problems with it, but one of them is that police don't know in advance whether a call is going to be dangerous. Okay, that they don't, like, call back and say, hey, is this going to be dangerous for us or not? There's not enough time for that kind of questionnaire. And there are a lot of things that seem like they're not going to be dangerous, and then they turn a traffic stop.
Hey, let's take a look at something here real quick. Yoink. So this is from Minnesota Public Radio, and I know Matt Walsh really doesn't like that. But let's take a look here. Let's see. In 2024, the city of Minneapolis stepped up efforts to divert calls for help to non-police responses, including rerouting about 9% of calls for help to 311 traffic control, animal control, and behavioral
Even the
crisis
police have
response
been
team.
outspoken on how they aren't qualified to respond to mental health matters and want help on it.
Yep. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Nomi Sunrider. I really appreciate that, and thank you for supporting the show, because I could not do it without you fine folks supporting me. Let's see. According to NYU's Law Policing Project, a group that is contracted with the city to help implement its public safety blueprint, about 47% of the calls to Minneapolis police have the potential to be diverted to an alternative response. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's click on that. Let's click on that link. Huh. Okay, here's the analysis. Let's take a look. Let's find that 47%. What are they saying? Okay. Responsive services. Okay, approximately 146,000 calls per year, 47% of police calls, are potential candidates to consider for alternative responses. Let's see. Do we have more information about that? Find out. Non-police responses can be expanded via policy changes, expansions of call types, establishing new responses. Any expansions of teams will require additional resources in the form of staff, management, and equipment. Expand traffic-related non-police response by adding vehicle property damage and vehicle recovery call types to the traffic unit, increasing traffic unit coverage to 7 days per week. Expand online reporting to include shoplifting, certain traffic crashes, certain assaults, and forgery reports. Transition away from 911 and toward online reporting, ensuring that accessibility is prioritized. Because again, not everything requires a call to the emergency services number. Because again, sometimes you're just reporting a crime after the fact. Oftentimes, you're reporting a crime after the fact, not while it is ongoing. God. Implement a verified burglar alarm policy. Expand healthcare call types: person in crisis, welfare checks, overdose and person down, disturbance and suspicious/unwanted person. Interesting. Expand animal control to reach full coverage as primary responders. So basically, this is just have different types of calls categorized so that not every single call goes to the police, which totally makes sense. Why should the police, who are dedicated to responding to active or ongoing crimes or to investigate crimes, needed to go out and check, like, oh, you rear-ended some schmuck on the highway. Yep, time to send a police car out there. Like, no, you don't have to do that. You can just send a guy with a clipboard out to do that. So I don't know. I don't know about this insistence. Like, he's like, you don't ever know when something's gonna get deadly. You never know when something's gonna get deadly if you just like step out your front door, Matt. That it's a risk we all take by just interacting with the world.
Something that seems like a very low intensity, low stakes thing, like a traffic stop, can turn deadly in an instant.
Yeah, so maybe we don't need like armed cops doing that. Maybe instead you can just have, I don't know, the people who are doing the traffic stops being like social workers. Or alternatively, just people whose sole job is dealing with traffic violations. Because most people, when those lights go on behind them, are going to pull over. You know? And if you don't pull over when those lights go on, guess what can happen? The people in that little bureaucrat car with the lights on top of it, they just grab your license plate. And then they send you a ticket. And a summons to appear in court. Like, it doesn't have to escalate into a police chase where then like it ends with like the police officers like gunning you down in like an alleyway. Like, Matt Walsh is imagining like, oh, the police are trying to pull you over for going 5 miles over the speed limit. And suddenly they pull out a Gatling gun and start mowing down the police officers. And then you need a heroic John McClane to jump out sideways. Like, no. You don't need that, actually. You don't need to force a conflict like that.
As it has many times. Now, it's probably true that many autistic children having a mental breakdown, quote unquote, aren't violent. And
oh, so most of the time you wouldn't require an emergency response by someone with a gun who's going to escalate the situation. And instead, you could send a social worker who's trained to handle situations like this to de-escalate. And I'm gonna throw this out there. If instead it escalates, the social worker can call the police. Like, the police are still there in these circumstances.
That a social worker could coax them out of it with an ice cream cone or something. But there's also a chance that the autistic child or autistic young person or of any age having a mental breakdown will indeed try to kill someone. That's why you need police officers there to
That's why you need police officers there to gun down that 10-year-old who's having an autistic meltdown.
respond to as many calls like this as possible. You don't wait until somebody gets killed.
No, you don't. But you also need to have a reasonable situation for an officer who has the state's authority to execute people to come out, man. Like, there should be a reason to mobilize the state's ability to execute you on the spot. There should be a reason for that. And the reason can't be, well, maybe someone might change their mind and try to kill me, because that can happen literally anytime you're dealing with any human being.
Now, this is all self-explanatory. Even somebody as dumb as Omar Fateh understands everything I just said. He knows all this. In reality, his goal is to legalize certain forms of violence. And again...
Like what? We read through all of his policy positions. What's his policy to legalize certain forms of violence? Because I hate to break it to Matt Walsh, but he's actually arguing right now. Matt Walsh is arguing in favor of legalizing certain forms of violence that are already legal. Matt Walsh is advocating for well, the police should just do everything because you never know when you need them to kill someone, which is nuts.
Literally, Matt Walsh wants cops to be able to execute disabled human beings on the spot. G-side.
I don't know if that is genocide, but fundamentally, I don't think Matt Walsh would oppose a program that would kill all disabled people. I think Matt Walsh is pretty in favor of that.
There's a lot of this kind of thing going around. Take domestic violence, for example. Most people would agree that domestic violence is bad, I would hope, and that police should respond to domestic violence calls, especially since they're some of the most dangerous calls that police can receive. But just a few years ago, the Muslim socialist in New York, Mamdani, explained that, in his view, the police shouldn't respond to domestic violence calls. This is audio that was first reported by the Free Beacon, and listen to this.
I mean, you just look at the history of the NYPD, and you see that we have invested in a system that functions in many ways to punish
Matt Walsh
poor...
is the kind of guy who would love a zombie apocalypse because he wants to SHOOT people without consequences.
Yep, 100%. You send EMS with de-escalation skills, and cops would be staged off scene, at least at any center with a logical protocol. Yeah, that makes sense to me. You know? And you would have the ability to have cops staged off the scene or nearby because they would be less busy doing stuff. So, you literally make it more possible to have better interventions.
Black and brown people across this city and across this state and frankly across this country. And there are so many responsibilities we have given to police that frankly should have nothing to do with their departments. A homeless person is on a train. They do not need a stranger with a gun to come and resolve that situation. If somebody is jaywalking, if somebody is surviving, going through domestic violence, there are so many different situations that would be far better handled by people trained to deal with those specific situations as opposed to an individual with a gun.
Notice how he just sort of casually mentions jaywalking along with domestic violence. A lot of people have said that hardline Islamist beliefs.
What? No, he's talking about jaywalking because he's in New York City, you dipshit. where the NYPD will like brutalize people for jaywalking, and they'll let like domestic abusers slide. Like that, like come on, man. It's like you never saw Serpico.
Aren't a part of Mamdani's platform and that he's just a typical left-wing socialist. But I mean, this soundbite would maybe indicate otherwise. There's a little bit of a traditional Islamic teaching creeping in, perhaps. And in any event,
Traditional Islamic teaching creeping in, perhaps. Yeah, as if domestic violence isn't at all familiar to people who grew up in like the Christian church. Christians never engage in domestic violence.
just consider the comparison that he just made. Jaywalking, beating your wife. Well, what's the difference? According to him.
That's not at all what he said. What he's saying is that cops generally don't intervene appropriately in either of those circumstances. And you don't need someone with a gun entering those circumstances in either case, because the presence of the gun on the officers often can escalate the the circumstances of like the interaction. Ay, ay, ay.
They're both against the law. And according to Mamdani, laws are bad. Therefore, when New York is under the rule of a Muslim socialist, they won't have laws anymore. Or
Yeah, you know, obviously you can't talk about two different things in one sentence. You know, that's Islam, apparently, to Matt Walsh.
Police to enforce them. The only way to combat this very rapid rise in third world governance is to treat these socialist invaders like the threat that they are. There can't be any compromise whatsoever. Denaturalization.
You know, I love the idea here that, like, he's like, they're socialist invaders. How dare they? Bro, they're being elected by the people who live here. That's democracy. You don't get to choose how other people voted, man. If you don't like it, you don't have to live here in Minnesota. You live in Tennessee. How about you keep the name of my city and my state out of your goddamn mouth? I don't come and like look at Tennessee and say, "Huh, the voters here. Huh, they're disgusting and degenerate. We should actually denaturalize the voters of Tennessee until they start electing the real people who should be in charge." Like, you see how insane that sounds? That's nonsense. That's childish, racist nonsense. This is what like a 10-year-old Ku Klux Klan member would believe.
And deportations are a big part of that. We also need to establish prisons like the ones they have in El Salvador for the deterrent effect. And you know, but for first of all,
Hey, by the way, prisons don't have a deterrent effect. Just in case anyone is curious about that, increasing the harshness of crimes generally only escalates the severity of panic and violence when people attempt to when police forces attempt to apprehend them for crimes, because they effectively hit the point of believing, oh, well, my entire life is over and I'm going to be tortured, so I might as well try and escape by any means possible, you know? So Matt Walsh is just full of bad ideas today.
A place to house these dangerous people, but also the deterrent that it creates.
And the deterrent I think he's talking about here isn't just the detention, because we have plenty of prisons. We are the most carceral state on the planet. He's talking about creating torture camps. He thinks that torturing people will dissuade them from doing crimes.
Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida seems to understand that. He's just opened a new detention facility for illegal aliens in Florida that the administration is calling Alligator Alcatraz, as you probably heard. The administration repurposed a state-owned airfield west of Miami in the Everglades. And the idea, of course, is that if anyone tries to escape, they might get eaten by alligators. So don't try to escape. Or failing that, a hurricane might get them. So again, don't try to escape.
Why? Like, did you hear what you just said, Matt? don't try to escape from the tent facility where you're being kept in cages if a hurricane is coming, because you'll be safe in the cages from the hurricane.
Predictably, because they're aligned with the foreigners who want to undermine this country's national security, Democrats are falling over themselves.
Yeah, tents, noted defensive mechanisms against hurricanes.
To explain why this idea, which is obviously very good, is somehow terrible and unacceptable. Here's Debbie Wasserman.
Matt Walsh would have just absolutely joined up with the SS the first chance he got. He cries nightly at the opportunity he lost at not being able to join the Third Reich. Dude's literally over here jacking it to the idea of concentration camps and like torture prisons. It's really gross.
Schultz, a member of Congress in Florida, to deliver the best line of argument that Democrats could come up with on this issue. Here it is.
They essentially drink.
I mean, no, but like unironically, just genuinely, like,
Plus, you got 7 seconds to get to yourself.
We didn't want to bring in too many colours, which is why the lights are quite sort of white and ivory and sickly. There's sort of hospital vibe.
Hearing, operational, capable, and you don't know what happens. This moment.
like the electrified floors here, where you just you either work or you get electrocuted. If you aren't doing your work, you get electrocuted. If you try and escape, you get electrocuted until you die. Like, this place is basically Matt Walsh's wet dream.
They get their drinking water and they brush their teeth where they poop in the same unit. They bragged that they went above standards, supposedly, and gave them a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length inside the 32 detainee cage. A 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length of the 3 toilets.
Yes, she says in a horrified tone, they brush their teeth where they poop in the same unit. I'll say that again. These illegal aliens, criminals who have no right to be in this country, are being forced against their will to brush their teeth where they poop. Can you imagine the utter horror of being subjected to something like that? Can you imagine having to brush your teeth in the same room where you use the toilet? My God. Now, of course, if you happen to have something called a bathroom in your home, then you might see a problem with the way that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is trying to.
Hey, just throwing this out there. What she's talking about is not the horror of having to do it in the same room. She's talking about the fact that the sinks are the toilets, and the toilets are the sinks. They're using the toilet water to brush their teeth, Matt. Notice how there's not a sink right next to the toilets, because the toilets are the sinks.
Is trying to present this. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who keeps getting reelected despite lacking any form of charisma or authenticity whatsoever, is going into hysterics over the fact that these illegal aliens have bathrooms inside the detention facility. And then she complains about the privacy wall, which is only 3 feet tall, apparently. You have to wonder.
Hey, let's take a look. This is an article from yesterday. Former guards at the facility cited limited fresh water and clogged toilets among the problems at the remote detention center. 2 weeks after it opened, a temporary migrant detention center in the Everglades is facing expensive logistical challenges. Portable toilets routinely back up Sewage needs to be collected and trucked out, and swarms of mosquitoes attack detainees and staff alike. Without permanent structures, electricity, or running water, drinking and bathing water has to be brought in several times a day, but is still in short supply, and rainwater leaks into the tents that protect detainees' chain-link cells, according to interviews with 3 former guards and phone interviews with detainees. Their accounts offer details of conditions inside the $450 million detention center, which it's a tent and it cost $450 million, which has become a symbol for the Trump administration's aggressive immigration enforcement policies, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz by Republicans. Let's take a look here. 3 former guards at the facility said they were attracted to the job because of its pay. Online ads and a hiring document reviewed by the Washington Post show they were offered $26 an hour plus generous overtime of $39 an hour. Let's see. 2 of the guards said they were hired by Critical Response Strategies, a Jacksonville, Florida-based consulting company, to work on a rotation of between 21 to 28 days with 7 to 14 off days in between, according to one hiring agreement reviewed by the Post. Prison guards in Florida typically earn about $22 an hour. Let's see. One former guard said she left her job at another South Florida correctional facility because the pay at Alligator Alcatraz was so enticing. She quit after about a week. Again, it's only been open for 2 weeks, because she grew upset about the conditions for staff and detainees. Do you know how bad things have to be at a place for you to quit in a week? And you're citing that it was bad for the detainees when you are a career prison guard? Both of the former guards hired by CRS said they were asked to begin working the same day they applied online. CRS did not return a request for comment. CRS has a $78 million contract to help manage the facility, including providing a warden, camp manager, and corrections officers, according to Florida's contract website. Staff members are issued a can of mosquito repellent their first day of work, but detainees are sprayed only when they arrive, according to the 3 former contractors hired as detention guards. The mosquitoes are filling the bathrooms, the showers. You go into the shower, you shower with 1 million mosquitoes. They give you bug spray, but it still doesn't help, said a retired South Florida County jail officer who worked as a contracted guard for nearly 2 weeks before she was fired by her CRS supervisor for reasons she said were not explained to her. God. In phone interviews facilitated by family members and their attorneys, detainees described the mosquitoes in South Florida wetlands as relentless. Many of us have skin irritations from mosquitoes. They don't give us spray. All of us worry we'll get a disease because of the mosquitoes, said Anderson Miranda, 25, who came to the United States from Guatemala when he was 16 years old. The mosquitoes don't let you sleep, said Juan Javier Gonzalez, 49, who migrated from the Dominican Republic. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Asked about the concerns raised by detainees and former guards, the staff defended conditions. The detainees have access to potable water, and that full-size showers are available daily without restrictions. Each individual is issued a personal cup they can refill at any time. And bottled water is available at meals. Oh, that's so generous. Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's see. They told us about alligators and Florida panthers and venomous snakes and different types of creatures, she said. And if we walk at night, they said, just have a buddy with you, just in case. That's what they said to former guards at the facility. Former guards said the porta potties for staff have backed up and prepared food is generally cold, and they were required to stand for the entirety of their 12-hour shifts. Pobrecitos. Conditions have also been grim for some detainees, according to guards, detainees, and their relatives who have talked to them by phone and described water pooling on the floors, meals of cold ham sandwiches, and lack of hygiene basics such as deodorant, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. The air conditioning stops working sometimes in the middle of the day, and portable communal toilets in the caged cells have backed up on occasion, causing an unbearable stench. God. They're laying down all day, one former guard said of the detainees. Some detainees were sick, but staffers were told not to wear masks because it was going to cause a frenzy about the possibility of spread sickness, she said. One detainee said he went 4 days without a shower, according to a call recorded by the wife of another Cuban-born detainee, who spoke on the condition of anonymity due to fear of retribution. Let's see, another reported being taken to shower facilities only to find no running water. The conditions are worse than the county jails they were transferred from, some said. But these are all upsides, according to Matt Walsh.
If Debbie Wasserman Schultz has ever heard of the concept of a prison, for that matter, you have to wonder if she's ever seen what sailors have to deal with on deployment, to say nothing of the forward operating bases.
Also, just this quote is insane. No lawbreakers in the history of human civilization have been treated better than illegal aliens in the United States. And yet all they do is complain. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement, like, holy fuck, I hate these people.
This is like Iraq and Afghanistan. Actually, you don't have to wonder about any of this. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is a fundamentally dishonest person, so nothing she says has any value whatsoever. And more to the point, even if the situation at the facility is kind of rough, and I haven't seen any evidence of that really, it sounds like just a normal detention facility, except for the alligators, but you don't have to worry about that as long as you stay in the facility. But even aside from that, even if it was true that it was a rough situation, even if they were, when she says they're brushing their teeth where they poop, when I first heard that, I thought like, oh, do they have to brush their teeth using the toilet water? Is that what's going on here?
Yes. Have you not seen the units?
And even if that was true, the illegals are still being treated with more kindness and humanity than most countries outside of the Western world treat people who try to sneak across their own borders.
That's absolutely not true. At all. Like, at all. Other countries in the Western world treat the people they detain coming in illegally with humanity and basic respect of, like, their human rights. There are a handful of countries that don't. I guess if we're debasing ourselves and comparing the United States to, say, North Korea, if we're saying we're no better than, like, an authoritarian dictatorship that just kills any lawbreaker, I guess.
The fact is that illegal migrants are waging an assault on our country and our sovereignty. It might be ugly. It might be this. Some of the ways we have to deal with this might be ugly to somebody like Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
You know, I think some of the ways we might have to deal with Matt Walsh might be ugly. They might be really ugly. But, you know, I think fundamentally this man is an attack and advocates daily against the very premise of the United States. He's sitting here arguing about, like, oh, well, you know, maybe some of the ways we have to deal with some of these people that I would like to strip citizenship from might be ugly, but, you know, we have to do what needs to be done. And, like, I don't know, I think some of the ways we might need to deal with Matt Walsh might be ugly. You know, we might need to strip him of citizenship. Has anyone looked into his history? Where are his parents from? What about his grandparents? What about his great-grandparents? Maybe, you know, we might need to take some ugly action regarding Matt Walsh.
But our illegal immigration problem is itself ugly. There is no pretty way to deal with an ugly thing. The Trump
That's a road that goes two ways, Matt.
administration seems to understand that, which is why they're using Blackhawks and armored vehicles to raid marijuana farms. Watch.
Escucha, estamos en la lucha.
A rally outside Oxnard City Hall denouncing the federal enforcement at a Camarillo licensed marijuana grower, where this morning people lined up saying they were trying to locate loved ones like this woman's aunt.
She was working here yesterday and we haven't heard anything about her.
Ventura County Fire confirming they transported 8 people, including farm workers like Jaime Alanis, who seemingly fell off a roof.
Also, understand that most people in America find this absolutely fundamentally abhorrent. The majority of the United States, including Republicans, I might add, are against this kind of shit and are increasingly against this kind of shit. Matt Walsh is just so racist, he doesn't care.
As he fled from agents, his family, and the United Farms Workers Union, confirming that he was pulled off life support and is now dead. The Department of Homeland Security confirming on their side they executed a criminal search warrant at the Glass House Farms, arresting about 200 immigrants suspected of being in the country illegally. They also posted this image of 10 minors, describing them as, quote, illegal aliens, 8 of them.
You know, again, Matt Walsh is on the team of being pro-masked thugs abducting children. I don't know. I think that's really fucking gross and weird.
Unaccompanied. Glass House responding in a statement that it, quote, never knowingly violated applicable hiring practices and does not and has never employed minors.
Now, we need to see much, much more of this. It's not enough to go after illegal aliens. You have to target the people who are employing them. In this case, the facts were particularly...
Oh, you know what? I agree, Matt. Every single big business owner who's employing undocumented immigrants should be prosecuted fully and completely, Matt. 100%. You know, I hear Kristi Noem's farm might have some issues with labor. I hear Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago might have some violations. I hear that there are some very big and powerful people but something tells me Matt Walsh actually doesn't care that much and is just delighting in evil and suffering.
Bad. There were nearly a dozen children on site, even though children obviously shouldn't be growing marijuana. One of the adults overseeing the work.
Well, wait a minute. Children being at a legal growing facility isn't like that. That's not illegal, actually. Just, you know, like it's not illegal for children to be at a farm. Now, if they're working there, that might be different, but like children being on site is a very different thing from children who are being hired to harvest marijuana, Matt.
Workers was a convicted child predator, unsurprisingly. Apparently, a Gavin Newsom donor ran the place as well, also unsurprisingly. But none of this should be necessary in order for...
a small business owner supported Gavin Newsom? I'm shocked.
...for ICE to act. Anyone who employs illegal aliens, even if they're not growing marijuana and employing pedophiles, should receive the exact same treatment. This has to continue until illegal aliens see no value in coming to this country and obtaining employment in the first place.
So Matt Walsh finally reveals his dastardly plot on behalf of the mole people that live in the depths of the cavern. And that plan is to make America such a shithole that no one else wants to come here. Honestly, this is like anytime the conservatives like go mask off with this shit, that's what it kind of comes down to, right? Like ultimately his goal is just to make America a miserable, awful, horrible place for everyone until no one wants to come here. And like, I don't know. How about instead of us immiserating hundreds of millions of people, how about you just leave, Matt? Go back to your cave. You can immiserate the gophers and like the dead-eyed salamanders.
At the moment, instead, left-wing activists and illegal aliens are emboldened. And one of them was caught on camera shooting at ICE agents during a raid on one of the farms. And in just the past 2 weeks, a heavily armed terrorist opened fire at a Border Patrol office in Texas, injuring 2 officers before he was taken out. Meanwhile, 10 suspects were charged with attempted murder.
Wait, Matt, I thought you said sometimes ugly things must be done. Which ugly things are you talking about? Like, you were talking about, like, torturing undocumented immigrants and children. Like, what is this not also like an ugly thing? Like, you see how this kind of goes in different ways here? Like, I don't know, if you're kind of abandoning like rule of law and dedication to like basic human rights and dignity, like, you're the one abandoning like rational ways and like civil ways of actually settling these issues.
For engaging in coordinated attacks on a separate ICE facility in Texas. They allegedly lured agents out of the facility with fireworks before firing more than a dozen rounds, including one round that hit an officer in the neck. Fortunately, the officer who was shot wasn't seriously wounded.
Well, was it done in self-defense, Matt? I'm not familiar with this incident. Maybe they were firing in self-defense. I would have to know more.
Watching all this domestic terrorism, judges with foreign names are, of course, taking the side of the terrorists. There's a federal judge in California named Miami Uisi Mensah Frimpong, for example, just issued a bizarre injunction claiming, in effect, that ICE is rounding up people because of the color of their skin. And
yes, the Florida Highway Patrol literally said to a lawyer that that was what they were doing.
According to the injunction, which is based on 5 declarations from random people, ICE needs to stop doing that immediately. Now, this is an injunction that will have no effect whatsoever. That's because in reality, what ICE is doing, as Judge Miami Uisi Mensah Frimpong understands very well, is enforcing the law. All that's necessary to be detained in this country is a reasonable suspicion that you're committing a crime. If you're standing around at a car wash and then run away when ICE pulls up, you've provided reasonable suspicion. If you're a child and you're working on a marijuana farm, then there is reasonable suspicion that crimes are happening. And for that matter, if you openly admit that you're conspiring against the United States for the benefit of a foreign country, you've provided reasonable suspicion that you lied to obtain citizenship.
No, actually, that's not what reasonable suspicion means. That's not what that means. We're not watching this entire video. We're just watching this entire segment.
And you should go back to where you came from. We are well past the point where anyone can pretend that there's a middle ground compromise solution here. Foreign nations are telling us what...
He's not very smart, is he? I mean, for him, not being smart is a feature, not a bug.
What they want to do to our country. Foreign nationals are telling us this, even after we've elected them to Congress and made them judges and funded their fraudulent nonprofits. They still want to mine.
Yeah, why might reasonable people run when unidentified masked people roll up who refuse to identify themselves and are pulling weapons and yelling contradictory orders and you know, why would people run away? I don't understand. Hey, Matt, if like masked gunmen pulled you and your family over, would you just be like, oh, what's the problem, officer? Or would you maybe assume they have worse intent? I don't know. I feel like a reasonable person would interpret this as a grave threat and act accordingly.
Us for everything we have, so they can send it back home to the place that they still call home, which is not this country. That's their stated position. And it's not just Somalis doing this. Here's the Washington Post quote: over the last quarter century, the volume of remittances sent to Central American countries has increased more than tenfold, particularly
Yeah. But here's the thing Matt Walsh doesn't seem to understand. The remittances are their money that they earned with their labor. Like, I don't know if he understands this. They aren't stealing the money from us. They're being paid for their labor and then sending money where they would. Because in America, we believe in at least we should believe in freedom. But Matt Walsh doesn't believe in that as a concept.
Following the pandemic, migrant cash transfers rose from 10% of the Central American region's GDP in 2010 to 23% last year. Yes, cash transfers from the U.S. to foreign nationals back, quote, home, are now keeping many of these Central American countries afloat. It's like a hugely sizable portion of their GDP is money that's being sent to them from this country. So we are subsidizing.
No, you're not subsidizing other countries. People came here and did labor. They got paid for their labor. That's not a subsidy. The United States government isn't giving these other countries money. Employers are paying employees money, and those employees have the freedom to send that money where they will. They can buy a candy bar, or they can send that money to a person in another country. That's equally fine. It's their money. I thought we believed in personal property here, but I guess Matt Walsh believes in personal property only for people who are white enough to have it.
The rest of the world. And when we import more foreign nationals, the subsidy only increases as we become poorer and more dysfunctional.
It's not poorer. The bosses get more value out of the labor than they pay in the wages. So the like the value the workers create stays here, while the wages are theirs to do with what they will. That's how capitalism works, man.
Now, the solution to that part of the problem is
is the United States subsidizing Sweden when we buy IKEA furniture? Are you subsidizing China when you buy like electronics on Amazon? Are you subsidizing Germany when you buy like a Volkswagen? Like, come on, man.
The tax remittances by about 10,000%. But in their latest spending bill, Congress
Matt would probably be a dumbass and say,
refused to do so. So now we're left with mass deportations and denaturalization as the only solution.
No, we're not. You literally don't have to do either of those things. That's like saying, no, I can't say that. I'm too mad.
That's the only practical way forward. And the more that socialists open their mouths from New York to Minnesota to federal courtrooms in Los Angeles.
Yeah, the more the socialists open their mouths about paying workers more and having like social support systems that actually support workers instead of just kill them. The horror.
The more they prove this point. It shouldn't even be controversial, really. After all, these people speak font.
It shouldn't even be controversial that we want to deport our political enemies that we disagree with. Okay.
Of their home countries. They send huge sums of money back to their home countries.
Yeah, that they earned with their labor. They also spend money locally because they live and work here, Matt.
Now it's time for them to go back home. And for the rest of us to begin to undo the damage that...
What do you mean the rest of us? Why don't you go back home? Like, your family isn't from here, Matt. Like, go home. Hey, look... Hey, just out of curiosity. Oh, that's so interesting. Matt Walsh was born in Maryland, but he lives in Tennessee? Why is he in Tennessee? Why doesn't he go back to where he came from? Why, like this fucking hypocrite. living off the Tennessean dole, benefiting from the good taxpayers of Tennessee, when instead he should really just go back to where he really has roots, at Maryland.
Cultural enrichment and mass
God, this is a terrible segment. I'm too mad.
migration have wrought. Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
God, he spent 30 minutes complaining about Omar Fateh. What a terrible human being. I'm so mad. Hey, editor, if you reach this point, can you go back to like just after I finished listing off Omar Fateh's policies and instead just end the segment there, because the rest of this was just absolute goddamn horse shit. I think I'm too mad. I think it did not make it. I think it did not go. I think this segment was actually not great after that moment. God. I grew up in a highly undocumented Hispanic city in LA County, and they're good neighbors. Worst thing they would do is play their music too loud on the weekends and drink beer in their own yard. The horror. God. Yeah, I was just too angry to make coherent points after this. Yeah, let's add a little text wall. I'm gonna message her right now to let her know. Hey, the Bat Walsh segment I did on Omar. There we go. Good suggestions, chat. Now, folks, I have been going for 7.5 hours. For the love of God, if you have gotten anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because that was fucking rough. Oh God. There was a 1-minute break in the recording at this point during which nothing happened. Oh God. Yeah, like we already established that he was a racist. I hadn't watched the entire thing, but if I had, I would have cut it right there. Dustin the Damn, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Hope Lulu Safe appreciates it too. Thank you for supporting the stream. Viewers like you make this show possible. Thank you for supporting. We had a group of undocumented people that worked here